The year is 2015, a short few years after the release of Awakening, and with a renewed interest in the franchise comes Fire Emblem Conquest. If having Awakening as your first game didn't brand you a casual, this next installation certainly did. Wherever you found yourself in the middle of this turmoil, one thing was for sure, the story fucking sucked. Like, really sucked. Over the years, dozens, if not hundreds of videos were made bashing the story, the characters, the support, or anything I can't think of right now. So with this in mind, I want to approach the subject differently. What if Fire Emblem Fates Conquest can actually be somewhat good? What if I could fix the story? I, with all of my 0 subscribers, am more than qualified to tackle this task, and I will gladly do so. This video will be divided into simple categories so you can skip ahead or go back whenever you please. Also because my unchecked OCD demands it. The first part will consist of the lore behind Conquest as a realm. Everything from the royals being born, to the retainers, to the background on lore. The second part will discuss the characters, more specifically their designs, personalities, and roles in the story. The third part will be about the main story. I think that's pretty self-explanatory, but just in case it entails anything about the story around the chapters, as well as events in between them, such as my castle and whatnot. And for the final part, it'll cover the side stories, such as the paralogs, the DLC, and anything else that fits in there that I just In this theoretical rewriting of Conquest, we're going with the notion that budget, time, crunch, and any other industry restrictions aren't a thing. I'm looking to bring about the full potential of the story and characters. I also cook for a living, so even if I wanted to integrate shit like that, I wouldn't know how to. My objective is to have Conquest be a complete route for Nor, while also complementing the other routes. There's no buying 3 separate games shit for this one. It's just like 3 houses, all in one. You choose your side without paying for more. So without further ado, I present to you Fire Emblem Fates Conquest. But what if it was actually somewhat decent? Long ago, 2 dragons fought each other for the land they stood on. A battle that lasted a century, cultivating followers and believers on each side. The Dragon of Dusk favored the land known as Nor. It thrived in darkness. The Dragon of Dawn favored the land now known as Hoshido. It thrived in basking light. The two fought forevermore over who should reign the lands, in their conquest each had heirs. Those same heirs became the royal family for generations to come. There never was a clear winner, as the battle waged on and on. Stories from both sides vary in how their battle ended. Some believe one dragon won and decided to take their life, now that it was devoid of any meaning. Others believe it ended in a draw. There's even a legend saying that the same battle is still being waged to this very day. No matter the story you decide to believe, dear viewer, the divide between the 2 biggest nations is still present. The people of the Dusk Dragon weren't quite like their deity. They needed sunlight to survive. The harsh environment of Nor made it extremely difficult to live. Harvest seasons were often bare and left many starving. The thick forest homed vicious beasts, toxic plants, nefarious swamps, and water currents. The vast empty desert to the west of Nor is barren and uninviting. The mountains to the north are rigid, frozen all year long, and impossible to cross. The archipelagos to the south, while rich in soil and natural wildlife, were far enough removed from the mainland that sustainably importing goods was a task too great for the resources. The people of Nor had to learn to survive, and because of this, they're a nation of hardened warriors. Only the strong and powerful survive. The weak die.
Skill issue.
They did what they had to do to survive. Invading Hoshido, stealing from them, doing whatever they needed to ensure that they could get through the harsher weather. They've acquired many nations over the decades, ensuing their survival and growth as a country. The people of Hoshido see them as barbarians, murderers, and heartless beings. As peace between the nations have never been reached, these divides between them only grew stronger and stronger as time passed. The history of Nor may be a cold and cruel one, but it was a necessary one. With food and shelter. As such, they had to find ways to make it through once he left. Hoshido seldom refused to help them, as they worshipped a false god and had a barbaric need for conquest. Basically, these guys hate each other. They don't agree on anything, they don't see eye to eye on anything, they believe the other guy is the bad guy, and they're justified in everything they do. Wars have come and gone through the generations in an endless cycle, which brings us to current time. I've concocted a funny little timeline to make things more easily understandable. For simplicity's sake, the world of fates functions with days, weeks, months, the same as us. It'll be relevant throughout the video, but don't you worry, I'm more than happy to flash it whenever needed. King Garen marries Queen Katarina in the early 1800s, and together they conceive a child, Garen's first heir and first son, Xander. He was born in 806. However, his birth left the queen weakened and fragile, as it was poorly timed with an unusually long drought in Nor. Childbirth had been extremely hard on her body. Within the first few months of Xander's birth, she passed away from illnesses she had contracted due to her weakened system and lack of resources to care for her. Her passing left Garen devastated, as Katarina was his first love. The Norian nobility wasted no time in trying to secure the next queen, however, and some women even became his concubines in the hopes of securing that crown. The first one spent months manipulating Garen, using him to get herself more credibility in the higher echelons. She eventually convinced Garen to sleep with her, in the hopes of conceiving a child and thus forcing him to marry her. She did get pregnant, however, Garen refused to marry her as he only had Katarina in his heart. Camilla was born out of this affair in 810. Garen had no trouble accepting her as his daughter. He spoiled her and loved her even if she was an illegitimate child.
Oh no!
However, her mother resented her. She hated children, never wished to raise one, and only had Camilla in the hopes of becoming queen. Also, before I forget, for simplicity's sake, Camilla's mother is named Mathilde, Leo's mother is named Eleonore, and Elise's mother is named Marjorie. Back to the timeline. Then came the second concubine, Leo's mother. Much like Mathilde, she manipulated her way into Garen's life, with the same goal as her as well. When her plans failed, she played the good mother in the eyes of the public to save face. Mathilde, resenting that someone else dared to attempt to take what she perceived as her throne, outed Eleanor's motives. This resulted in her being exiled from Nor. Then, finally came along Marjorie. She did the same thing as the previous concubines, however, she wasn't looking to be queen. Having a daughter born of royalty meant she would be treated in better favor amongst the higher ranks of the nobility. Soon after she became pregnant, Garen married Arady. So Arady showed up on the doorsteps of Nor's castle one day, holding a lance in one hand and a small blue-haired child in the other. Wounded and crying, she pleaded for them to have shelter. Garen, upon learning that some random-ass woman showed up with a baby, let her take refuge. It didn't take long for the pair to fall in love, bonding over their mutual loss of their spouses and whatever else single parents like about each other. Garen had no trouble accepting Azura as his stepdaughter, although the court was doubtful of Arady and suspected her to be an assassin or a spy. They outcast her and Azura by the fear of who they really are. Camilla would sneak behind her mother's back to befriend Azura, as her only other sister was a literal newborn and couldn't speak. The two became close until one day Arady became extremely ill. She eventually passed away, Azura disappeared, and Garen was extremely heartbroken. I've been alluding to it this entire time, vaguely, but the Norian king himself loves his kids. He's a cruel, stone-cold leader. However, he would do anything for his children's safety. While he showed them love and care throughout their lives, Ereidi's passing left him changed. I won't go into too much detail right now because, we have an entire video for that. But keep in mind how Garen is. I'm trying to establish a good reason for Corrin to choose Nor, since, well, if Garen is just pure evil, why the fuck would you side with Nor?
You alright, Dad?
Like, it never made any sense. So my take is that he's just cruel to those who threaten his kingdom and his children, but to his people who are loyal and don't, try to kill other people, he's not. So the year is 819. Elise is just a little newborn. Sumeragi and Garen have arranged a meeting to negotiate peace treaties. However, since both sides were rumored to plan a surprise attack, they both came heavily armed and accompanied by their respective armies. Ereidi had passed a few days prior, so the meeting also doubled as a "so sorry your second wife died." Garen brought with him Xander, Camilla, and Azura. He thought that a little trip would do them some good after the recent events. And since this is supposed to be about peace, he figured, what's the worst that could happen? During the meeting, a rogue Hushidan soldier attacked Garen, seemingly out of nowhere, which then caused the Norians to retaliate and a brutal fight broke out. Garen was so severely injured and Sumeragi died of his wounds during the battle. The Hoshidans fled soon after, but the chaos caused Corrin, who was brought along, to be separated from their siblings. A wounded Garen found them alone, lost, confused, crying, scared, and most of all, without his father. He took them with him, reassuring them that they'll be okay. Also semi-important, Garen didn't kidnap Corrin. He believed Corrin was left behind and abandoned. Because you just find a random child there, you're not gonna fucking leave them to die. In the midst of the chaos, however, Nor lost Azura and she was nowhere to be found. They returned home in a more dire situation than before. Azura, from Nor's side, was presumed to be dead. Same with Corrin for Hoshido. So understandably, after one king died and the other got crippled, neither side felt like negotiating anymore, which just created more tension and more hatred and more resentment, and you get the gist. Tensions remained hostile between the two nations, and nothing more than a few unorganized invasions from civilians happened for almost 2 decades. Corrin grew up with their siblings. Unlike OG Fates, where they're just put in the random-ass fortress and left there to rot and be forgotten about, Corrin was in Krakenberg. The northern fortress is instead used as training grounds for the royalty. Corrin is sent there a few months prior to the story taking place to be trained as a proper Norian warrior. Xander, Leo, and Camilla also all went to the same fortress to be trained. Elise is too young at the time of the story taking place to be sent there, which is why she's the only one who can't fight amongst the royals, so, she heals to be useful. That wasn't funny, I'll cut that out. After covering the basics around the lore as well as the background that you need to know, I want to cover the characters next. Please note that I'll be adding some minor things here and there. I won't really be removing any characters, but some story beats will change, so, it's a rewriting. So with that in mind, I went ahead and made a few redesigns for the real yucky designs. I didn't originally redraw everything, and redesigned whatever was bothering me, made changes, but that changed eventually because, I don't know, I felt like doing it. And so, I want to add that I've been working on this for many months, so that's probably a part of it. Anyway, with all of that out of the way, before I forget, none of the Norian siblings can support each other, which means Corrin and Azura cannot marry their adoptive family for pretty fucking obvious reasons. I'll also be dividing this section between playable and non-playable characters. Both need to be covered before we move on to the story for better context. So with all of that out of the way, let's begin. Corrin, first and only born child of Mikoto, in 814, making them 20 at the time of the story. Corrin spent the first few years of their lives in Hoshido. At the age of 5 years old, they were taken by Garen to Nor to be raised as a Norian royalty. They don't remember anything from their time in Hoshido, however. Because, well, you try telling me a memory of yours before you were 4 to 6. They were raised just like the rest of their siblings, always believing to be of Norian origin. The trauma of having your father murdered and you witnessing it sure does fuck with your memory. Again, as they were a child, they couldn't really remember anything from before a certain age, so they never really questioned why it is that they don't remember Garen any further back than when they were 5. And well, since the other siblings had very questionable origins as well, given that they were all conceived out of wedlock or were technically illegitimate, it kind of perfectly covered up for their origins. Anyway, Corrin always had a strong aptitude with learning. They studied everything under the sun to try to break it apart and understand it. Corrin isn't dumb and clueless here, they're naive. They're extremely book smart, but not very street smart. The distinction is very important because it'll be crucial in understanding Corrin's motives as well as their actions. They're calm in nature and easy to approach. Corrin's known for wandering off and talking to whoever will come up to them, not really thinking of why that person is talking to them. They have a very optimistic worldview, always assuming the best out of people. They love their siblings a lot, but they always knew deep down they weren't the same. Something was different between them. Spoiler, it's the dragon morphing part that Corrin later discovers, but obviously they didn't know that until the story took place, so... But anyway, they were the oldest at completing their training at the Northern Fortress at 20 years old, but they were also the fastest at completing it. For the simple reason that Corrin has a huge aversion to conflict as well as hurting others, so they never really looked forward to training, but they had to do it because they're a Norian royal. Corrin's role in the story is still pretty much the main character, but with a little twist. They're not the leader of the Norian army, they're in charge of the armory and weapon funds, distributing and storage. For the simple fact that Xander believes they're the best at keeping up with stuff like that, which is why only Corrin has access to the convoy. You can also make the meta point that this is the reason why Corrin can support with everyone in the army. I just kept it in because fuck it, it's not hurting anyone and who cares, right? Corrin behaves as our eyes into the story, so you get to see them interact with a lot of characters because that's how it will usually go down. But that doesn't mean that they're the main focus of the army. That would be Xander or Garen. Because again, there are eyes into the story, not the arms, the legs, the heart, and the brain of the operation. So of course, I went ahead and redesigned them for both their male and female counterparts. I went with a pretty easy solution by just giving them pants and shoes. This also goes for the Norian noble look. I've debated a lot about this, but I decided that we won't be keeping the customization. Corrin is their own character and trying to make them a self-insert just doesn't work. Name is also locked, no avatar, sorry. But to get back to the design, not having any shoes was always so weird and funny to me. I couldn't just leave blood walking around like that. Also, no exposed thighs because outer thigh rash. As I've mentioned before, we're keeping the supports for everyone except for the children of the other army members. However, you can marry anyone else from the first generation, just no one from the second generation.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Azura. Only daughter of Areti, Azura was also born in 814, a few months prior to Corrin. After her father's death in Vala, Areti ran away with her to Nor. There, her mother quickly wed Garen and Azura became Norian royalty. She was hated by the nobility and the court, forcing her away from her step-siblings. She grew a very deep connection with her mother, as she was her only comfort in Nor. Before Areti passed, she handed Azura the necklace her father gifted her, and told her to run away to Hoshido, to meet with Mikoto and show her this pendant, swearing that she would be safe and well treated there. Azura sneaked aboard a carriage and hid all the way to the meeting point between Garen and Sumeragi, away from her siblings, and ran away to the Hoshidan side as soon as she could.
Is it the Dawn Brigade?
In the confusion following the attack, she was taken by a Hoshidan soldier, mistaken as someone's kid. Azura was quickly accepted in Hoshido. The grieving Mikoto made sure she felt at home as much as she could. Her new Hoshidan siblings adored her, showering her with the love and care she lacked in Nor. She holds no strong feelings towards Garen or his children, but deep down she always wished she could see them again and be allowed to be their stepsister. Despite this, she stayed reserved, stoic, and quite blunt. Azura has a very kind heart, but she's incapable of saying half-truths or sugarcoating what she means. Her worldview is much more negative than Corrin's. Think of them as a foil for each other, kinda like the yin and yang of fates. In Hoshido, her retainers are Kaze and Rinka. But since we're playing Conquest, Kaze joins you as he swore to protect her, and Rinka prefers to stick with Hoshido. Flora becomes her second retainer later on. On that topic, Azura is our second main character and second most important character. Azura and Corrin balance each other out. They complete each other. Azura needs Corrin's lightheartedness and innocence, as Corrin needs Azura's cynicalness and maturity. Azura's redesign is the one I think I took the most liberties with, while also sticking to the OG as much as possible. I gave her a different look for each route. I'll focus on Conquest's one more specifically here, but I do plan on covering Birthright and Revelations. More on that at the end of the video. But anywho, I lowered her skirt a bit to hide the random panty lines sticking out because it honestly just looked kinda tacky. I gave her the Nor color palette she has during that one cutscene because it's too pretty to not be used. Her Nor look has her donning some little ballerina type shoes. I also made her dress straps match the ones Nor Noble Corrin has, as well as her thigh jewelry matching their jewelry. I made their designs match because symbolism or some shit. Azura supports with Corrin, Flora, Jacob, Kaze, Silas, Arthur, Odin, Niles, Laszlo, Benny, Keaton, Xandra, Leo, Camilla, and Elise. She also gains whatever class they have except for Keaton, he gives fighter. I'm mentioning this because for some characters there's new additions, so you know, I just like to be thorough, you know. Felicia. Utterly kind and dedicated, Felicia serves the Norian royal family with utmost devotion. Despite being extremely clumsy and always causing a mess, she tries her very best to treat those around her with nothing but the best care. She's Flora's younger twin sister. Unlike her sister, who specializes more in magic and healing, Felicia is remarkable at fighting. Both sisters were appointed to aid Corrin's training at the Northern Fortress, as they were the only Norian child without retainers. Depending on Corrin's gender, Felicia gets assigned as one of Corrin's retainers. While she's somewhat unaware of this, her service to the royal family is kind of a political tool. Relations between the Ice Tribe and Nor have been delicate. Garen was in search of more aid, so Kelma, the twins' father, proposed they work for him in exchange of help and peace for the tribe. Garen agreed. However, Felicia seems to think she got the job because she was somehow more qualified than everyone else. Her innocent nature is what helps her get along so well with Corin during the months they spent together at the fortress. So much so that Felicia considers Corin a very good friend, but business relations wouldn't allow her to say that truthfully. Her design also basically stays the same, except I gave her some dark pinkish tights underneath her maid attire. Again, for fire rash reasons, and also because I wanted to. I got a little too carried away though when designing her, because I ended up giving her a corset of the same dark color as her tights, and added a small ribbon on her boots, just because I found it cute. This is why you do not leave me unattended when redesigning. She supports with Corin, Jacob, Silas, Kaze, Xander, Leo, Arthur, Odin, Niles, Laszlo, Benny, Keaton, Flora, Perry, and Gunter. Keaton also gives her fighter in this case. Jacob. Born to aristocratic parents who bore no love for him or each other and abandoned him early on at Krakenberg Castle. Jacob was raised by the servants present there. He struggled for many years to be able to fulfill his duties, being assigned to each royal until they could find suitable retainers at the Northern Fortress. Jacob, in his teens, was trained by Gunter in combat. Gunter is the only person aside from the royal family and the twin maids that he has any respect for. Jacob, being the oldest of these servants you're introduced to, has actually been serving the royal family officially since Camilla's training, making him around his early 30s at the time of the story taking place. Side note, his hair isn't gray because he's old, it's gray because it's gray. If Corin is female, Jacob gets assigned as their retainer and follows them around from beginning to end. Out of all the royals, Jacob prefers Corin the most because they appreciate his coffee much more than any of the other siblings. The few months they spent together at the Northern Fortress also helped solidify his combat prowess. Jacob's design stays the same. I think it works really well, and honestly, there's nothing I'd change about it. It just looks good. There's a few times that Fates does miss, and they didn't miss with this one. He supports with Corin, Felicia, Azura, Elise, Effie, Nyx, Camilla, Selena, Baruka, Perry, Charlotte, Mozu, Flora, Silas, and Gunter. Felicia gives him Mercenary, and Flora gives him Dark Mage. Silas, childhood best friend of Corin, he was born into nobility. His status allowing him to meet with the young Corin, the pair grew very close. However, with the years and Garen's degrading mental and physical health, Silas's family decided to move away from the capital and into a villa much further away from Drakenberg, to avoid all the hassle that came with that. As soon as Silas became of age, he enrolled into the Norian army in hopes of becoming a knight to be assigned to protect Corin, ensuring that they will never be separated again. His noble upbringing and ease to learn combat skills did give him kind of a superiority complex, making him talk down to people if he sees their prowess as lesser. He does possess a lot of charitability, however, as his harsh opinions are usually just to help the other person. Silas gets assigned as your second retainer, after either Felicia or Jacob, depending on Corin's gender. Unlike OG Fates, where he has this weird convoluted backstory about like your favorite food or some shit depending on whatever boon or bane you picked, that actually kind of ends up being pointless because Corin doesn't even remember him. Here, Corin does remember him and is happy to see him. There's no awkward like, who the fuck are you? Immediately, Corin's like, oh shit, it's my good friend Silas. Corin appoints Silas as their retainer the second they meet again, to make sure that Silas's efforts don't go to waste. Silas's design also stays the same. I don't really have any issues with it, even if he has a yee ass haircut. Otherwise, the male cavalier look in Fates, chef's kiss. He supports with Corin, Jacob, Kaze, Felicia, Azura, Elise, Effie, Nyx, Camilla, Selena, Baruka, Perry, Charlotte, and Mozu. Kaze. Born as the younger twin of Saizo, the brother's father was murdered inexplicably one night by Kotaro. This incident forced the young twins, at the time teenagers, to step up as the leader of the clan. Kaze, being the more cool-headed and calm one of the pair, often aided Saizo in his decision-making. Both wished for revenge for their father's death. This fact led them to training intensely to become extraordinary warriors. Their strength was noticed by Queen Mikoto. As such, the twins were asked if they wished to be royal retainers. Kaze was appointed as Azura's retainer, about a year or two before the story takes place. He pleaded an oath to her, swearing to protect her no matter what. Since Azura joins you in Conquest, so does Kaze. His reason for joining you won't be the same, however, as he cares more about Azura than Corrin for pretty obvious reasons. He does admire Corrin's worldview, but he still stays by Azura's side since, he has to, by his own word. He easily gets along with everyone in the army, having pretty good damage control skills whenever someone gets snarky or angry. Having a very emotional, volatile brother will do that to you. I'm also keeping his design the same way here. Fates really has a weird pattern of having the male characters have really good designs, and then the female characters are either half naked and kind of oddly designed, or they look really good. But anyway, I did slightly change his backstory to better fit with the story I'm going for. Also, no Corrin craze shit, because then, when 60 characters are just in love with the main character, it's really fucking annoying. Kaze respects Corrin, but he doesn't worship them. Unlike in the original, where he just outright goes, Corrin, please. Sukhmat, he supports with Corrin, Azura, Felicia, Elise, Effie, Nyx, Camilla, Selena, Baruka, Perry, Charlotte, Mozu, Silas, and Xander. Xander was born as the first son of Garen and the late Queen Katarina. Xander was the firstborn son of Garen and the late Queen Katarina, born in 806, making him 28 at the time of the story taking place. Katarina was a beloved queen, bolstered with charm and charisma. Garen was a strong leader. His axe could slice anything in half in his path. Xander was born nothing like his two parents. He was weak and shy. He rarely spoke and could barely even lift a book. Garen never made fun of him for being the way that he was, as he was proud of his son regardless. Xander felt shame in being so inferior to his parents, so he trained relentlessly and attended every public gathering/event he could, forcing himself to be more social. With years of training, in his adolescence, he was finally the prince he wished to be. Nevertheless, he still found time to dote on his younger siblings and cherish them. Xander has a good sense of justice, but he also looks out for his kingdom above all else. His greatest desire is to become the best king Nor has ever known. His many, many battles have left him hardened to the harsh truths of this world. He often views himself as unworthy of the justice he bestows upon people. In his eyes, no one truly has the right to claim anyone's life. However, sometimes it's necessary. Throughout his many battles, he's lost his previous retainers due to lack of experience, and he still resents himself for their deaths to this day. Simply put, Xander is a man with a heart of gold, plagued by his shortcomings. His design stays the same because, come on. They didn't miss. He supports with Corrin, Azura, Felicia, Elise, Effie, Nyx, Camilla, Selena, Baruka, Perry, Charlotte, Leo, Laszlo, Gunter, and Kaze. All classes also remain the same. However, Gunter gives him access to the night class. Leo. Leo is Garen's second son and third child, born from one of the concubines in 815, making him 29 during the events of the story. Leo received no love or care from his mother when people weren't looking. After she was exiled, Leo never heard from her ever again. Camilla and Xander looked after him whenever Garen was busy being a king, which led him to develop a deep love and respect for his older siblings, often viewing them as the parent his mother refused to be. Leo's sense of justice is often aligned with what he believes is right instead of societal morals. He sees no wrong in executing people he deems aren't worth living or shouldn't be allowed to live. He's by far the most book-savvy Norian child. He studied literature of all kinds throughout his teenage years to enrich his knowledge. as he wished to help Xander during his reign. He sees it as a fair payback for his siblings raising him the way they did. He's the Norian army's lead strategist under Xander's command. Leo is also the youngest sibling to have completed his training at the Northern Fortress at only 14 years old. Only Camilla knows of this because she basically forced him to tell her, but Leo feels inferior to Corrin because of how quickly and easily they learn. However, he still loves them just as much and tries to use it as motivation. Leo's design, much like his brother, stays the same because I dig it and it's just neat, you know? He supports with Corrin, Azura, Felicia, Effie, Elise, Nyx, Camilla, Selena, Baruka, Perry, Charlotte, Mozu, Flora, Xander, Odin, and Niles. All classes also remain the same. Flora gives him access to Troubadour. I know he already has it, but she can't really give him anything else because he's already a dark mage. So, Camilla, firstborn daughter of Garen in 810 from his first concubine, making her 24 at the time of the story taking place. Camilla probably had it the roughest. Unlike Leo and Elise, her mother unfortunately stuck around. Mathilde, like I mentioned a little earlier, absolutely fucking hates children. She was without a crown and stuck with a kid. She passed Camilla around to caretakers for the first 10 years of her life, until she simply was fed up and tried to get rid of her. Attempts on Camilla's life by her own mother were frequent. Her mother even went as far as hiring an assassin to get rid of her. That assassin was Baruka. Camilla persuaded to instead work for her, as she would never need for anything ever again. Baruka agreed, beginning their friendship and retain a royal relationship. Camilla was in her later teen years when this happened, just to clear up any confusion. With all of that said, it's understandable she had quite a lot of mommy issues. She coped by doting on all of her siblings, especially Corrin and Elise. She would do anything and everything for her family. They mean the world to her. Unlike OG Fates, she doesn't favor Corrin at all. She loves all of them equally just as much. Her softer, more vulnerable side is reserved only for them and her retainers, as she considers them close enough to let her guard down around them. Otherwise, she's a rather level-headed and sophisticated woman, speaking in a manner befitting of her royal status. Camilla is very cold-hearted on the battlefield, showing absolutely no mercy for her enemies. In her eyes, it's them or her, and if she's gone, who's going to protect her family? For her extremely impressive skills on the battlefield, Xander appointed her lead commander of the Norian flying unit. Nor does have a shit ton of wyverns after all. With her personality and background out of the way, let's of course talk about her redesign. I gave her an entirely new chestplate, as well as some pants, and darkened her coochie cape. Nor was always described as this rough place, and it never really made much sense to me as to why Camilla was running around in bare thighs, titties out, just the whole shebang bang. So I tried to keep her figure and her essence by making some small modifications to just better fit the theme of Nor being a shithole. She supports with Corrin, Xander, Leo, Elise, Azura, Selena, Baruka, Jacob, Silas, Arthur, Kaze, Odin, Niles, Laszlo, Benny, Keaton, and Shura. All classes remain the same. Shura gives access to the ninja class line. I would give Outlaw, but funny. Elise. Elise is the last-born child of Garen. She was conceived mere weeks before Garen met Arady. Marjorie, knowing she would have no chance of becoming queen, as the two were married by the time she gave birth to Elise, vanished right after giving birth to her in 819, making her 15 at the time of the story taking place. That's right. There's no technically an adult bullshit this time. Arady took up her role of caring for her as a newborn before her death. But as she approached her last days, she asked the caretaker she had trusted to take care of Azura to help with Elise when Garen couldn't attend to her. That being Kesista? The one lady you see once in Birthright, because I did like that part of Elise's backstory. It was just hidden in a different route that had little to nothing to do with Elise. So we're putting it in Conquest now. Obviously, Garen, now being busy with depression after losing his second wife, couldn't care much for Elise, as much as he did with his other children, but he still tried whenever he could. As she grew a little older, she would sneak out in the underground city and amuse herself, often bringing back things for her siblings. Besides from her caretaker, Elise was mostly raised by her siblings. She's always optimistic and brings a smile to everyone around her. She admires Camilla the most, wishing to be like her when she grows up. Elise detests violence in battle, which is why she prefers healing. While she acts innocently, she's able to understand and cope with the reality despite being so young. I mean, not having a mom and your dad being clinically depressed for pretty much your entire life would do that to you, so understandable. She's the only Norian sibling with no formal training of any kind, but she still wishes to help her siblings. Xander assigns her head of the healing infantry, both to give her experience as a leader and also to keep a close eye on her. I'm only changing a few things about Elise's design. Her hair isn't that weird lollipop twist thing anymore. I'm changing it to curls with purple streaks. The purple is to imitate Camilla's hair color, because I actually read on the wiki that that was the intended, idea behind that, and I think that's really cute, so I couldn't, get rid of it. She also wears pants, because out of fire ash. I went with a golden white look for the pants, so it stands out a little more and doesn't blend in with all of the black, pinkish aesthetic she's got going on. I gave her a small cape, because I thought it would look really cool, and also cute, and it would bring back similarities between her and Sakura. And, since they're both the younger siblings and they're parallels of each other, I think that's really cute. I also switched the rose for a bow with the same light teal color as her hair and her boots, just to stay consistent. She supports with Corrin, Xander, Leo, Camilla, Azura, Effie, Arthur, Kaze, Silas, Jacob, Odin, Laszlo, Niles, Benny, Keaton, and Izana. All classes remain the same. Izana gives her access to monk/shrine maiden. Why not? Laszlo. So I was debating for a while whether or not I should keep the whole isekai bullshit, and I came up to the conclusion that, yes, I will. We all know who Laszlo is, we all played Awakening. I'll probably eventually do an Awakening video anyway, but with that said, I won't focus too much on his origins. I'll keep the backstory for the DLC part of this video, as Hidden Truth stays, but slightly tweaked. Let's instead begin with his appearance in Nor. Laszlo appeared in Nor with two other mercenaries, Selena and Odin. The trio walked to the capital of Nor and made a name for themselves, working for whoever would hire them. A few months after they showed up, Garen requested a hearing with them, which they happily obliged. Laszlo was assigned as Xander's new retainer after his skills were tested, and the pair quickly grew a friendly rivalry and mutual respect for each other. Laszlo often compares himself to an old friend of his, with a bittersweet smile. Whenever Xander asks about Laszlo's past, he would simply state that his mother was a dancer and his father was a strong warrior. His design also remains the same as well. I find it really endearing. I also like how he stays a mercenary, and I think they made good use of the fact that he can and does dance with his personal skill. That had a part to do with me keeping the isekai bullshit. He supports with Corrin, Felicia, Azura, Elise, Effie, Nyx, Camilla, Selena, Baruka, Perry, Charlotte, Mozu, Xander, Odin, and Keaton. All classes remain the same. Perry. Perry was born to two noble parents. Her father passed away from an illness when she was just a child, leaving her to grow up alone with her mother, whom she grew very close to. Due to her abundant wealth, Perry grew up with everything she needed, as her mother hired a handful of servants to aid in raising her daughter. Perry's father was a retired knight, which inspired her to pick up her late father's torch and enrolled in the Norian army. Her spoiled demeanor and attitude got her kicked out, however, as Gunther believed she was too immature still. Her mother simply hired knights to train her and had her compete in tournaments to prove her strengths. It wasn't really uncommon for Perry to be gone for days at a time for a tournament, so she usually went with a servant to accompany her if her mother wasn't present. One fateful tournament had the Crown Prince attending as a spectator, and Perry finished third, despite her amazing performance. As she returned home, she discovered her mother's corpse on the ground, and screamed and cried for hours on end. One of her servants had murdered her mother in a fit of rage due to being rejected, as he grew obsessed with her. Upon discovering her mother, Perry's mental state permanently degraded and sent her into a days-long manic episode. She found her servant responsible for her mother's death and murdered him in return, then turning the blade against the others. She believes that they had allowed this to happen and killed everyone present. Was arrested weeks later and charged with the murder of her mother and the servants. as she was unable to properly explain what had really happened. Perry was set to receive the death penalty for her crimes, but Xander stepped in. He strongly opposed her execution and ordered her to become his retainer, as he believed her combat skills would be wasted otherwise. This was a crucial part in Perry's rehabilitation, being the only person that believed she couldn't have killed her mother. While she remained mentally unstable, she was at least aware of her actions and swore to protect Xander at all costs for helping her in her darkest times. She still takes pleasure in killing her enemies, but only kills if ordered to. Despite her nature, she got along well with Laszlo, as sometimes he remarks she reminds him of an old friend of his who also had quite the volatile personality. Her design also remains the same. I like the wannabe Harley Quinn thing she's got going on. I'll add that she dyed the bottom of her hair pink in honor of her mother because her mother had that hair color. I also made some massive changes in her backstory for a simple reason that the whole thing seemed absolutely insane to me. She was just plain evil for no reason, so I tried giving her some nuance while keeping her the sadistic bitch that she is. I also think it's really funny that in the original Conquest, Xander only accepted her as his retainer because he wanted to get in her pants. She supports with Corin, Xander, Jacob, Silas, Kaze, Odin, Niles, Leo, Arthur, Benny, Keaton, Laszlo, Felicia, Selena, Charlotte. All the classes remain the same. Odin. I already discussed plans for the trio in Laszlo's section, so I'll just assume that everyone here has a better memory than the average TikTok user. Odin follows Laszlo and Selena to Nor and becomes their trusty mage. When he was granted a hearing with Garen, Leo almost immediately was impressed by his magic skills and appointed him as his retainer. Much like Laszlo, whenever Leo asked about Odin's past, he's answered a little cryptically. The most the prince ever got out of him was his mother's name. She promised to keep a secret. The whole Odin Dark character really helps him play up his fake identity to not accidentally reveal who he really is. Odin and Leo also share some sort of mutual rivalry, while also having enormous respect for each other. I did some major changes on his design simply because I wasn't a fan of him being half naked. I tried keeping the same color scheme without making it too different or odd looking. I had kind of a hard time with this specific redesign compared to the others, but I think it turned out okay, and I think it stays consistent with everything else, and I'm happy with it, so that's what matters, right? He supports with Corin, Felicia, Azura, Elise, Effie, Nyx, Camilla, Selena, Baruka, Perry, Charlotte, Mozu, Leo, Niles, and Laszlo. Niles was born to a lower-class prostitute who eventually abandoned him in the lonely and desolate streets of the capital. He was recruited by a gang early on in his childhood and was quickly taught how to steal, fight, and most importantly, kill. Growing up with nothing and always wondering where his next meal would be, he often earned money by doing various criminal activities. Over time, this kind of fucked up with his emotional growth, as he associated pain with good rewards and therefore enjoyed whatever job he was hired to do. In his last heist, the gang attempted to steal from Castle Krakenberg, but the attempt failed miserably and Niles was left behind as a distraction. Leo caught him, and Niles begged him to put him out of his misery, but the prince refused and forced him to become his retainer instead. Leo saw great potential in Niles and put him on the right path. Niles is eternally grateful for a second chance Leo gave him, as he was fed, had a roof over his head, and most importantly, didn't have to worry about anything. He swore to protect him with his life at all costs. He still keeps his sadistic tendencies because bad habits don't die overnight. He also remains in contact with some of his underground connections, which he uses to get dirt on people to blackmail them if he deems it necessary. When Odin became Leo's retainer, he dug up anything he could on the guy, only to eventually find out he's basically a ghost. Niles pressed Odin about this on and on over the years. He eventually confessed that he isn't from Nor, and that's why Niles can't find anything about him. Aside from Leo, Niles considers Odin to be his first true real friend. His design also stays the same because I don't think it needs any changes. I dig the eye patch because it's a good stark reminder that Niles was a criminal and that he'll never escape his past. He still carries the scars with him every day. He does try to better himself, and he doesn't want to make Leo look bad, but you can take a guy out of the streets, but you can't take the streets out of him.
Speak for yourself.
The small changes to his backstories are just my personal take on it because I preferred my version of things. He supports with Corin, Felicia, Azura, Effie, Elise, Nyx, Camilla, Selena, Baruka, Perry, Charlotte, Mozu, Odin, Arthur, and Leo. All classes remain the same. Selena. Okay, we did this bit twice. Third time is not the charm. Selena was recruited by Camilla when Garen requested her presence at the castle, as she admired her strength, but also her sharp tongue and her ability to speak freely. She's pretty snarky, but she also has no trouble backing up her words in friendly duels with the army. Unlike her awakening counterpart, she's more willing to open up to others and trust those around her. Even still, she keeps the cold and distant facade to protect her identity. Camilla often showers her in love, praise, and admiration, but this would always annoy her. The only instance of Selena speaking of her past to Camilla was when she told her how she felt inferior to her mother, and thus why she got so annoyed easily by Camilla's affection. It reminded her of Cordelia. Camilla understood and backed off immediately, respecting Selena's wishes. The past was questioned by her peers, but every time she would simply reply with a snark remark. Selena's design also stays the same. The mercenary class line just looks really good overall, so I don't see any point in changing how it looks. She supports with Corin, Silas, Jacob, Kazik, Xander, Leon, Niles, Odin, Lazo, Arthur, Benny, Keaton, Camilla, Baruka, and Perry. All classes remain the same. Baruka. Where or when Baruka was born exactly is unknown. She's unsure of her own age or origin. She never met her parents and was left at an orphanage from birth. She was one day adopted by a wealthy man, turned out to be one of Nor's most skilled assassins. He adopted her with the only intent of having an apprentice. He taught her how to kill, how to survive, and how to stay unknown. She has an extremely good poison immunity, and any other ailment for that matter. She was also taught how to survive with no food, water, or shelter. Baruka never knew love, never knew care, and never knew what it felt like to belong. She's very understanding of the cycle of life, has no difficulty accepting the situation at hand, but she feels almost no emotions, something she's self-conscious about once she joins Camilla. One day she was hired to kill Camilla by her own mother. She carried out the hit as planned until she came face to face with Camilla. The young princess pleaded with her to give up her life of crime, heartbroken that someone younger than her would live such a life. She promised that she would never need for anything, whether that be love, food, clothes, shelter, or whatever else she desired. For the first time in Baruka's life, she felt an emotion. She felt gratitude. At that moment, she decided to work for Camilla instead, from that day on. Relations between Selena and Baruka are cordial. The pair get along well and mutually understand each other without speaking much. Baruka appreciates how Selena never nags her with a multitude of questions the most. In my research for this neat little project, I learned that Baruka's armor is actually a hand-me-down from Camilla. I never planned on changing her design, but it's a really cool fun fact, so I just really wanted to put it out there. She supports with Corin, Silas, Jacob, Kazik, Xander, Leo, Niles, Odin, Lazo, Arthur, Benny, Keaton, Selena, Camilla, and Charlotte. All classes remain the same. Effie. Born in the slums of the capital, Effie had a relatively normal upbringing despite being very poor. In her later teen years, she would enter eating, arm wrestling, lifting, and strength contests to earn a bit of cash on the side. In one such contest, she ran into a young princess, and the two quickly got along and met each other every week at the same spot. One day though, they got caught and Elise had to reveal her identity to the royal guards, forcing her back home and getting grounded for disobeying. Just noting that Effie is a handful of years older than Elise, Effie immediately enrolled as a knight and climbed up the ranks in a matter of weeks with her impressive strength and skill. Picking up Garen's interest, he asked the young lady if she wished to be a royal retainer, and she quickly obliged. He was then appointed as Elise's retainer, and the two were reunited once again. Effie was appointed Elise's retainer about a year and a half before the story begins, as Garen grew more and more wary of the tensions between Nor and Bushido and wanted to ensure that Elise was safe. She immediately got along relatively well with the rest of the army, as her composed and gentle demeanor makes her easy to approach. For Effie, I gave her pants and a normal armored boot instead of the high heels. Everything else about her armor is peak though, and I love how she looks otherwise. The entirely pink armor was also a special demand from Elise, She pulled a few favors to get it done for her best friend. Also darkened her sweater a bit to make it more apparent, because when I was drawing her I realized that that wasn't her skin. That was a shirt. She supports with Corin, Silas, Jacob, Kaza, Xander, Leo, Niles, Odin, Laszlo, Arthur, Benny, Keaton, Elise, Mozu, and Nyx. All classes remain the same. Arthur didn't necessarily grow up poor. His family had enough to get by. They couldn't afford luxurious things or a better house. He lived in a relatively poor neighborhood though, where many kids came from broken homes. The injustice he witnessed in his childhood shaped him to the person he is today, always trying his best to spread happiness and bring justice to those who can't bring it to themselves. There's nothing he detests more than those who hurt others for benefit. He strives to be the hero he wished his neighborhood had, harboring a soft spot for kids in need. He made a name for himself fighting off criminals, preying on the weak and poor, doing it for no monetary reward, and simply requested a smile from those he's helped. Through the years of his good deeds, his luck was always extremely piss poor. Despite that, he kept a smile on his face. Garen held a hearing to appoint Elise's second retainer a few weeks after Effie's instauration, and had a multitude of candidates. Arthur stuck out the most to Garen, both with his flashy colors but also his optimistic personality and demeanor. He picked him as Elise's second retainer, believing that his way of carrying himself would bode well with his daughter. The pair got along immediately. Arthur has always been a bit critical of how much Effie eats, but it's become an inside joke between them over time. I'm also keeping his design the exact same, because it's cool and you're lame if you think otherwise. Also, the prospect of a grown-ass man walking around like that is just too funny to be chained. Like bro is All Might before All Might. He supports with Corin, Felicia, Azura, Elise, Effie, Nyx, Camilla, Selena, Baruka, Perry, Charlotte, Mozu, Niles, Benny, and Keaton. All classes remain the same. Nyx. Born in a small village in the northern part of Nor, Nyx was born to two extremely powerful mages. Her village was known as a witch clan, a pretty isolated community that was kind of just known as a folk legend. Her magical powers far surpassed anyone else's from the clan, and as she grew, everyone grew terrified of her capacities. Eventually, Nyx decided to dabble in a far darker form of magic, piercing herself in the hopes of limiting her powers by making her age at a much slower rate. Even still, one fateful night, she lost control of herself and killed dozens of her people. She ran away the next morning, swearing to never come into contact with anyone ever again to avoid hurting them. As a witch, she did learn how to sustain herself. Nyx traveled far and wide across Nor, but tragedy followed her everywhere she went. People were scared of her abilities, and what she could do. As much as she tried to keep a low profile, she would always attract unwanted attention, one way or another, and be hunted down and chased away. Over the years, she became more and more of a loner, with her view of the world being soured. Nyx is about 150 years old, but she stopped counting decades ago as she doesn't see the value in knowing how long she's been alive for. With her new design, I tried giving her more of a young adult / older teenager look to reflect the fact that she ages really slowly instead of just not aging at all. I saw some fan-made sprites of her with her hair tied up, and I loved it so much that I just had to give her ponytails. I also think it fits better for her old mature air and her vibe and all. I also think it just fits better, especially with the light makeup I added too. Since, you know, she hates being called a child or mistaken for one, I think that adding a few things to try to make her look older helps the idea that, like, I don't think I need to explain her design too much, because we kind of saw my take with Odin, but, you know, quick overview. I didn't like the whole panty armor thing. Thought it was strange, deranged even, so that's gone. Same with the whole like bra situation. Didn't like that. That's also gone. You get something much nicer. She supports with Corin, Silas, Jacob, Kazik, Xander, Leo, Niles, Odin, Laszlo, Arthur, Benny, Kin, Effie, Charlotte, and Mozu. Charlotte. Born of a rather poor family in the center of Windmire, Charlotte had a relatively normal upbringing. Her parents were very loving, and she had quite the close bond with her siblings. Though growing up in such a harsh environment outside of her home made her develop a tough and strong personality. Being rather brash and crude, Charlotte also found herself to be pretty talented at fighting. In her older teenage years, however, she wished to find a husband of better social standing to help her family. Her personality chased most men away, as she was far too much for them to handle. Charlotte eventually gave up as the numerous rejections kind of hurt her self-esteem, and she instead opted to join the Royal Knights. Turns out that it was quite the field for her, but her personality once again was an issue, so she was moved to Border Guard. The pay wasn't as good as a Royal Guard, but it was enough to sustain her family. The demotion, however, made her change up her act a bit, and she started putting up a innocent and fragile appearance. The goal was to fool people into thinking she was just a delicate flower, kind of a damsel in distress. She kinda couldn't afford to be demoted again. This proved successful, however, as her reputation improved over time. The only person she can truly call her friend is Benny, though, as he isn't scared nor shaken by her true personality. For Charlotte, I had to do some massive makeover. The barely clove look was just not it, so I had to completely flip the script with this one. I kept the triangular bluish pattern she had going on because I honestly like it a lot. Padded her up with a lot more armor while trying to stick to the OG design a little. I also explored a bit more of her backstory because she wasn't really delved into much. She supports with Corin, Silas, Jacob, Kha'Zix, Xander, Leon, Niles, Odin, Lazo, Arthur, Benny, Keaton, Nyx, Baruka, and Perry. All classes remain the same. Benny. Born in a small village somewhere lost in Nor, Benny grew up on a farm surrounded by animals. As the oldest son, he helped around a lot with the cattle and raising his younger siblings. Despite this, he always did find it hard to express himself and speak to others, even his own family. He was always rather reserved, preferring to spend his days attending to the farm animals. Working so hard at the family home made him rather muscular, as he had the affinity for gaining muscle mass so easily. Once Benny became of age, he set off to the capital and enrolled as a knight. His inability to speak properly to others held him back from being a royal guard, and he was instead assigned as a border guard. He sent a good amount of money back to his family to help them with the farm, as Nor endured harsher economical situations year after year. Him and Charlotte get along quite well, being kind of the black sheep of their unit. They were always assigned together. He isn't fazed by her brash being, and she understands him even if he doesn't speak a word. Benny takes great pride in his work, often sending letters to his parents, retelling his days as a guard. His design stays the same, but I'm making more of a point story-wise that Benny and Charlotte come as a 2-in-1. I also kinda had to make some shit up because there's like nothing on my boy Benny. He supports with Corin, Felicia, Azura, Elise, Effie, Nyx, Camilla, Selena, Baruka, Perry, Charlotte, Mozu, Arthur, and Keaton. All classes remain the same. Keaton. Born and raised in a small community of Wolfskin, he was raised to be the next leader of their clan. His childhood was a turbulent one, as there were daily invasions from humans trying to kill his people for their fur. The Wolfskin were fascinated by human possessions, as they kept them after killing whoever stepped in to attack them. This same fascination was passed on to Keaton, the same way it was for every Wolfskin child. Normally, his kin is very wary of humans for pretty obvious reasons, but Keaton wants to build better relationships with them despite his clan's wishes, which is also why he's so chill with joining your army. Being unused to human societal norms, Keaton has a bit of a hard time fitting into the army. He's a bit socially inept, but still very outgoing. He tries to get along with everyone. He's always cheery, but has a bit of a hard time properly expressing how he feels to humans, as that's not really an issue amongst his kin. Keaton also hoards a lot of whatever he finds interesting. It doesn't take much for him to get distracted, which leads him to having an awful sense of direction. His design also stays the same, because honestly, it's fine. I like the vampire werewolf-esque air to it. Besides that small note, there isn't much more to say about him because, like, the game gives him free storylines. He supports with Corin, Felicia, Azura, Elise, Effie, Nyx, Camilla, Baruka, Selena, Charlotte, Perry, Arthur, Lazo, and Benny. Guess what? All classes remain the same. Gunter. Born to a lower class family, Gunter enrolled as a knight as soon as he was able to. His early life was quite innocent and peaceful. He was a well-mannered child that excelled well in just about anything. His prowess helped him immensely when he became a knight, rapidly gaining in ranks and attention. Soon, he was assigned as a retainer to the then young King Garen. There he met his wife. They wed shortly after falling in love. She retired early, taking on the responsibility of raising their family while Gunter provided with a hefty paycheck. It pays to be the king's retainer. Though the pair spent decades together, The relationship never flourished more than retainer and boss. Gunther is Garen's only retainer that he never had to replace. As such, Gunther doesn't get attached at all to any of his companions. He doesn't like Yago at all, however, as he suspects he's up to no good. Garen values Gunther's opinion and intake on any matter and often consults with him before making any decisions. While there isn't any friendliness, there's a lot of mutual respect for each other. Ever since Garen got crippled, Gunther didn't get much use out of being his retainer, as Garen rarely ever left the castle and couldn't really fight against any foes. As such, Garen asked him to oversee the training of all the royal guards, as well as the training of his children, even if he's old and his stats are a bit poopy. Gunther wasn't someone you wanted to face in his prime years. He uses his knowledge and experience to guide the newer generation. His design also stays the same. He's an old man, he's a knight, not much more needs to be changed here. I know the original story Gunther had this weird animosity with Garen and he retired but didn't at the same time. It was kind of weird and convoluted. So I'm keeping it simple by just making him Garen's retainer. He supports with Corin, Jacob, Felicia, Flora, and Xander. He can't marry anyone for pretty obvious reasons. I'm keeping his class changes from the game though because even if they were there to compensate for the fact that he only has one support, I think it makes sense given that he's super experienced. Corin gives whatever, Jacob gives Troubadour, Felicia gives Troubadour also, Flora gives Dark Mage, and Xander gives Knight. Why hello, this is Nova of the future. So, a bit of time has gone on between me recording these voice lines and me editing the video, of which is a little embarrassing. So I won't reveal how long it's been because that would reveal how much I procrastinate on everything. But anyway. In my research, completely unrelated to this project, I found out that at some point during the development of Fates, the soldier class might have been intended to be playable. I found this out because there's concept art of both the female and male variant of the class, so I figured that if they have a female variant, maybe they wanted it to be playable, or maybe we were supposed to get generic female soldiers at some point. So anyway, that got my noggin thinking, and I figured, what if I made it playable? But then I encountered another problem. Where do I put it? Originally, I thought of making Silas the new soldier, but then I realized I would fuck up the early game quite a lot. So I kept cooking, as I had time to think about it, and I figured that for the first generation, it would be a class for Gunther only to reclass into. Let me explain. As I've mentioned, the characters in the original game who only supported with Corin had a lot more options to reclass into, to compensate the fact that they don't have any supports. I'm keeping this. I'm 99% sure I mentioned it 2 minutes ago in the video. But anyway, so I'm keeping this. And instead of having Gunther be a mercenary, he will have the ability to be a soldier. The chances are no one reclassed him into a hero anyway, so this doesn't fucking matter. But he can't be a soldier at base class because he's a pre-promote. I think. So Gunther gets to be a soldier if you want him to be. I also thought maybe I could give it to a second gen character, and I will go into that a little bit later. But for now, let me talk a little bit more about my project, or my idea for the soldier class. I will be giving it, since every class at level 10 gains a new skill, for that class, I'm giving Bolt Stance to soldiers because it's a skill that can only be used by enemy units for some reason, so I figured, we'll just give it to soldiers. So, soldiers can promote to either paladins or generals. I know they don't have any cool, fancy promotions of their own, but I couldn't find anything that would give us the idea that they could promote, so I'm just going with pre-existing classes in the game. One final note before I wrap this up. Gunter, especially in this case, but all the characters, I believe I've mentioned it loosely here and there that certain characters will reveal certain traits about themselves in the base, my castle, whatever you want to call it. But a lot of these things will come out also in supports in case you miss them or in case you don't care or whatever. One of which being that Gunter has 3 kids and a wife. You can't marry him. That's it.
Excuse me.
Legion over out. Flora. Reserved and diligent, Flora serves the Norian royal family with reluctance and aversion. She sees this deal between her tribe and Garen as a burden, often finding no meaning or pleasure in what she does. She hides her true feelings though, as to not upset Felicia, who found meaning in what she does. Despite being the perfect servant on all accords, Flora never pledged allegiance to Nor. She holds respect for Corin, as she appreciates how kind they are to her and her sister. She's Felicia's polar opposite, strong with magic, weaker in strength. Naturally gifted in anything she does, has almost no weaknesses or flaws, but holds how she truly feels inside. She envies Felicia for her ability to freely be herself and express how she feels. Both sisters love each other unconditionally, and hold immense respect for each other. She doesn't stick by Felicia once the story begins, as she goes back home to finalize her training in becoming the Ice Tribe's next leader. Whenever she comes back, she pledges her allegiance of her own free will to Nor and gets assigned as Azura's second retainer for Conquest. Her design also stays the same with the addition of dark blue tights. She's usually also pretty cold due to her wielding ice magic, so she puts on a few more layers to stay warm. Same corset as Felicia, but she gets the dark blue from her tights to complement the look. Also cheated a bit and kept their same base. Little insider secret. Editor's note. I wanted to add that, some of you might be wondering, hey, why is it that Flora gets assigned as Azura's second retainer and not Felicia or Jacob, depending on the gender? That's an excellent question. I just wanted to have Flora as Azura's retainer. She supports with Corin, Azura, Felicia, Jacob, Gunter, and Leo. Much like Felicia, her choice of class sign is her base class before she was put into Corin's care. I'm also removing her mercenary class line for this one, as she can friendship seal off of Felicia and get it that way. I also gave her more supports because I believe she needed it and deserved it. Corin gives whatever you choose, Azura gives Pegasus Knight, Felicia gives Mercenary, Jacob gives Cavalier, and Gunter also gives Cavalier, while Leo gives White. Mozu. Coming from a small village right on the border of Nor and Hoshido territory, Mozu lived a peaceful and calm life on the farm with her family. Being such a small village, the ravages of war often destroyed the village, making the inhabitants quite poor. Even still, that didn't stop them from thriving, as Hoshido's lands are quite prosperous for agriculture. Working on a farm her whole life, Mozu is quite physically strong despite her small stature and build. She's often self-conscious of herself, seeing herself as inept and weak. The loss of her mother from an attack on her village from these strange creatures left her scarred and traumatized. Despite this, Mozu still tries to remain her usual happy self. Mozu's greatest strength comes from her experience as a country girl, though she's rather humble about it. She excels at hunting, cooking, carrying around heavy things, and wrangling animals. I'm keeping Mozu's design the exact same. She's not meant to be a fighter, she's also Hoshidan. I think she can get away with looking a bit raggedy. Besides, she's pretty much this game's trainee, so you're not meant to keep her in her original class anyway. She supports with Corin, Jacob, Silas, Kaze, Effie, Nick, Xander, Niles, Leo, Odin, Arthur, Keaton, Benny, Niles, and Shura. Shura, born and raised in the small farmer country of Koga, Shura lived a pretty normal life until Mokushu attacked. Tensions between the two neighboring countries had been high for many decades, as they both wished to acquire each other's land. Koga would lose the struggle, and the entire country was pillaged and ransacked. Children were spared and forced into training to serve Mokushu. The young teenage Shura escaped and sought asylum in Hoshido. He quickly had to escape as Mokushin spies were on the lookout for any runaways. Shura then had to seek refuge in Nor, but life was much harsher there. He turned to a life of crime and deceit to make ends meet, against his morals and better judgment. Living such a life makes him have a low view of himself. Shura isolates himself and keeps away from people, ashamed of what he had become to survive. Every night he prays for souls he had to take and wishes them better fortune in their next lives. He's also in his 30s when the story takes place. I'm keeping his design the same, even if he has skunk hair. Shura is one of those guys I find pretty charming, but criminally underused. I try giving him more of a politically charged backstory to better fit with the overall tone I'm going for of, life sucks sometimes. He supports with Korin, Mozu, Kaze, and Camilla. I added Mozu because they can relate on the destroyed home part, Kaze because he's from Mokushu, and Camilla because I feel like their interactions would be really neat. Korin gives whatever, Mozu gives Archer, Kaze gives Miradon, and Camilla gives a Wyvern. Hey, it's me, Goku! So, while I was editing, a small light bulb came over my head, and I figured that I would be fucking up a great chance to have Shura and Niles have a support conversation. So I'm adding it here. Since they're both from the underworld of Nor, they can relate on their shared experiences, and we could even go as far as to say that they actually knew each other prior to joining the same army. I also noticed that while recording, I never mentioned that all the male and female added supports to everyone who has children, like Leo and Flora, can now get married, and so Forrest can now get Flora's stats bonus things. It's just a neat little addition to give you something. Since we're going to be adding supports and adding things, I thought maybe we might as well just add a whole lot more. Izana. Hailing from the kingdom of Izumo, Izana is the 57th Archduke and a direct descendant of the gods. Izumo is an independent country, but it is guarded and protected by Hoshido as a peace agreement between the two nations. Following wildly different beliefs than any other religion on the continent, Izumo is renowned for its monks and maidens. Izana is no exception. Being born in such a peaceful and quiet place, he developed quite the personality and affinity for having fun and partying. Izana thinks quite highly of himself and loves himself more than anyone ever could, as he takes immense care of his appearance, winning him the 5 times title of best hair. Truly a remarkable guy. He supports with Corrin and Elise. I'm only adding Elise because I feel like the optional route guys supporting with One Royal also gives the guys that aren't really story relevant but join you anyway should get to talk with One Royal just because it would be funny. And I chose Elise because she would be the one who would enjoy his shenanigans the most out of everyone in the army. She also gives him access to Troubadour for funny builds if desired. Anna. So, for Anna, I thought it was kind of a fucking shame that she was locked behind a paywall, so I'm adding her here as a normal unit. She can be one of the first few units you gain. She's not story relevant at all whatsoever, kind of like how Anna wasn't in Awakening. You could just recruit her in the paralogs and it wouldn't matter. Here, you recruit her once you add either an item shop or a weaponry. She will come in and be like, "Hey there, I'm Anna. Pleasure doing business with you." And then Corrin will be like, "Oh, hi, Anna." And then Anna will force herself into your army and not give you a choice. She retains the exact same personality as she had in any other iteration. She loves money, loves making a profit, she loves not getting robbed, and she loves robbing you. For the purposes of this being Conquest, she joins you as a outlaw, because she was a thief in Awakening, so I guess they gotta keep the trend going. She can sell her class into a troubadour or into a apothecary. That thing? Yeah, that thing. Anna does have supports, but she can only marry Corrin, however. So with that said, she supports with Corrin, Odin, Selena, Laszlo, Charlotte, because they both love money, and lastly, whichever retainer you have based on your gender. Either Jacob or Felicia. They have the exact same support, the only difference is that for one she says Felicia, and for the other she says Jacob. While she can't marry anyone besides Corrin, she can friendship seal with them, so you could just give her funny classes if you felt like it. And that concludes our segment for the playable characters. I made a few changes here and there to some of the backstories as well as the personalities of some characters, just to have some leeway to be able to play around more with them and have fun, really. I won't be delving into supports in this video, nor do I think I will ever make any videos about the supports because honestly it's too much of a hassle for the little gain that I would get from talking about people yapping to each other. So just headcanon them in your head or make a mod for it, I don't know. Also, before I forget to mention it, it's very intentional that I twisted some of the characters' backstories just a tiny little bit to have Camille Alexander and Leo have criminals be rehabilitated as their retainers. Elise is not included in that because I wanted to reflect a bit more of how she is as a person. She's not as well experienced with people as her siblings are, and I think it makes more sense for them to try to give people a second chance given that they've seen how dog-awful Nor can be. I as well added ties to some of the optional My Castle characters, I would call them. They're not that in this version of Conquest, but that's what they are in the original, and I don't know what else to call them. For the simple fact that I always thought that optional characters having little to no ties to anyone gives the player almost no incentive to use them besides just having a maybe good unit. And when that unit isn't even good, there's literally no reason to get them. So at least here, by using some of the extra units, not necessary, I don't know what to call them, you get a little something more that you wouldn't otherwise have. And now, before we move on to the main story, let's cover the non-playable characters that are still pretty plot relevant for Conquest. And first up, we're going with Garen. Last-born son of the former king of Nor, Garen's childhood was turbulent to say the least. His brother was the heir to the throne, but he was mysteriously assassinated one night, causing chaos amongst the Norian higher clans. Garen was the only one left to inherit the throne, as his other siblings either died or gave up the throne by fear of being assassinated as well. After his father passed away, Garen became king of Nor and eventually married Katarina. The two fell madly in love. It seemed like Nor might be looking at a brighter future, as the pair welcomed their first child, Xander, but soon after, things turned for the worse once again. Katarina died, and that left Garen alone once again. Garen wished to have a united family with strong bonds and no threats thrown at his children, unlike his childhood. Part of that dream died along with Katarina, as he was left alone to nurture and raise a sickly son. Many concubines came in and tried to seduce their way to the crown, attempting to fill in the role Katarina had, but to no avail. Each one of them left Garen a little more broken and a little more untrusting of others. Even still, he never let that get in the way of loving his children. Then one day came a woman unlike any other, a lady. She was everything Garen needed at that moment. They fell in love immediately. The higher class detested her and her daughter, however. He tried his damnedest to make them accept her, but their love wouldn't last though, as she too would pass away. Left heartbroken once again, Garen became more depressed and distant to all except his children, who he still tried to raise with at least one loving parent. He rules with an iron fist. Many regard him as a cold and cruel leader, tolerating no harm or unfairness towards his people or his kingdom. Rashidun prisoners are almost never heard of, as any trespassers are rather executed. I mean, some Hoshiden soldier did try to take his life and almost succeeded at the worst time of his life. Bro got some issues, you know. Many of his retainers died over the years. Having to replace them over and over kinda left him distant from anyone working for him. Even Gunter, who's been there since day one. He doesn't needlessly punish his kids for failing because that's just dumb. This Garen isn't pure evil. He's a man who's lived a hard life with a lot of trauma and sometimes makes bad decisions. Most people fear him because he's intimidating, and word gets around that he doesn't fuck around with criminals, but he's still loved in the hearts of the older Norian folk as they remember him in his younger days. Now for his design, I'm changing only one thing about it, and I did not draw it because it's so minor that I couldn't be fucked. His skin is not gray, it's a normal skin color. That's the only thing I'm changing, because having a Play-Doh-ass evil king is like peak cartoonish villain. Iago. Not much is known about Iago's past. Many have tried to dig into it, Gunther especially, but to no avail. He's an extremely skilled mage, powerful in all forms of magic. He's been in the Norian military for decades, being head commander of the Norian mages for over 10 years, before Garen assigned him as his newest retainer a few years before the story takes place. Yago's exact age or birthday isn't known, but he's believed to be in his 50s. As an extremely deceitful and arrogant man with a shit ton of power, he doesn't shy away from using anything he can to get what he wants. He easily manipulates others and sees no problem in causing harm and agony to those he dislikes. Basically, he's a fucking asshole, literally no one likes him. He's also Garen's right-hand man, helping him make decisions of matters. Anything he can do to siphon more power isn't below him. It's kind of an open secret, but he hates Xander, Leo, Camilla, and Corrin because he sees them as a threat to his influence on Garen. If they were to somehow die, he wouldn't be mad about it, and absolutely nothing could stand in his way anymore. Wink, wink. Hans. Grade A asshole and high-profile mercenary. Hans is your stereotypical scumbag who lied, cheated, killed, and stole his way to his title. His earlier days were about what you would expect from someone like him. His dad was a drunk, and his mom was a prostitute. He grew up stealing and fighting people to make ends meet. With years, Hans eventually became a pretty well-known criminal dealing in literally all types of illegal activities. A few years prior to the story, he was hired to kill a few nobles closely related to the Norian royalty and was arrested by Xander. He sat in jail for a few years while debates went on arguing over what his sentence would be. Yago eventually convinced King Garen that they could use Hans as conflict with Hoshido was on the horizon and they needed a skilled man like him. Garen reluctantly agreed on the only condition that he's not allowed near any of his children, especially Xander. Lilith. Lilith's exact birth year isn't known, but she's assumed to be in her mid to late teens. She was abandoned as a child in the servant living quarters, and Casista adopted her as her daughter. She was raised alongside the other servants and served the royal family. She formed an extremely close bond with Corrin especially, as the two could always heavily relate to each other and cared for each other like they were family. Wink wink. Lilith took the role of attendant to Corrin while they were waiting to find the retainers. She swore to them that she would keep them safe and make sure that they had everything they desired. Casista. Casista is an older woman who has been loyal to the royal family for decades. She was the late Queen Katerina Anaredes' attendant and the main caregiver for all of the Norian children. She's a woman with a heart of gold, nurturing any and all children who come into her life. She adopted Lilith, as well as many other orphan children, in hopes of giving them the love and care they deserve. She's especially close to Elise, as she was a child who needed her care and attention the most out of all of them. In her younger years, she was a formidable maid, but after Elise grew old enough to take care of herself, she retired. Casista currently runs a small flowers business in the capital. Zola, a sleazy Norian mage who trained under Yago. Zola is what we would call a fucking roach. A coward at heart, he finds anyone willing to do his dirty work for him and sends them off with little to no regard. He excels at a shape-shifting form of magic, allowing him to take on the appearance of anyone as long as he has a piece of them. Anything he can do to acquire more power, he'll do. He doesn't really have any morals or compassion for others, he just wants to be in Garen's good graces regardless of what he has to do to achieve that. And that about wraps up every somewhat important character that is not playable. Obviously there's more, like some minor bosses, but they weren't really worth having a character description and an overview, as they're not really consequential to the story. And obviously I don't talk about the Hoshidan siblings here, or any of the characters in the Birthright route, because that would defeat the purpose of having a Birthright video eventually. And for some pretty obvious reasons, I'm not talking about any of the Hoshidan characters that are bosses, mostly because that'll be another time. I also want to add that a lot of these moments are known through support conversations between playable characters, as well as base conversations. in the My Castle that we will have. You can talk to characters in between each chapters or paralogs, and they'll share a thought about what's going on. So, you know, when you fight Zola, because obviously that's gonna happen, you can talk to Leo, and Leo goes, "Oh, I fucking hate that guy. He always tries to mess with something somewhere." Or you talk to Xander when Hans shows up, and Xander's like, "I arrested that man and I wish he was dead."
Huh?
You know, just things that give you backstory on what's going on. Especially for Garen, you learn a lot about his backstory throughout supports with Xander and Gunter especially. But, you know, since I said I wasn't covering supports, I'm putting this here so you have context as to how we attain this information without looking at the wiki. And now we're on to the main story. So with all of the background shit out of the way, so you have context as to who the characters are, what the world is, we can now get to the real meat and potatoes of this whole thing. I'm breaking down everything chapter by chapter. Anytime a map changes, I will mention it. If I forget to, then the map stays the same. I'm also not a game designer, so I can't pretend that I'm better than the devs for that part. All of the input I'm putting is for story purposes and not so much gameplay purposes. So if some things seem odd or unnecessary, my bad, coach. But you know, I'm not absolutely fucking hammered out of my mind, so I think I can do a better job. And with that said, every cutscene in the game remains from Corrin's POV, so you can just imagine seeing everything through their eyes, pretty much exactly like the OG game. Prologue. Ties that bind. Corrin wakes up laying in a field. With a hazy view, they can see a familiar figure fighting with someone. They stand up slowly, with uncertain movement wobbling around a bit, holding their head. An unfamiliar voice shouts out their name from behind, and they turn around to face a young lady with long blue hair and a golden necklace. They reach their hand out before they get pushed away by incoming soldiers rushing to the action. The blue-haired woman approaches them and says, "No matter what, Corrin, I'll be by your side." The combat tutorial begins, same map layout and everything, except Azura guides you instead of Hinoka. The enemy soldier you face is not associated with any kingdom or faction, and Azura directs you with the basic commands, which is where you get, you know, the tutorial, how to use this, how to use that. There is no sing command available on this map, however you can only attack with Corrin and Azura. After your battle ends, Corrin's vision begins to fade. The unidentified blue-haired lady that has no name that I've mentioned comes closer and holds them asking, "What's wrong?" "Stay with me, Corrin." And Corrin collapses in her arms. The screen remains black, while all you can hear are the screams of people running away while some kind of beast screeches. In the midst of the chaos, you can faintly hear Xander shouting out to Corrin, begging something to them. The screen fades to the save menu, ending the prologue. Chapter 1. Corrin's Trial. The next scene cuts to Corrin waking up in a cold sweat, staring at their hands. Felicia and Flora enter the room in a panic, with Felicia holding a frying pan hiding behind Flora, and the latter calling out to Corrin, "Is everything alright, Lord Corrin?" Felicia drops the frying pan and the two rush to their bedside. Corrin reassures them that they only had a bad dream, to which Felicia asks if it was the same as before. Corrin informs them that it was similar, with the same blue-haired lady, but things were much scarier and confusing this time. Flora sighs of relief and expresses that they thought they were being attacked when they heard the noise. Corrin apologizes and Jacob walks in, informing them that Xander should be arriving in about 2 hours. Corrin jumps out of bed and gets ready for his arrival, while the twins go back to preparing for the day. The next scene is in the training grounds of the Northern Fortress. Gunter is making sure Corrin is ready for their trial, as Xander is about to make his way to the arena. Corrin is confident in their abilities. A bit of back and forth goes on until Xander arrives, mostly about Gunter expressing how proud he is of Corrin and how they were his most attentive student yet. Xander arrives, kind of interrupting them, and Corrin rushes to him, jumping in his arms. The pair share a warm reunion, with Xander expressing that Corrin's grip is a lot stronger than it was a few months ago when they last saw each other. Xander asks Corrin if they're ready, and they hastily reply positively, beginning Chapter 1's map. The map is a little different here. For one, it's not on a rooftop, but in an arena. Think of the Three Houses Monastery arena, but with Conquest color scheme. Xander remains immovable, but I'm adding 2 more soldiers. Check on screen for the replacement, but the 2 first enemies are regular soldiers with wooden lances. The objective of the map is to defeat every enemy, and the lose condition is losing. It's basically a mock battle, so everyone is equipped with wooden weapons by default, Corrin and Xander included. Once the soldiers are defeated, enemy reinforcements come in. One's an archer, and this is when we get the tutorial for archers as opposed to getting it in the prologue. The other is a mercenary. The enemies this time, however, are aggressive. They will walk towards you. The archer drops a vulnerary, and this is when you get the tutorial for using items and droppable items. After getting rid of the 4 generic enemies, you have to take out Xander, after which the map ends. Xander congratulates Corrin on their battle prowess and how strong they've become, expressing that he's proud of the person they're becoming. He then informs Corrin that since they passed the trial with flying colors, that means they can now come to the castle with the others, now being allowed to carry out battles in the name of Nor. Corrin is very happy about this, because they can finally commit all of the war crimes they've read about. Chapter 2. Strength of Will. Chapter 2 opens up with Corrin arriving back at Castle Krakenberg. They're greeted by their other siblings, that being Leo, Camilla, and Elise. A cute little scene introducing the siblings. Leo has his collar backwards because he dressed in a hurry to not miss Corrin's arrival. Camilla is happy that everyone's together again, and Elise is cheering on Corrin and basically hugs them the entire scene. They also reunite with Garen, who seems pleased to hear that Corrin finished their training. Garen congratulates their child and gives them the Ganglary, a sword infused with dark magic that Yago crafted. He expresses that Corrin is worthy of wielding a weapon comparable to a sacred weapon, much like their siblings. Corrin's objective is to not only hone in on their skills and sharpen their instincts in the real battle, but also learn how to fight with allies. Before, they only fought in mock battle, but Garen wants to test if they have the conviction and strength of will to fight as if this was a real battle. Garen then explains that their trial will take place at the castle's dungeons to some petty, dangerous criminals. Corrin then asks if they have to kill any of their prisoners, to which Garen says he doesn't care either way. The following map has the same layout, similar idea behind it. We're just flipping the script around a bit. Instead of Hoshidan soldiers, you fight in a jail cell against some Norian prisoners. The boss of this map is just some gang lord that Corrin has to take care of. Gunter and Jacob / Felicia also join you depending on your gender, and your formation stays the same. This is also where we're introduced to the healing tutorial and the chain attack tutorial. The map plays out much of the same way, with the same enemies and loadout, just Norian this time. Corrin, out of breath, holds up their hand and exclaims, "I did it, father," to which Garen smiles and nods in approval. Gunter congratulates you on your success and remarks that Corrin is quite vicious with that sword. The whole idea is to basically prove Corrin can handle a powerful sword, because once Xander becomes king, Siegfried will be passed on to Corrin. After Garen's done passing around some congratulations to Corrin, Gunter then tells Corrin to go ahead and head on out and have fun, as he'll take care of mopping up the mess left behind. On their way up, Garen and Corrin catch up a little bit, just having some daddy-child bonding. The next scene then cuts to Corrin walking back to their siblings, with Felice immediately grabbing Corrin's hand and rushing them elsewhere, exclaiming that she had arranged a whole bunch of fun activities for everyone to participate in. Every other sibling tags along just to make her happy, with Camilla expressing that she can't wait for them to feast on the dinner she prepared for them later. Once they walk out, a soldier waltzes in and informs Garen of something troubling on the border. Gunter then asks if the king wishes for him to investigate, but Garen shuts him down and tells him that take the rest of the day off. They'll investigate the matter further and take action tomorrow. Chapter 3. trouble ahead. Corrin walks into the front room the next day, first thing in the morning, at Garen's request. Here they are assigned their first mission. Rumors of Hushidan occupation in an abandoned fortress on the border of the two nations reach the king, and by precaution, he wants to make sure it's not an attempt to sneak across the border to invade Nor. Corrin agrees and takes with them their newly appointed retainer, either Felicia or Jacob, and is accompanied by Gunter just by precaution. No Hans here, as Garen isn't batshit evil or insane, and has no reason to assume the Hoshidans are even there. The trio appear at the Divide, a canyon that crosses over 100 kilometers, being a natural border to Nor and Hoshido. The Divide is its most common name, but certain regions of it are also known as the Bottomless Graveyard, the Dragon's Crevice, or the Abyss. Felicia/Jacob seem rather perturbed by how immense the canyon is, and it's at that point that Corrin nerds out a bit, explaining that this canyon is where dead bodies were dumped after combats during certain wars throughout time, hence the name. It's basically just a massive graveyard for any soldier that died at any given point throughout time in any major historical war. Some retelling of the Dragon of Dusk and Dawn also say that the dragons created the canyon to separate the two kingdoms. Felicia/Jacob are pretty amazed at Corrin's knowledge of the history of this place, but before Corrin can say anything else, Gunther hushes them and points toward the other side of the bridge. They notice a bunch of Hoshidan soldiers moving merchandise, unloading cargo, and moving things around at the fortress. The trio consult each other, with Jacob/Felicia saying that it would be best to turn around and inform Garen before taking action. Gunter advising that it would be best to observe what they do, and Corrin thinking the best way to know what's up is to ask them. Since Corrin is kind of in charge here by being royalty, they go with Corrin's plan and approach the Hoshidans. The gang of Hoshidans get understandably spooked and think they're being attacked, but Corrin tries to yell out at them that they're not the enemies and they just want to talk. A battle then ensues. Corrin asks their chosen retainer and Gunter to spare as many Hoshidans as possible. Editor's note. To some of you it might seem a bit stupid that Corrin would approach the Hoshidans like that. The point of trying to convey here is that Corrin is pretty naive and assumes that things can be resolved with talking instead of fighting. And they genuinely thought this would work. Against everyone's better judgment, they still did it, because they thought, well, Corrin, once they set their mind to something, it won't budge on anything. So the map plays out much the same way. Everything remains the exact same except for Hans just being absent. You actually get rewards here if you kill as little Hoshidans as possible and just beeline for the boss. You don't kill the boss story-wise, he just retreats. Depending on how many people you killed, he might go, "What? Why did you spare us? You're Norian!" Or he would go, well, you spared my life, now I'm going to snitch on the queen and make sure that we get your head for this. Regardless of whatever you choose to do, you get 250 gold by enemy soldiers spared, and since gold is very needed in Conquest, this is kind of the incentive to spare people. This mechanic will come back throughout the route, but I'm just setting it up here. You also have to consider that EXP is very valuable in Conquest. So whatever you choose, you get one thing you need one way or the other. Money is a fair trade, as you can spend it on getting better weapons, to make up for lost experience, to maintain a fair level of power as the game progresses, but again, experience is also very valuable, so make your choices wisely. Regardless of what you do by killing everyone or sparing most of the map, reinforcements from Hoshido's side then come out after the boss is like, yo man, X thing about whatever you chose to do. The reinforcements consist of 2 bum-ass ninjas that go unnamed for the time being. They request a messenger back to the castle to inform Mikoto that they've just been compromised and need to rehearse the plan. They don't attack you, they just rally the troops to avoid any more bloodshed and run away. Gunter is pretty troubled by this development and advises that they turn around and go to the nearest fortress within more territory while they wait for additional orders on the situation. Corrin and the retainers agree, and while they are just walking away, a mysterious assailant jumps them. Gunter shields Corrin, but gets wounded in the process, which sends Corrin into a panic, and their arm transforms and Kamehamehas the assassin. Everyone, including Corrin, is absolutely stunned at just what happened. Any trace of the assassin disappeared. It's like they just vanished into thin air. Jacob/Felicia remarks that they caught a small glimpse of them and assumes they might be Hoshidan, but it was hard to tell. Corrin is too distressed to pitch in any further and suggests they simply make their way to the fortress. The next scene opens with Corrin arriving at the fortress, being greeted by none other than Lilith. She was assigned earlier today to take care of the soldiers stationed here after the recent news of the Hoshidan movement near the border. Gunter tells Corrin to stay there for the time being, while he was going to report personally to Garen about what happened. Gunter then leaves and Lilith invites us inside to show us our living quarters. It's a bit like the private quarters in my castle, but it's an actual room inside the fortress. This is our version of my castle. Instead of being this weird mythical land that anyone can enter for some fucking reason, it's a stationary fortress located wherever Corrin is at the story. There's gonna be times you can't re-enter between fights, but that will be addressed in due time. I know, story-wise, kind of dumb to go back and forth between the fort and the battlefield, so with much thinking, I decided that my castle customization of the castle layout is turned off, and is set automatically to where Corrin would be story-wise. They're basically camping at the nearest fort every time until there's a next battle. The staff of the fort follow you around, but they're not built for combat, so you can't use them. You obviously can't choose where certain things go because of this. If you buy the armory, the rundown building assigned to the armory will be fixed and obtain the level 1 armory. If you level it up, it basically underwent renovations. I know this takes away from the customization element, but it's the best way to make it fit with the story, and once you finish the game, all customization becomes available as a compromise. Because, well, once the game is finished, you're not really going anywhere anymore, and since you can still access your save files for various reasons, I think this is a good middle ground between what happened in OG Fates and my scenario. Corrin gets a little bored of waiting around for additional instructions, so in the evening they sneak out a bit to go have a walk outside the walls. Out of curiosity, they walk back to the border, pondering to themselves what exactly happened. Once they get near the border, they take a look around for a bit, but see no one. In an attempt to humor themselves a bit, they cross the border into Hoshido and exclaim, "First time in Hoshido," and laugh a little bit. Kinda like the popular game of One Foot in Canada, One Foot in America that the kids used to play before 9/11. After a few seconds of getting some fresh air, they decide to turn around, saying something like, "I shouldn't be here. I have a feeling I'm being watched." Deciding to go back to the fortress before anyone realizes they're gone. Corrin puts one foot forward, but is immediately stopped by a gang of Hoshidan soldiers surrounding them, demanding for them to stop and come with them. Corrin doesn't resist and follows them. Chapter 4. Unknown Land. Chapter 4 begins with Corrin waking up in a carriage to a Hoshidan outpost. They're greeted by two complete strangers. Their hands have been binded and their weapons have been taken. The pair introduce themselves as Rinka and Kaze, retainers to Princess Azura. They were informed that a Norian royal was amongst the small troop leading the assault on the border, so they sent in reinforcements. Corrin then asks if they were the ones who sent that assassin, but the two look at each other confused and say no. They had strict orders to not kill them or anyone accompanying them, and so did everyone present. Corrin then asks if they're under arrest, to which Rinka laughs. She then explains that since they were in Hoshidan territory, they were in the right to escort them to Prince Ryoma. The binds were simply there to ensure they wouldn't try to escape, but that they're not technically under arrest. Once they arrive at the outpost, Corrin is escorted inside to meet Prince Ryoma. He asks them why they attacked his people, to which Corrin explains it happened because of a misunderstanding. They were sent there to observe the unusual Hoshidan activity near the border. Ryoma sighs upon hearing this, expressing all this bloodshed over an issue that could have easily been avoided. He believes your claims, expressing that he wishes the relations between Nor and Hoshido weren't so hostile. Still, some of his valiant soldiers were killed in that conflict. Under normal circumstances, Corrin would be held as a prisoner, but since they're Norian royalty, it's best not to, since it's gonna cause more problems. Ryoma shares with them that the Hoshidans have been mobilized at the border because more and more news of monsters crossing into Hoshido have been crossing into Hoshido, causing havoc, terrorizing the poor townsfolk living near them, and even wiping out some villages. The prince then asks Corrin for their name, and Corrin replies with Corrin. Ryoma nearly falls flat on his ass when he hears this and asks Corrin to repeat themselves. Ryoma immediately grabs them by their arms and exclaims, I can't believe it's you! How did I not recognize you? Corrin is really fucking confused and asks Ryoma what he's talking about. He then explains that 15 years ago he had a sibling named Corrin with cream hair and red eyes, much like theirs, missing. Korin responds by saying that Ryoma must have the wrong person, as they've never set foot in Hoshido until now, and that they grew up in Nor. Ryoma then asks to see their forearm, and Korin obliges, showing off their birthmark. Ryoma explained that his sibling that went missing had the exact same birthmark on their forearm, and then asks how old Korin is. We already know they're 20 by their character bio, so you know, things are starting to add up, but Korin just looks distressed and asks, how could this be? Ryoma, seeing that Korin is clearly shaken up, suggests that they go see Queen Mikoto to help them remember everything. Korin reluctantly agrees, as they don't really have any other choice. Before they leave for Castle Shirasagi, a messenger arrives with urgent news. Monsters were spotted in the north attacking. The two princesses were on the scene aiding the villagers flee. They've been overwhelmed and are holding out for reinforcements. Ryoma changes plans and his gang heads for the Valley of Settlement up north. The map plays out the exact same way, except I'm going to have a bit of a variation when it comes to the monsters we fight. The Faceless are still present, but I'm introducing different types of monsters as well. I'll introduce them as they come, since this is new and the point is to have the players be like, oh my god, an enemy I've never seen! The Faceless are damaged sponges. They pack a punch and they can take the hit. However, they're not very fast or accurate. The Golden Masks. Literally a Faceless, except they give a shit ton of EXP. There's only one on this map, and it always gives a full level. They're basically this game's version of the Entombs. At the start of the map, Hinoka flies over the mountains and drops off Sakura, and says they need to hold out here until help arrives. Sakura is completely immobile, and Hinoka won't move to keep her out of sight. Possible they'll pair up if Sakura is injured by a Faceless. Also, I know we don't know their names now by story purposes, but since I assume that everyone watching this video has played Fates, you know who they are, you know what they do, so... After the battle ends, Hinoka informs Ryoma they need to bring Sakura to a doctor as soon as possible. Ryoma asks Rinka and Kaze to carry her back to the cargo since she kinda can't walk with her fucked up ankle. Ryoma scolds Hinoka for taking on something like this without any help and getting Sakura injured, reminding her that she hired her retainers for a good reason. Hinoka apologizes and Ryoma taps her on the back, telling her she did a good job regardless, but to not be so reckless next time. Cute sibling scene over, Hinoka introduces herself to Korin. Korin then introduces themselves to Hinoka, and she gets shooketh. Ryoma then explains that this is most likely their long-lost sibling, and Hinoka breaks down in tears and says, I can't believe this. I thought you were dead. I thought we had lost you. Korin is kind of detached from the situation and just goes, yeah, sure, buddy. And Ryoma then tells everyone to pack their shit and leave. They can catch up on the road. Before they leave, Korin looks behind them and remarks, strange, could have sworn I seen something. Before we move on to chapter 5, I want to explain something real quick once again. Some of you might be thinking it doesn't make much sense for Korin to so seemingly unbothered they are to agree with going ahead with complete strangers into a country they don't know while they're technically not under arrest or under any obligation to do so. While sure, they could run away and skedaddle all the way back to Nor, they don't know how to, they would probably get lost, and, as an empath, they sense that no one they're around really wishes them any harm, so they might as well find out what they want and go back onto their merry way once they can. And with that out of the way, Chapter 5, Origins. Mary Gang arrives at Shirasagi Castle, with Sakura being carried off to be treated for her injuries. Mikoto, perturbed, asks what in the world happened to poor Sakura, and Hinoka explains that she kinda fucked up. Mikoto sighs and says, that hot-headedness of yours will backfire someday, my dear Nika. She then turns her attention to Korin and asks who the guest might be. Ryoma tells her it's best if they go somewhere private and sit down for this. The scene transitions to the royal garden full of pretty flowers, bugs, birds, and the sun shining through all of it. Korin remarks that they've never seen anything so beautiful before, stating that nature is deadly rather than pretty in Nor, which leads Mikoto to ask, oh, you're from Nor. And Ryoma gets the fun task of explaining everything. Mikoto sits there speechless for a few minutes and just bursts into tears, apologizing for not recognizing them and letting them leave her care all those years ago. Korin reassures her by stating that they were treated well in Nor and that their siblings took great care of them. But before Mikoto can ask anything more of the matter, Yukimura walks in and goes,
Pardon the intrusion, Your Highness. I just came to inform you that the festival is about to begin.
Mikoto regains her composure and invites Korin to join them. The next scene is in the castle town. Sakura rejoins them, accompanied by Azura and Takumi. Sakura introduces them as her siblings, and Azura and Korin kinda just stare at each other until Korin says, "I've seen you before." And Azura raises an eyebrow without saying a word. Hinoka asks about her ankles and says that it was just a minor injury, and while she should avoid moving as much as possible, Takumi agreed to help her walk around to not miss the festival. Cute little scene of them walking around the vendors looking at stuff. Sakura finally gets to speak to Korin and asks them their name. Then Korin says Korin, and Sakura gets taken aback and remarks that Hinoka often talked about a sibling called Korin. Takumi nearly shits his pants upon hearing this and goes, "No way you're Korin. They've been dead for 15 years. You're just a Norian spy." The ruckus attracts Hinoka and Ryoma's attention, which causes them to turn around and tell Takumi that they have the same birthmark, the same age, same eyes, hair, everything as Korin. Takumi kinda just goes, whatever, and keeps acting like Korin's not really a part of the family. They reach the center of the castle town. There's a little podium thing for public speakings, and Mikoto steps on and welcomes the Hoshidan people for the 844th edition of the Festival of Dawn, a week-long celebration for the Dawn Dragon. Guards are stationed all around, but Ryoma is armed. He's also keeping an eye out and has a bad feeling about the situation, which he whispers to Mikoto before she begins. During the speaking, Rinka and Kaze catch up with the group, and Azura asks them where the fuck they've been, and Rinka says paperwork. Usual stuff. The other retainers have their own little shop, or they're away at fortresses. Rinka and Kaze are only back because they brought back Korin. After Mikoto finishes her speech, she gets off the stage and looks at Ryoma and tells him his hunch might be right after all. With the crowd dispersing, some slim shady figures start sticking out, and Ryoma grabs the hilt of his sword and tells Hinoka to get Takumi, Sakura, Azura, and Korin out of here. He then shouts,
"You there! Put your hands where I can see them and make no rash movements."
A few of the figures walk forward with their hands up in the air, but they're fully cloaked with the classic hooded fate shtick. One of them speaks and simply says, "We want the dragon." Ryoma gasps and says that they were following this entire time, but to what end? The guard chase away all the townsfolk and clear the town square. Azura asks them to clarify who they mean, and they all point at Korin. Korin's heart sinks, they're hearing this, and they kinda just stand there in complete shock. Then look at their hands and say, "Me? A dragon?" But the cloaked figures then give up the fake surrender stance and take out their weapons. Then they uncloak themselves to be revealed as human-like people with light gray skin, bright purple eyes, and a complete absence of life in their movements or actions. Some of them appear to have missing sections of skin and flesh, almost as if they died. The way of speech is inhumane, with any absence or real intonation or sentiment behind the words. It sounds like they're repeating something they themselves did not think of. They then easily cut down all the soldiers caught off guard by seeing some spooky shit happen in front of them. Takumi leaves with Hinoka to go get reinforcements. Takumi forces Sakura to come with them, and Azura stays by her side to make sure she's okay. Rinka and Kaze stay for, well, obvious reasons. Mikoto drips out her weapons and says, "As queen, I refuse to let these intruders terrorize my people." Ryoma charges them, but Korin is kinda just standing there and falls to their knees, grabbing their face, crying out of shock. The whole ordeal finally caught up to them, and they have an absolute emotional breakdown, crying and yelling, "What am I? Who am I?" And in the midst of their agony, they start glowing magenta and cue the scene of Korin turning into a dragon. Azura stops dead in her tracks and runs the other way around towards Korin. A mysterious woman's voice can be heard, this is the CGI cutscene, saying, "The day will come, Azura. One day you will be faced with one resembling you, turning into a beast. You must prevent them from wreaking havoc." Hinoka yells out, "Azura, wait!" and Sakura follows behind her, but Takumi pulls Hinoka's hand and tells her they have to keep going. The chapter plays out a little differently. The invisible people aren't invisible here. They're corpse-like people seemingly walking around like they were revived. Think of the Risen, basically. Mikoto is on the map as a green unit alongside Ryoma, and they're both battling the boss of the operation. I'm flipping the script here a bit as well. The boss is still cloaked, but they use magic instead of swords. Mikoto has the Queen of Hoshido class, which is basically a priestess but with tomes/scrolls as well. She comes equipped with Mikoto's Yumi, a Sun Festal, and an Ox Spirit Scroll. Otherwise, the chapter plays out the same way. The battle ends, and Korn is still a feral dragon screaming and being crazy, kinda like a cat on zoomies. Azura approaches them and starts singing that fucking song. You know the one. While this is happening, Ryoma and Mikoto are wrapping up the fight with the remaining silent assassins. Korn pins Azura as she finishes the song and says, "Kill me if you want, but do it as yourself." Line, because that honestly went a little too hard. Korn returns back to human and lays unresponsive on the ground, and Azura crawls over to check for breathing/heartbeat. They're obviously still alive because the story wouldn't happen otherwise. Azura sighs of relief, and Sakura, Mikoto, and Ryoma come to her side. With their guard down, one of the Redeads rises back up and stabs Mikoto from behind. Ryoma cuts down the straggler and holds Mikoto in his arms and applies pressure on her stab wound. Sakura is kind of panicking and crying to heal her wounds, but it's too deep to be cured by an E-rank level 1 priest. Hinoka and Takumi come back with a shit ton of guards and healers. Ryoma calls over for help of holding Mikoto. Yukimura arrives with several doctors and takes Korn and Azura away to be treated. After they've been taken to be looked after, Sakura jumps in Ryoma's arms, crying and asks, "Why did this have to happen?" He then just holds her without saying a word. The scene ends with Hinoka and Takumi joining in on the hug, and the screen fades to black. Later in the evening of that same day, Azura, Hinoka, Ryoma, and Sakura are all waiting by Korn's bedside. Hinoka is caught up with what happened and asks more specific questions about the silent assailants. Ryoma remarks that they couldn't be Norian as they didn't fit the description or the profile. It also wouldn't make much sense for just a dozen of guys to infiltrate Hoshido just to get Korin. Azura agrees with the sentiment and says that it's entirely possible these people were neither from Nor or Hoshido, which leads Hinoka to ask where they could be from. Azura thinks to herself for a while, but before she can say anything, Sakura shouts out, "Look, Korin's waking up!" which then gets everyone's attention. They slowly wake up and ask where they are. Ryoma explains to them what happened, and Korin just sits there, stun-locked. Hinoka asks if they're okay, and Korin just says, "So, it wasn't all a bad dream." They then turn to Azura and say, "I know where I've seen you before. I've had nightmares of this for years, but you were always there in my dreams, by my side." Azura kinda just sits there with her mouth wide open. Ryoma cuts in and asks to know more about these dreams, which Korin tries to elaborate on. Sakura then injects and says, "It sounds similar to the nightmares you've been having, Azura." Azura nods and continues by explaining that long ago, her mother told her that she would accompany a human-dragon hybrid person. She then explains she often had dreams of the encounter as well. Korin then asks if any of them can also turn into dragons, and they all shake their heads no. Ryoma then explains that Mikoto isn't their birth mother, as she married Sumeragi after the death of Queen Ikona, the siblings' biological mother. So they share some differences when it comes to genetics. Korin then goes, "I suppose I should ask my mother," and everyone had a pretty gloomy face. Korin asks what's up, and they all look at each other wondering how to say it. Yukimura then walks in and asks if now is a good time. They let him in, and he explains that Mikoto will make it, but it'll take some time for her to regain consciousness and recover. Korin asks what happened to her, and Yukimura then explains that he has no idea in what condition or state Mikoto will be once she wakes up, and that it's anyone's guess as to what will happen once she does. Korin then asks what happened to her, and Yukimura explains what happened, and they then go into a panic and run out of the room to go see her. The other siblings follow after them. Korin barges into the room Mikoto rests in to walk in on Takumi holding up her hand, crying. He quickly wipes away his tears when he sees them and stands up. "I guess you finally woke up. Takumi, are you alright?" As if it matters to you. I was just on my way out. Takumi makes his way out of the room, but shoulders Korin hard and snipes them a death stare followed with, "None of this would have happened if you had never come here." Takumi walks out as the other siblings walk in, and Sakura follows him around asking him what's wrong and why he just bolted out of there after being with her for hours. Hinoka remarks that he must be upset because of what happened to Mikoto and says that she'll speak to him later when he calms down. Korin kinda just stands there and stares at Mikoto with absolute horror in their face. Ryoma grabs their shoulder and tells them, "Don't blame yourself, please. She wouldn't want that." Korin nods and sits down next to her. They stay there for a few minutes, after which they decide to let her be for the night and catch some rest. With her condition being stabilized, they can sleep with a clearer conscience. Azura and Hinoka accompany Korin to their room, while Ryoma heads into the war conference room and gets the bullshit sorted out for the night. We then get a quick little scene of a meeting between Ryoma, Yukimura, Reina, Kagero, Saizo, and some pre-promotes. Nothing too spectacular, just an overview of what happened and how they could have possibly gotten in and slipped by the guards. Before they walk out, a messenger comes in running and shouts, "Lord Ryoma, a letter from Kim Garing himself just came in!" The little music stops and the sound effect plays, and Ryoma reads the letter. "Dear Queen Mikoto, it has come to my attention that you hold my captive my child, Prince/Princess Corin of Nor. I will give you until sundown tomorrow to return them safely, otherwise we will be forced to take this as a declaration of war and forcefully take them back. Bring them safely to the plains of Hoshido, away from harming any civilians." Yukimura asks Ryoma what he wants to do, and he says that they basically don't have a choice but to comply. He dismisses them and says that tomorrow, when the sun rises, they'll come back here to continue their meeting. Chapter 6. The Path is Yours. Morning comes and Corin wakes up to Hinoka and Sakura sitting in their room. Corin is kinda shocked and the two wish them a good morning. Corin responds with a confused good morning and asks them how long they've been there, which Sakura indicates that they just got here. They get out of bed and they leave to go regroup with the others in the main hall. Azura and Takumi inform the gang that Ryoma is waiting for them in the war conference room, and they all head there. Next scene is them walking in and Ryoma catching them up on the situation, but before they have time to say anything, he tells them that he already has a big meal planned, and that they should go eat a good meal as they have a long day ahead of them. Every other sibling except Takumi turns to Corin, and they're just standing there with their head hung low, muttering to themselves, "Father." Hinoka then tells them to cheer up and that they'll sort it out with the Norians later with a forced smile. Sakura chimes in and says they'll figure something out. Takumi has no comment on the situation and walks out. Ryoma looks around at everyone and tells Sakura and Hinoka to give Azura and Corin a moment before walking out himself. Azura gets closer to them and puts a hand on their shoulder and says, "I know we haven't known each other for long, but whatever you choose later this evening, I'll be by your side. I am a princess of Nor. I came here after my mother died because she told me I would be safer with Queen Mikoto. I owe her my life. She treated me as her own. I don't have all the answers for you as your origins, but all I know is that my mother counted on me to help you. Where she was from, no, that doesn't matter right now. Queen Mikoto knew of this too. She knew what my dreams were. This is fate, Corin. I'll walk this path with you." Corin tears up and there's a moment of silence before they say, "Azura, thank you." The next scene opens up with the Hoshidan family arriving on the field with the Norian troops marching on. Ryoma, Corin, and Xander walk towards the bridge in the middle, and this is where the drama begins. Xander exclaims loudly, "Corin! Oh, thank the gods, you're safe. Come here. Everything will be alright." Ryoma looks at Xander and tells him that Corin isn't being held captive, they came here of their own choice. A little back and forth between Xander and Ryoma starts. Xander's side is that Corin is Norian and the Hoshidans captured them. Ryoma explains that Corin was in Hoshidan territory and was thus asked to be questioned about the attack on the border. He then explains that Corin is from Hoshido and they have every right to choose to remain in Hoshido. Xander thinks that's bullshit and the conflict escalates further, with the Norian thinking they're being held there and manipulated into staying with them, and the Hoshidans saying it's their birthright to stay with Hoshido. The two draw arms and a fight ensues with both sides charging at each other. The fight is sort of over Corin, but more so over the political implications of the ordeal rather than, "No, they're my siblings!" soy-jacked image shit. Corin pulls back and retreats, meeting up with Azura, and the two sneak away and head north to the plains, the little island where Ryoma and Xander usually fight each other. Which then leads us to the chapter beginning. The map layout will be the same for every route. It follows OG Revelations map layout. The choice of a path is actually in the map itself. Corin and Azura start at the top, and the objective is as follows. Speak to the leader of either side and defeat all commanders of the opposing side. But since we're doing Conquest here, you're meant to go walk over to Xander and talk to him. Which, by the way, quick side note, none of the armies will attack you as long as you haven't initiated combat with anyone or spoken to either Ryoma or Xander. So you're allowed to just roam around and choose whatever path you want without fighting anyone if you want. After that, you get a brief dialogue asking you to confirm your choice, and you obviously click yes. So Xander declares that Corin has returned to Nor, which the Hoshidans don't take super well, and the objective changes to defeat every commander. Those being Ryoma, Takumi, Hinoka, Sakura, and Yukimura. The battle ends and Xander asks his army to stand down. No one needs to die today. The Hoshidan siblings ask Corin why they would wish to return to Nor, when their real siblings are in Hoshido. Their mother is still alive and can answer any question when she comes to, and Korin explains that the Norians raised them and cared for them. Family isn't always blood related. That while they wish to know their origins, they cannot turn their back on those who raised them. The Hoshidan siblings then turn to Azura and ask her what she's doing there with them, and she tells them that she needs to follow Korin and walk the path with them, even if it means abandoning Hoshido. Heartbroken, the Hoshidan say they don't understand why things have to be this way and retreat. The Norians also retreat. The next scene is rather short and happens at nighttime. Korin is back at the fortress with Lilith, and there's a little scene between the Norian siblings. Camilla asks if they've been hurt or if they were fed properly. Korin tells them that they took care of them and didn't treat them like shit. Leo asks how all of this happened, and Korin explains that they let the intrusive thoughts win and walked over to the border at night. Leo kind of just sighs with disappointment and hits them with a, well, at least you've been well. Elise is happy that Korin is back, and Xander remains silent throughout the entire thing. Big hug between Korin and the siblings, after which Xander looks over at Azura and says, "I've been wondering ever since I saw you earlier today, Azura. Is that you?" And she then nods yes, then greets Xander and says it's been a while. Camilla tears up and says, "We thought you were lost to us. I'm so Azura cuts her off by saying, "Camilla, please, enough. It's in the past. We were children. It wasn't your fault." Leo greets her and Azura greets him back, but the interactions are a bit awkward. Elise then says, "Oh, it's nice to meet you. Xander and Camilla talked a lot about you." Azura giggles at that and asks if it's true, and Xander and Camilla turn red a bit and nod yes. Xander clears his throat and says that they should all go to bed, as they're departing tomorrow as soon as possible when the sun rises. Lilith walks over to Korin and Azura and says she's happy to see them again and welcomes Azura. After she leaves, Korin tries thanking Azura, but she brushes them off and tells them it's best if they go to sleep for now. Chapter 7. Home's warm embrace. Xander enters the throne room with Garen, Yago, and Gunther present. Garen welcomes him and asks how everything went. Xander confirms that Korin has returned. Yago looks displeased, but holds his tongue. Korin then walks in, and Garen stands up and kinda wobbles all the way to Korin and holds them in their arms. He asks what happened and how they could have ended up in Hoshido, and Korin explains everything at their best retelling and accompanies Garen back to sit down on the throne. Garen sighs and confirms that Korin was, in fact, originally from Hoshido. Garen then explains how Sumeragi's murder, incapacitation, Azura's disappearance, and Korin's acquisition happened. Korin doesn't say much besides, "Thank you, father." Garen apologizes for taking them away from his family, as he couldn't really know otherwise. The conversation ends with, "I hope you will find a place in your heart to forgive my foolishness, my dear child." And Korin says, "Of course I do, father. You did what you thought was right." Camilla then walks in with Leo. Azura, and Elise. The three Norian siblings greet Garen, and Xander introduces Azura to Garen, which she just says, "Hello, Garen." The old man asks, "Is it really you, my dear Azura?" She says yes, and Garen asks if they could have a moment alone with her. The Norian siblings, as well as Yago and Gunther, walk out. Garen immediately gets down on his knees and begins apologizing profusely for not protecting her better from the antics of the Norian nobility, and asks her if her really told her to run, and she just answers yes. Garen regains a bit of his composure, and they then have a bit of a dry conversation while he gets back up and tries to sit down to talk to her more normally. They catch up on everything that's been happening over the past few years, and then Garen tells her that she's at home, and if anyone dares to make her uncomfortable, he'll see to it immediately. Azura has some manners, so she says thank you and leaves. Bit later in that day, Garen summons Korin and asks them if they'd be up to go on a mission dealing with some nuisances attacking villagers. He assures them that they should have no trouble completing this task. Korin accepts, and Garen tells them that he'll send in reinforcements later once they become available, but he doubts they'll need it. Jacob/Felicia then walk in, and they are then underway, after being like, "Oh hey, how you been, buddy?" Korin and their retainer then get to the concentrated part of the monsters. They're quickly overwhelmed, which gets Korin thinking of a new strategy: hold them off until the reinforcements get there. The objective of the map until turn 3 is survive. There's also 2 golden faceless amongst the 16 enemy count. It will turn into a route after this, but a bit of a modification just to fit the story-wise. Silas and Elise joined first at the start of turn 3. There's a little interaction between Silas and Korin, which I will now have to tell you in detail because I want to.
Korin.
Silas! Is that you?
Yes, my dear friend. I asked King Garen to keep the surprise for our first mission together, but I'm now officially your new retainer.
Really? That's amazing. It's been so long, my friend. It's good to see you again.
Back at you, Lord Gorin. Now, shall we get this out of the way?
Yes, let's. It's short, sweet, and gets the point across. The backstory stuff will be more in their supports because I think the short interaction introduces their dynamic just fine without much fluff. Elise's introduction is also basically like, "Hey sibling, I'm here!" And Corrin is like, "Wow, Elise, so cool!" Effie and Arthur also join a turn after. They're late because they're not mounted units. Corrin just greets them real quick because they already know each other here. After the battle wraps up, Corrin makes a quick comment about how they saw the same monsters attacking in Hoshido a few days prior, and the group pondered just how exactly they've reached so far into Norian territory. Elise makes a point that it would be best to inform Garen as soon as possible, and Corrin agrees. The little gang depart for home. Back at the castle, there's a short scene with Garen, Elise, and Corrin. The two siblings inform Garen that Corrin saw these same strange monsters in Hoshido during their stay. It doesn't make much sense they could have gotten this far into Norian territory without anyone detecting it. Garen agrees and says he'll look into it further and praises the pair for defending the helpless townsfolk that live nearby. Before we move on to the next chapter, now that we've gone over the 6 initial chapters and have officially gotten into the meat and potatoes of Conquest, I want to add that while my castle is locked to whatever setting is currently in the story, I want to add that every character in the base conversation that is playable will have some type of comment towards Corrin about the previous chapter or what's coming up next. So for example, Elise here says that she's happy to be able to fight alongside Corrin, even if she's not much use. Which Corrin then says, "Hey, you can heal, that's useful." For Silas, for example, they're like, "Hey, I'm so happy to see you, it's been so long." And every chapter, whenever you gain a unit, Corrin will greet them or say something or thank them for joining their army, for in situations like Nyx, who wasn't already part of the army, or Charlotte and Benny, who also, once again, aren't already in their close-knit circle like the retainers and their siblings are. Certain characters also have more than one conversation. For example, when Leo joins you later in the story, he'll initially be like, "Hey Corrin, nice to see you." And then if you talk to him again after that interaction ends, he'll talk about how, he's surprised that you can turn into a dragon. And tells Corrin he can study the matter, and Corrin's like, "Yeah, your magical scientific research usually has good results, so I'm down for that." I won't mention every time there's a special interaction at the base convo. At the base, because I feel like that would already add too much time to this video, and that leaves more place for imagination. If you want a headcanon that Corrin talks about dumb shit with whoever, you can do that. Chapter 8, Cold Reception. A few days after the Monster Swamp adventure, Garen summons Corrin yet again and asks them to quell a rebellion gang going on in the Ice Tribe. Kilma, apparently now wishing to have independence from Nor, as he grew tired of the constant back and forth between his people and the Norian royalty. Garen explains that the Ice Tribe is situated next to a very important mountain for the Norian economy, and that their tribe's remaining Norian territory is crucial. Corrin understands and asks what they should do, and Garen simply answers whatever is necessary. Corrin says they understand and take their leave. If Felicia is your retainer, she'll come up to you and tell you that Flora left to go back home at Father's request. She says she can talk some sense into her if you let her. If Felicia isn't in your party yet, a similar scene will happen with Jacob. Instead of informing you he'll speak to her, he suggests Corrin should speak to her. Unfortunately for Corrin, they left during a pretty bad blizzard and got caught up in it. Stranded and lost, they suggest the gang should find shelter, but they quickly realize they have no idea where shelter could be. They hear two voices behind them and turn around to see Niles and Odin. The pair inform the gang that Leo asked them to go help Corrin instead of assisting their lord, as he could easily tackle this task with no aid. Since Odin comes with a fire tome and Niles is a thief, they make a makeshift shelter with stolen rags and a kinda sad fireplace until the storm passes by. Once it does, it's dark as shit out. So Odin and Niles inform Corrin to keep going straight and they'll catch up with them later. They want to destroy the evidence of them camping just in case they're being tailed or followed. Corrin arrives at the Ice Tribe village only to be met with instant hostility. The gatekeepers aren't very happy to see Norians approaching their village and know exactly why Corrin is here so suddenly. They sound the alarm and head back into the village to warn the people. Effie bursts through the gate and they all walk in. Korn suggests they should minimize casualties and spare as many people as possible. This is one of the 2 hints you get for a recruitment later on. The map objective is defeat Commander. Everything in the map plays out the exact same way except for one small change. Every tribalist you spare gives you 250 gold. To recruit Flora later, you need to speak with her with either Korn or Felicia and not route the map. If you kill everyone in her village, she's not gonna be happy and doesn't want to be around you anymore. Talking to the villages works the same way. Lancers walking around works the same. Odin and Niles join at the same time. You get the gist. You get 2 possible ending dialogues depending on what you do here. If you don't route, regardless of if you spoke to Flora, Kelma will ask you why you didn't just kill everyone, and Korn explains that they don't want to use violence for issues that don't require it. Kelma appreciates Korn's view of things and says that if Garen was more like them, maybe they'd be more happy to be in Norian territory. He then tells Korn that clearly there is no point rebelling as long as he's still in control, so he says they'll remain loyal for now. Regardless though, Korn has to arrest him and take him back to the capital. If you route everyone, Kelma calls you a barbarian and swears they'll never work with Nor ever again. You get locked out of Flora, and he's still arrested regardless, so it's the same end. Also, if you don't get Flora, Felicia/Jacob becomes Azura's retainer when they join you later on. One very quick but very important thing I'll note, any story relevant character that doesn't die has the additional "I've been defeated but I can't fall here" stance. Damage crouched over thing instead of falling to the ground. I know it's not a big deal, but it did always bug me and it's such a simple fix. So obviously this applies to Kelma and Flora here. Chapter 9, Into the Dragon's Den. Some few days after the Ice Tribe adventure, Garen informs Korn that they have arranged a meeting with the Rainbow Sage for them. And Elise. Seeing as Hoshido is hinting more and more at wishing to attack Nor, they need to up their defenses. While Elise hasn't gone through the Northern Fortress training, Garen believes that her battle experience with Korn is sufficient enough to face the Rainbow Sage's trials. After they leave the throne room, Azura approaches them and says she wishes to accompany them on their coming missions as she believes it might be more dangerous than before. Korn doesn't reject the help, and they head on out. Once they reach Fort Dragonfall, Korn remarks that the legend really is true. They ask the group if they'd be interested in giving it a little tour since it's on their way to Sevenfold Sanctuary anyway. Elise and whoever Korn's retainer is entertain the idea, and you see the crew walking on the map. Azura hushes them and says she hears something akin to people talking inside the fort. Korn remarks that this place should be abandoned, which then prompts Azura to say that it must be some thieves. Korn agrees and tells everyone to mobilize to fight. They can't let them go any further or pillage anything else. Azura tells Korn she'll sneak around and get a better look at what's going on, and she'll come back to give them intel. Korn doesn't really like the idea, but trusts Azura's instinct regardless. The map layout is the same and Azura is positioned the same as well. The objective also remains seize. There's a talk conversation available between Azura and Korn once you reach her. She reveals that she overheard the presumed thieves speaking about stalling Korn's troops to Sevenfold Sanctuary, but didn't get much more details. Korn is confused and says how could such petty thieves know what's going on, and since it's dark out they couldn't get a good look at them. Azura then says that they must be Hoshidan or hired mercenaries. Next is also recruitable. The big difference here is that you have to speak to her twice before you recruit her. She's taking shelter in here, but once she heard people come by, she tried to sneak out and escape. The first time you talk to her, she tells you to leave her alone. And Korn insists, but she just walks away. The second time, she gets annoyed at you speaking to her, but ends up agreeing as she's impressed by your dedication and conviction. After the battle, Azura, Elise, and Korn discuss how weird it is that Hoshidan soldiers made it this far into Norian territory without being detected. Azura suggests that they might have a traitor amongst them. Korn reluctantly agrees, but neither of them have a good lead on who it could be. Elise suggests that it has to be someone with a lot of power if they manage to pull this off, and the group agrees. Carry on after this conversation. Chapter 10. Trouble at the Port. After resting for the rest of the night and setting out before the sun rises, Korn's group is almost at the port town of Dia, on the peninsula of Nor. A brief history lesson on the location. Dia is a rather wealthy town within Nor. Rich merchants usually reside here, and it's a port town with easy access to travel elsewhere whenever they need. Since the terrain is rather rough in the area, it's a rocky waterbank and not a sandy one. Agriculture is not very good. Luckily, they have plenty of fish and trading to feed themselves. Corrin talks about all of this to the group because they read up on the history of the town and this is how the player gets the exposition. Silas also jumps in, adding that he's been here with his family when he was younger and the town has the best fish dishes he's ever had. Effie sounds happy about this and Elise tells her they'll eat all the fish they want once this Rainbow Sage deal is done with. Anyway, once they arrive at Dia, they realize that there's something wrong. There's a Hoshidan flagship at the docks instead of the boat that was supposed to take them to the Rainbow Sage. Felicia/Jacob tells Corrin they're gonna go meet up with the ship's captain to get to the bottom of this. In the few minutes that they're gone, Silas mentions that they might get to relax a bit on the ship. Jacob/Felicia come back interrupting this conversation to tell the group that there's trouble on the horizon. Immediately, the group goes into defend mode. Takumi walks off the dock and into the town, drawing his bow at Corrin and their troops. He's real mad and bitter that Corrin dared to turn their back against Hoshido, and he's gonna take a lot of pleasure in putting him 6 feet under. Azura remarks that it doesn't make much sense for Ryomak to ask them to be killed. Takumi reveals that he doesn't plan on following Ryoma's orders with such a golden deal right in front of him. Azura shames him for disrespecting Ryoma's wishes, and that really pisses off Takumi. He tells her he's only here to stall them from reaching Notre Sagesse. Corrin tells him that this is an invasion, and Takumi says,
"See it however you want. If I were you, I'd accept the situation before I put you under for good."
Corrin tells everyone they need to defend the port down from the Hoshidan forces, but to limit casualties as no one needs to die today. Same map, same layout, same objective. Everything remains the same. Camilla and her retainers join on turn 3, and this is where the changes come in. Selena and Baruka come in first, like in the original, with Selena screaming out Corrin's name. Selena is riding on Baruka's wyvern with her, and when they show up on the map, they're paired up. Baruka drops off Selena and she initiates conversation with Corrin, informing them that backup is here. Corrin is happy to see them and remarks it's been a while and barely recognizes them. Selena gets jokingly upset with Corrin and says, "Wow, Baruka, I can't believe Lord Corrin would forget us so easily." They get flustered and try to defend themselves, but Camilla steps in and tells her retainers to stop causing Corrin so much trouble. Corrin is relieved to see Camilla here and asks how come she's here. She informs them that the news reached Garen that Hoshidans were in Norian territory and left her station ASAP to regroup with you and help out. Lisa asks who's looking over at the northern border, and she informs her that Leo accepted to take her place as his task was done. This is also how we learn what the siblings are up to. Turns out, Camilla, Leo, and Xander couldn't join you before because they were all assigned to a task to help Garen, much like yourself. Hence why Corrin's task force is so small. Anyway, Selena and Baruka's inventories remain the same. Camilla, however, comes equipped with the Heimdall instead of a steel axe. That's right, Camilla has her own weapon. It's a 1-2 range 14 might axe with 80% hit and 5% crit. Now you might think, Camilla is already busted enough, why does she need this? Why not? She's already too good. She still comes with the Thunder Tome, as it comes in handy regardless. If Corrin fights Takumi, they have a quick conversation. Takumi tells Corrin they wish they never came back to Hoshido and caused this many problems, and Corrin apologizes for the hurt they caused him, but that taking out his anger like this will only hurt him in the end. Takumi tells them to shove it, and that's basically where it ends. If he fights Azura, she'll ask him, what do the others think of this approach? And Takumi tells her they'll never know if they all die here like they should. She sighs and tells him he truly has lost his mind. Odin and Selena can also talk. It's basically just a, oh hey, happy to see you here. Have you heard from Laszlo? Gotta milk those connections, you know? After the battle ends, Takumi says they can't keep fighting as their numbers dwindle too much and they need to retreat to Hoshido. Corrin lets them escape as they don't see a point in pursuing them and further tiring their troops. Before Takumi hauls ass out of there, he turns around and snarkily remarks to Corrin that while he didn't get to do what he wanted to, he was successful in stalling them long enough for Hinoka to complete her trial with the Rainbow Sage. Corrin asks what exactly they plan on doing and he laughs and walks away. After he leaves, Camilla asks if Corrin and Azura are alright. While they're both tired, they tell her they'll be fine. Azura then informs Camilla that they suspect a traitor is amongst them, and Camilla agrees. She says that things have been out of place, attacks on Nora are becoming more and more frequent, and things haven't been the same in a few years. She believes whoever is behind it is making their move now, but she can't understand why. Elise says they'll need to keep an eye out and tell Father about it, but Camilla immediately shuts down that idea. She believes whoever is pulling the strings has a connection to him, and they can't risk exposing their suspicion to that person. Azura agrees, and they conclude that it's best to speak as little of this as possible. Jacob/Felicia then informs the royals that our poor captain can now bring them to Notre Sagesse. Chapter 11. Corrin and Elise's trial. In the later half of the afternoon, Corrin's gang lands at Sevenfold Sanctuary, and they're immediately greeted with Hoshidan guards. The guards don't seem hostile, however, and greet Azura like nothing is amiss. They walk past them and start walking up the mountain to Notre Sagesse. Silas remarks that it's weird the guards took so little interest being there, and Azura agrees, saying that it's even weirder they greeted her like nothing happened. Corrin says that word might not have gotten around yet, but Camilla tells the group to stop talking and keep their energy for walking. They'll need it. Corrin doesn't listen to this though, and talks to Silas the entire way up about all the things they read about the Rainbow Sage. At dusk, the group reached the peak of the mountain. Out of breath, Corrin remarks that climbing up the entire way was pretty hard. Niles laughs and tells them that if they had listened to Camilla, they wouldn't be so exhausted. Odin nudges him and reminds him he's speaking to royalty. Niles yawns and says, "Your Excellency?" sarcastically. Arthur gets irritated and tells them to have some respect when speaking to Lord Corrin, and that criminals like him should know their place. Selena asks him what his problem is exactly, and Odin starts freaking out. Elise tells them all to shut up, and Corrin tells her it's okay. Everyone's just a bit tired here. Camilla tells the gang they better find it in them to be in a better mood, because they're not gonna make it through if they keep this up. Once inside, they're greeted by the Rainbow Sage himself. He seems happy to see they finally made it, and remarks that he just got done with his previous trial, so he's good to start whenever they want. Corrin asks who was here, and the Rainbow Sage laughs and says, My, quite the nosy one, are we? Princess Hinoka came here earlier today. Corrin goes like, shit, I guess Takumi wasn't kidding. And the sage points out that the princess requested to fight Corrin's army if they were to arrive while she was here. He then explains that he accepted this deal on the only condition that no one dies, because he doesn't want to clean up everything, because he's old and tired and he doesn't have time for that. Corrin asks Elise if that's okay, and she says she'll follow their lead. Rainbow Old Man chuckles and says it's been a while since he had something like this happen. The battle here also remains the same, I'm just changing 2 details. Hinoka is equipped with her personal weapon. Anything I looked up on Google told me to pronounce it a different way, so we'll just go with Sweden. 1 to 2 range lands with water-based powers with a might of 12, 80% hit, and 5% crit. It's a physical lance, not a magical one. In the same vein as Ryoma's katana shoots lightning, but it's not a magical weapon. Azura can talk with both Rinka and Kaze here. Rinka's conversation is basically just, is it true, Princess Azura? Did you truly choose to decide with Nor? And Azura confirms, saying that this is the path she chose, which saddens Rinka because she was happy to be her retainer, but she can't betray Hoshido. Azura understands and says there's no hard feelings between them. With Kaze, however, he asks her if there's any chance of her coming back, and she says no. He says he understands and will go with her. Azura tells him he should stay with Hoshido, as he shouldn't shoulder a burden like that for her, and Kaze stays quiet. This isn't mandatory to recruit Kaze, it's just a conversation hinting at his willingness to side with Corrin's party. Also, this goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway, all the enemies defeated on this map have the I've been defeated, but I can't fall here damage stance, instead of falling to the ground screaming in agony like they died, because no killing. After the battle ends, Hinoka says she doesn't understand why Azura is siding with them, and she then tells her she made up her mind. Hinoka's confused, saying that she received a letter from her telling her she was luring the Norians to her and to meet her here, which was a great opportunity for Hinoka to complete her Rainbow Sage trial. Azura is also now confused, as she never fucking sent that, as she couldn't have, as she wasn't told in advance Corrin was leaving for Notre Sagesse. Camilla butts in and says their suspicion is growing stronger by the minute. Kaze walks in and tells Hinoka they must have been fooled by someone in an attempt to stir trouble between the 2 nations. She agrees and orders a retreat, but not before telling Corrin's gang that she'll get to the bottom of this and she won't forget this. Azura seems troubled, and Elise reassures her that they'll believe her as everything she said checks out. Jacob/Felicia then suggests that it has to be someone from our side, but it can't be anyone in this army, as no one here would have been able to pull off all of that. After the party's done meddling, trying to figure out who's the traitor or who's snitching, Kaze comes back and goes up to Azura and tells her, I've made up my mind, princess. Azura is very moved by this and thanks him. Kaze turns his attention to Corrin and tells them he'll be fighting by their side now, which a few party members oppose, but Corrin suggests they give it a shot. Camilla then jumps in and says that even if he does try anything, her axe is fast enough to behead him before he does something to anyone. Kaze says he can prove his loyalty and offers Corrin the ganglary. Corrin shocked and thought it was lost with all the ruckus that happened, and Kaze confirmed that it wasn't a Hoshidan barracks and he borrowed it back in the event that he might have to join Nor to protect Azura. Corrin thanks him and says he's more than proved his dedication and conviction to their cause. The Rainbow Sage then reappears and congratulates Corrin and Elise for succeeding. He informs them that he was watching the entire time and he's quite impressed with their abilities. He then turns his attention to Corrin and remarks, "You remind me a lot of my brother. You have the same decisiveness in your eyes." Corrin's intrigued and asks who his brother is, and the Rainbow Sage answers, "It's been quite a while since I last saw him. Maybe, perhaps 120 years. Nevertheless, his name is Anankos. Quite the warrior indeed." Azura's face turns pale and she stands there in complete shock. Elise, in her usual innocent-like demeanor, tells him that they've never heard of such a warrior, and the sage tells them, perhaps it's been lost to time then. He then tells the Norian pair it's time to gift them with newfound powers, as they prove they can handle it well. He asks them to follow him to the sacred chamber, but only the two of them. Camilla tells them they can trust him and to go. Inside the chamber are pedestals meant for weapons, with notably all but two gone. The legendary sword, Oasis. You might be wondering, where the fuck is the Yato? Well, this is the Yato. Looking into it, the blade has Japanese mythology origins. While it makes sense considering that the sword is just hiding within Hoshido, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't. Everything else about the sword's name and origin remains the same, however. All Norian weapons were made with the scales of the Dusk Dragon, and the Hoshidan weapons were made with the scales of the Dawn Dragon. Oasis, however, was forged with the scales of the First Dragon. The sage informs Corrin of this, and they tell him in the off chance that someday the dragons would lose their mind. The weapons were made by him in the off chance that someday the dragons would lose their minds and turn against their people. He offers his trials to reliant warriors who earn the reward and are fit in his eyes to challenge said dragons were they to return. The other condition is also to possess royal blood, meaning that just any strong warrior can just walk in, grab a sword, and walk out. Corrin thanks him endlessly for bestowing them with incredible Nightmite power. The sage turns to Elise and grants her the Freyr staff. Elise also gets her own personal weapon here. It's a staff with limited uses per map that replenishes with every new chapter. The Freyr staff grants the ability to a receiver to deflect all staff attacks onto the attack. So if Elise staffs up Silas and he gets Hex Rod, instead of hexing him, it'll hex whoever attacked him instead. It has 5 uses on normal, 3 on hard, and 2 on lunatic. After this scene, the Rainbow Sage accompanies all of Corrin's army to the door and tells them to travel safely. Before they leave, the sage informs them that their path will be a hard and strenuous one, and to look after those they care for. The team is like, "Thanks, old man," and leaves. Elise tells Corrin she's really exhausted and she'll sleep throughout the entire journey back. Camilla says she'll watch over her and the two walk away once they're on board. Azura looks very distressed and Corrin asks what's on her mind. She reveals she's troubled with today's events and she needs time to rest and think it over. Corrin understands and lets her be. Chapter 12. Wiltering Rose. The group lands back in Nor and Corrin remarks they're happy to be on solid ground again, which the others agree to. Elise stays unusually quiet and Corrin asks if she's okay. She just tells them she's really exhausted and can't wait to be home to rest up a bit. Camilla puts her hand on her forehead and says it's a bit hotter than usual. She then asks if she came down with anything, but Elise assures her she feels fine besides being really tired. Camilla isn't really happy with this response, so she sits her on her wyvern and asks Effie to bring back her horse. The gang travel for a few hours until they stop in the desolated Norian plains between Makaraf and Forlorn. Camilla says they need to do something about Elise as her condition only seems to worsen. She says she's fine and to keep going on, then hops off Camilla's wyvern and starts walking to prove it. Not long after, she collapses and says her body feels as heavy as 1,000 stones. Corrin's alarmed and asks her what's wrong, and Elise can barely mutter any words. Azura says she's seen someone in this condition before and informs the gang that Elise must be suffering from overexhaustion. Camilla believes it checks out, but in the middle of the empty plains like that, they can't do anything to help her. Salas informs the gang that within Makaraf, there's a palace with a huge apothecary, the best doctors in all of Nor. The treatments are expensive, but surely they'll do it for free for a princess of Nor. Camilla and Corrin agree that going there will be much faster than going back home, but that the detour will certainly alert Garen as they'll be much later than expected. Corrin makes a risky proposition and suggests that they keep the bare minimum troops in case they run into any trouble and send the rest back to inform Garen. Camilla agrees, says they don't really have any other choice. Only generics that were never playable fuck off. The idea is that Corn is now all alone with about a dozen people to travel all the way back to a town they've never been to. After rushing all the way there, Corn's company finally arrives at Palace Makaraf. The entrance is guarded by Hoshidan troops, and Camilla notes that it's extremely unusual for them to even be here. Jacob/Felicia then go up to the guards and request that they let them in, as Princess Elise needs immediate attention to her condition before it worsens. The guards tell the retainer they're under strict orders to not let anyone in until Ryoma leaves. Corn then jumps in and asks why Ryoma is here. The guards don't say another word, and the Norians try pushing their way through them, but to no avail. Azura orders them to stand down, but they laugh and tell her she's no longer Hoshidan royalty and therefore has no authority over them. Camilla grabs her axe and says, "Then I guess we'll just have to cut our way through." Corn panics a bit and tries to get her to back down because this is a place of peace, but she insists. The guards get spooked and run inside to inform Ryoma that the Norians are here and are ready to kill them to get inside. Ryoma tells them to mobilize into a battle formation, and under no circumstances are they allowed to go inside. Corn goes, fuck, and isn't vibing with how things are turning out, but Camilla assures them that they just can't wait for the Hoshidans to fuck off and heads on inside ready to fight. Everyone else follows behind. Once inside, Corn orders everyone to take up battle formation and hurried up. Jacob/Felicia informs them that the odds aren't looking great with their dwindled numbers, but Corn exclaims that they have to try anyway. The map keeps the same objective as the OG game, as well as everything else the map has to offer. No Elise, and no Fear Staff. Once you start the battle, Harry and Laszlo show up, and they inform Corrin they intercepted the messengers on the way to the Sevenfold Sanctuary, as Xander was getting worried they haven't returned yet. To tell the royalty they rushed here as soon as they could to help Princess Elise. Corn welcomes them on board, and the rest plays out as it usually would. If Corn engages Ryoma, he will be shocked to see them there and ask if this is some kind of prank. Corn informs him that he's only here to get treatment for his sister, then asks Ryoma why he's here. Ryoma tells him Mikoto's condition hasn't improved, and he came to Makaraf in the hopes of getting a doctor or two to follow him back to Hoshido to treat her. He was not here to cause any more problems. Corn apologizes for the misunderstanding, tells Ryoma they need to reach those doctors no matter what. If Azura engages Ryoma, he'll be disappointed to see her with the Norian army and tells her he hoped better from her. Azura tells him she's thankful for the life she had amongst the Hoshidans and wishes they wouldn't have to battle. She has to walk this path no matter what. Ryoma also wishes things were different, but refuses to kill her. Ryoma will never kill Corrin or Azura in this chapter, only bring them down to 1 HP. Any surrounding enemies can kill them, however. Once the battle wraps up, which is whenever the player either beat up Ryoma or arrive, he'll order a retreat and say they need to get the fuck out of Nor before it creates any more problems. If Corrin spoke to Ryoma, they'll ask if there's any way to help Mikoto. If they don't speak, Corrin will instead ask if this is for Mikoto, and Ryoma will confirm. In either case, Camilla tells them they can't do anything about it, as it would be considered betrayal. In both of those cases, Ryoma will then explain that he had special permission with the doctors of Makaraf to come here, that he wished no ill will towards the Norians. Camilla, surprised, asks how he ever got permission, and this is when Effie comes in charging, with Felice in her arms, and rushes to the back of the building where all the doctors are cooped up. The royals follow behind her and tell her the battle is over and they need to treat Elise quickly. If Effie dies, then Arthur is the one rushing in. If both of them die, first of all, you're a monster. Second of all, a generic will take either of their place. I know I said they're all gone, but this scene has to happen. The next scene is later in the evening with the sun setting down. Azura and Corrin are sitting outside the palace, bathing in the twilight sun. Camilla walks towards them and tells them that Elise's condition is much better. The doctors treated her overexhaustion and gave her medicine for her strained muscles and dehydration. She only needs to get a good night's sleep and she should be all good. Corrin is relieved to hear this and is glad they could make it. Camilla agrees and says she must have been pushing herself to not slow us down. Azura seconds this and mentions the road to Notre Sagesse was much too rough for a young girl like her. Camilla sighs and says it takes too much from her brother. This is precisely something Xander would do. And Corrin chuckles a little bit, saying that they're almost polar opposites, yet they have so much in common. After some little banter, Camilla says it's best if they all go to sleep before heading out tomorrow. Corrin and Azura follow her back inside. Chapter 13, A Cry for Independence. Short time skip of about a week or two. Corn and company came back the day after Elise woke up, so they've been cozy at home resting for those few days. Garen asks for Camilla and the chapter starts with that scene. He tasks her with calming down the rebellion in Chev, as the border guards are overwhelmed and the people of Chev are becoming more and more agitated as the days goes on. Garen then explains that he originally wanted to send Xander, but his current mission had some complications. Same with Leo, so Camilla agrees, but she insists to take Corin. Garen sees no issues with this, but informs her he might need them elsewhere if need be, and Camilla understands. We then cut to a scene of Corin training with Silas, Salina, Effie, with Elise, Kaze, Azura, Baruka, and Lazo watching. If any of them are dead, they're replaced by generics with the same class. The others are doing their thing. Camilla walks in and asks for their attention. When she has it, she asks if they'd be willing to come with her in Chev, as they have a rebellion problem and Garen asks her to take care of it. Everyone agrees, and they all gather their shit and depart for Chev. They arrive at night at Chev, with Azura remarking that they must all be sleeping. Camilla agrees and thinks it would be best to rest up in the Norian military infrastructure at the edge of the city for the night. Azura asks why they would even need such a building within Norian territory, and Camilla explains that Chev has only been a part of Nor for about 30 years. King Garen promised them better benefits if they joined Nor, and they agreed. But the problem is tensions have been higher ever since. Some people in Chev prefer having Nor's protection, while others would rather be independent, as they only see Nor as roaches, sucking them of their resources. The building was made over 200 years ago when Chev and Nor were neighboring countries, but it's been used to quell rebellions and recruit new blood into the Norian army. Right after her explanation, Jacob/Felicia barge in and say they saw marching Hoshidan troops in the dark coming towards their position. Corn remarks that Chev must have allied themselves with Hoshido to stand a better chance. Camilla laughs at the idea, thinking they'll ever have the upper hand on Norians at night, tells everyone to get into formation. Much like Chapter 8, you get additional rewards for sparing civilians. For that reason, the objective of the map is changed to defeat Scarlet, Reina, Takumi, and Orochi instead of Route. If Corrin fights Takumi, they'll ask why he's here, and he'll simply state that he's here aiding the Chevians in ending Nor's reign of tyranny on them. If Camilla fights Scarlet, she'll remark that an attack at night is smart but unwise. Scarlet says she won't back down until her people are free again. Azura has a conversation with Takumi where Takumi once again calls her a traitor and tells her she's on the wrong side of history. With Orochi and Reina, they both express being disappointed that Azura would go against Hoshido. The houses gave the same rewards. Charlotte and Benny also joined at the same time, automatically playable and all. I'm gonna lower Benny to level 12 instead of 15, but with the same stats. Their conversation also stays relatively the same because it's too funny not to keep it. One thing I guess I would change, however, is the reason why they went outside. The night guards saw some fighting outside and told those two bums to go because no one likes the If you're out the map, Scarlet will call Corrin's gang a bunch of sick savages. If you spare some, she'll thank you for sparing the people who got wrapped up in her war. Regardless of which way you go, she is arrested and taken into custody to be tried. Takumi orders a retreat and says that the plan was a failure. Corrin's army surrounds whatever's left of the Hoshidan army and tells them that this is the second time they've reached Norian territory and attacked for no reason. Takumi laughs and tells them that if they plan to execute him, they should just get it out of the way. Azura says enough blood has been shed and asks them why they came here. Reina speaks up and informs her that Ryoma had been planning to help Chev, attaining freedom, and Takumi went instead. Ella commends her honesty, but informs them she can't let them go back to Hoshido like nothing happened. With her authority as a Norian princess, she decides that they'll return them to Hoshido safely, but only if her demands are met. She sends one of the few Hoshidan soldiers back to Hoshido to tell Ryoma. Her demands are as follows. All Hoshidans within Nor must leave immediately, and if they do not, she'll make sure an official war declaration is in motion. Hoshido must compensate for the damages they've done to Nor, and in exchange, they'll get the captured Hoshidans back. The meeting is to be held in the city of Surkinsia, the capital of Nestra, as it is neutral territory. She then sends a messenger back to Garen to inform him of her next move, and makes everyone pack their shit to leave for Nestra as soon as possible. Chapter 14, A Song for War. The first scene opens up with Camilla being informed that the Hoshidans have nearly arrived. She's pleased to hear this and informs Corin that she got word earlier today that Garen couldn't make it due to his condition, but that he sent someone in his stead. Corin then asks her if she really thinks this will work, and she's unsure. She knows she's pushing the boundaries of what her power allows her to do by pulling a move like this, but she's not certain if it will turn out well for them. Leo then walks in and greets his siblings. Everyone's pretty happy to see him, and they're also giddy. Leo tells them that Garen sent him after he finished his last assignment, so he decided to get everyone some tickets for the Opera House show that's happening this evening. Elise is jumping around in joy, as she hasn't seen any shows in years because of Garen's condition. She takes Corin by the hand and runs away with them, exclaiming that they have to tell everyone Leo is here. After they leave, Leo asks if it's true that Camilla intends to bargain with the Hoshidans, and she says yes. He tells her the idea is outrageous, and she agrees, but they have to try everything to get the Hoshidans to leave them alone. She expects them to come ready to fight and forcefully take back Takumi and the rest, but it's a risk she has to take. Azura proposes she signs up as one of the performers for the night to sneak around backstage and see if any Hoshidans are roaming around armed. Leo and Camilla look at each other and says that the idea is great. Azura leaves to get ready, and the two siblings leave the opposite way to their villa. Odin and Niles come in rushing, and they're all giddy because Leo is back. Odin starts rambling on, exaggerating all the great adventures they had, and Niles corrects him whenever necessary. Leo expresses he's happy to see them again. If one of them is dead, the conversation is instead, "I'm so sorry, Prince Leo. I couldn't save him." If both of them die, this scene doesn't happen at all, and you're a monster. This next scene is everyone grouping up to watch the show, and the "Embrace the Dark" cutscene starts. No Garen groaning of increasing discomfort, we just get Azura going, After Azura finishes her dance, she notices armed Hoshidans on the opposite side and rushes to Corin and Co. to inform them. Camilla is glad their plan worked out and tells everyone to mobilize for battle. Some Hoshidan messenger comes in the middle of them setting up for battle, informs them that Hoshida refuses their demands and came to forcefully take back Prince Takumi. The map layout is the exact same enemies, same everything. Kumagera is a Hoshidan high-ranking officer, hands the unique portrait and dialogue. There's no special rewards for sparing any Hoshidans this time around, but the defeat boss objective remains the same regardless. Chess drops the same thing as well. Keaton joins you once you talk to him. The conversation is too dumb to keep, I'm sorry. Corin tells Keaton to leave and to get to safety, as this is no longer a safe place for unarmed civilians. Keaton remarks he is his own weapon and can fend off any Hoshidans to no problem. So Corin asks him if he'd be willing to join them. Keaton is hesitant, but ends up agreeing anyway. After the battle wraps up, Camilla is disappointed they couldn't struck a deal out, but she's glad the casualties were kept to a minimum. Jacob/Felicia come running in and inform her the prisoners have escaped. She asks how could that have happened with people guarding them. Corin's retainer informs them that they were all killed and the capturees are nowhere to be seen. Leo remarks that the fight must have been a distraction for them to sneak up and get Takumi back, and Azura agrees. Camilla freaks out a bit because her plan backfired hard instead of helping. Corin reassures her, saying that now they know Hoshido is only looking for war. Leo agrees with the sentiment and believes that Garen will be understanding. Camilla says they'll leave at sunrise to get as much rest as they can. Tomorrow will most likely be a long and challenging day for everyone. Corin stays behind, remorseful. Leo asks them what they're doing, and Corin simply answers, "Why do we need to kill each other to attain temporary peace?" Leo gets stumlocked and takes a few seconds to consider his response. He takes a deep breath and tells Corin that no one in the family is pleased with what is happening, but they have no choice. Corin suggests maybe there's another way, and Leo just answers, "Sometimes I envy your outlook on life. Maybe things would be simpler if more people in power had your train of thought." The two head inside to rest for the night. Meanwhile, back at Krakenberg, a messenger arrives with a letter from Hoshido. He kneels before Garen's and hands it to him, explaining that it came as an urgent message. Garen opens the letter and it reads as follows.
King Garen of Noor, I, Crown Prince of Hoshido, Ryoma, declare war against the nation of Noor for the numerous transgressions against my people in my kingdom. We will no longer stand for this vile treatment. We will resolve this once and for all. There will be no negotiations. I seek to end this conflict forevermore.
Garen stays silent after reading the letter and sits there contemplating. Yago then walks into the room and asks, "Why the long face?" Which Garen simply answers with, "Find me Xander. Now." Messenger obliges and runs out of the room. As soon as he's gone, Yago asks what could have possibly happened for this reaction, and it's then that Garen informs him that Hoshido has declared war on Nor. Yago, surprised, asks, "Is this not a good thing, my liege?" Garen ponders and explains that he'll discuss the details with Xander as he's putting him in charge. Yago questions whether it's worth bothering Xander with such matters, as he can easily handle this, but Garen presses on, explaining, "As Crown Prince, Xander must be in charge of the future of his country. Though, with a man as reliable as you at his side, do not doubt his abilities." Yago grinds his teeth, trying to play it cool, and accepts the answer, excusing himself out of the room. Now alone, Garen wonders how his younger children will react to this news. Late at night, still in Nestra, Corrin is restless and gets up for a night stroll to clear their mind a bit. They're walking around, wondering about recent events and how everything got to this point. In the middle of their stroll, they run into Azura, doing the exact same thing. They greet her, and she asks them what they're doing here. Corrin explains they can't get any sleep, and Azura relates, explaining that she's been restless ever since they got to see the Rainbow Sage. They then ask her what's been bothering her so much about the whole ordeal. She's hesitant to say anything and tells Corrin she'll show them something, but only if they promise to never speak of this. Corrin promises, but asks why. Azura reveals that there's a curse on both of them that forbids them from speaking of it. Corrin asks them how she would know, and she hands out her hand to them. They take it, and Azura creates a portal by singing a different song than Ocean's Grey Waves with her magical pendant. The pair walk through the portal and arrive at a strange land. Azura then reveals that they are in Vala, Forbidden Land. Corrin's confused and asks how or why they came here, and Azura explains that her mother was from here and she was born in Vala. But they ran away to Nor when she was just a child. She tells them she doesn't know much about Vala, as her memory of her childhood here is scattered. She faintly remembers some things her mother told her. Corrin then asks why she comes here, and tearfully, Azura answers that she had hoped to see her father was still alive. Corrin apologizes for bringing it up, but she reassures them that it's only natural they're curious. Corrin then asks what Azura meant by "there's a curse on them," and she takes a moment to consider her words. "I've had my doubts ever since I've seen you turn into a dragon that day in Hoshido. Being bestowed the legendary sword, Oasis, only confirmed my suspicions." Or Violet, Corrin. "Mikoto is my mother's sister. I didn't know you were from here, but I believe you were born in Vala, much like myself." Corrin stands there, speechless, pale as a ghost. They then ask who their father could be, and Azura doesn't know. She explains she can't even be sure that Corrin is Violet. It's only her belief that they are, but they are strongly backed up by everything she knows. Azura then takes a deep breath and reveals everything she knows to Corrin in a big old exposition dump. I had to make that joke. Vala is a land that exists in the same world as Nor and Hoshido, but it's only accessible if you have one of the 5 pendants. She then explains that her mother gave her hers before passing away, and she believes Mikoto might have one too. Corrin asks what happened to the others, and Azura has no idea. Azura picks up her story again, explaining that Vala is a magical land. Exiled, powerful mages from the world gathered here and praised the Silent Dragon, otherwise known as Anankos, the first dragon. Corrin then remembers what the Rainbow Sage said and asks if they're the same Anankos, and while Azura can't confirm, she believes they're the same person. She then apologizes, as this is about the extent of her knowledge. Corrin looks down. Azura gets closer and asks them if they're okay, and Corrin looks up at her and says they're just very overwhelmed with everything. Thanks her for giving them the chance to know more about their origins. Azura hugs them, and a few seconds later, Corrin wipes her tears and asks Azura if she heard a sound, and she nods yes. They both stand up to see the same monster-like people that attacked Hoshido, and Azura says they've attracted too much attention, but doesn't understand how. Corrin pulls out the gangliary, and it's as if the sword came to life. It's pulsing, sending some kind of signal energy. Azura gasps and believes she understands what happened. Someone laid out a trap to get rid of them. Corrin asks who could have done it, and Azura follows by saying it must be whoever crafted that blade. Corrin agrees and says that Yago must have ties to Vala somehow, as any history of him in Nor is practically non-existent before he came into Garen's life, and Azura agrees. Both of them setting up for battle, Azura discourages trying to hop back into the portal and advises they ditch the sword somewhere to defeat anyone coming at them to not bring any of them back home, since everyone is sleeping now. They're side by side when a familiar face rushes in. Gunter appears. Corrin is surprised and asks how he got here, and Gunter explains that Garen sent him after he heard the Hoshidans escape, assess the situation. But when he was making the rounds to see how many people were remaining from the battle, he noticed Corrin and Azura were gone. He knows Corrin has a tendency to go out for a night stroll, so he checked around the parameters and noticed a strange portal. And inside the strange portal, he recognized two familiar voices. Fearing that they might have been caught by some kind of Hoshidan trap, he rushed in, then realizing that this is like another dimension or some shit, he asks Azura what this place is, and Azura tells him that she doesn't have time to explain that right now. Begrudgingly, he understands and mobilizes for battle. The map plays out the same way. One major difference is at the start of the battle, Corrin chucks the Ganglari off a cliff and says they should save them from any more trouble. Sorry to all free Ganglari fans. After the battle wraps up, Azura affirms it's safe to return home. But before she starts opening the portal, Corrin asks her to wait. They've been thinking about everything this entire time, and they ask Azura if Mikoto really is their mother, and she says yes. Corrin starts tearing up, saying it's all their fault if she's in the state she's in right now, and they can't remember anything about her at all. They know nothing of her, the sacrifices she made for them, where they come from, anything about their mother's life, nothing at all. Corrin then asks Azura to tell her more about Mikoto, and she gladly does. Azura speaks of her big heart, how she cared for everyone, how much she loved her children. She recounts one time when she had fallen and badly scraped her knee, and Mikoto refused to let any of the caretakers soothe the wound. She insisted on doing it herself. Corrin starts crying and says, "What a wonderful woman. I hope I can be more like her one day." Azura reaches into her pocket and pulls out an ornament and hands it to Corrin. They ask what it is, and Azura explains that one day when she was singing, Mikoto handed her this and told her that one day she'll need to give it to someone very important. She believes that someone is you, and hopes she fulfilled Mikoto's wish. Corrin holds the item close to her heart, and a bright light appears from it, exactly like the promotion item. That's right, Corrin has a story-based promotion. After learning more of their origin, Corrin's understanding of themselves is better, and they can therefore unlock the power within the cute little ornament and promote to Nor Noble. Since this is Conquest, that's the class they get. While Mikoto is their mother, this doesn't change the fact that Corrin's heart and spirit lies within Nor. Knowing more about their mother and their origin doesn't erase the love they have for Nor, it only helps them be more at peace with themselves. Azura opens the portal back to Nor, and they all walk through it. Back in Nor, Corrin asks Azura what they should do about Yago. She believes that he's manipulating behind the scenes to have them killed so nothing will get in their way. They need to collect evidence and have Xander arrest him for betrayal against royalty. Corrin agrees and says that next time they see Xander, they'll need to share this information with him. The sun is rising, and the two hurry back to the resting area to not bring any more suspicion, and Gunter promises to keep his mouth shut. Before we move on to chapter 16, I want to briefly explain my decision behind making a story-based promotion. Number 1, I like them. Number 2, since this is usually the point where people will promote their Corrin around when they achieve level 20, I feel like this doesn't rush the player too much to achieve level 20 to be able to promote. And I also think that a lord having a story-based promotion helps integrate their character better with the gameplay, if that makes any sense. The idea here is that Corrin found more about themselves, dug deeper, and understood more things about themselves, and was therefore able to achieve greater power. If that sounds really cheesy, it's probably because it is. Tangent aside, let's go back to the story. Chapter 16, The Journey Begins. Camilla walks into the throne room and kneels in front of Garen, begging for his forgiveness. He tells her to rise and stop begging for something so trivial. He then explains that this is her first failure in years, and he's proud of her for taking a risk to aid Nor and its people. Garen then informs her that Hoshido has sent a declaration of war signed by Ryoma himself while they were away. Spies have caught wind of Hoshido wanting to invade Nor as well, meaning they have no choice but to take the fight to them. They need to get to them before they get to Nor, but he reassures her that this was always the natural conclusion the situation would have reached, regardless of her implications. He then summons Corrin, Azura, Elise, and Leo and informs them that with the new conflict on the rise, Xander will be joining them on the front lines very soon. He explains that the increasing tensions between Nor and Hoshido have reached a boiling point, leading to yet another war between the nations, and that word has gotten around that Hoshidan troops are rallying up to invade them. He informs his children that he's relying on them to infiltrate Hoshido and attack them while their defenses are elsewhere, to end this conflict with as little Norian casualties as possible. Corrin speaks up and asks if this is necessary, if they really need to go to war with Hoshido. Garen explains that if they don't bring the battle to them, they'll bring it to us. And since information is already coming in that Hoshidan troops are approaching the border, they don't have much time. And so their hands are tied. With the numerous issues occurring in Nor in the last few months, they don't have the funds or resources to expand for a defensive approach. They need to be on the offense to get out of this. Corrin says they understand and apologizes for questioning Garen's decision, but he tells his child there's nothing wrong with wanting to understand the logistics. Transition to the next scene. The Norian family is boarding the boat, but Camilla and Leo stay on the docks while everyone else is boarding. Leo asks Camilla what she thinks of this, and she tells him she knows it's not gonna be pretty. She then shares she's worried about Elise and how she'll handle the war, but she's much too good-hearted for this kind of thing. Leo agrees and says they'll just have to support her like they always have. Plus, Corrin and Azura are here to help now too. Xander arrives in the midst of their discussion and greets them with a "Am I interrupting something?" in a playful manner. The two greet him, but with a bit of a gloomy face. Xander tells them he's been caught up on what's been going on since Garen informed him and they had to infiltrate Hoshido and take them by surprise before they do. He then insists that they make the attack quick and efficient, to invade Hoshido in one swift strike, and to waste as little time as possible. After he's done discussing the tactic he's cooked up, he then congratulates Camilla on her efforts and tells her he would have done the same in her shoes. Xander also apologizes for letting such a heavy decision rest on her shoulders when he's the crown prince and it should be his responsibility. Camilla assures him she can take it, as it's far from the worst thing she's been through, and the three hug it out and then board onto the ship. Once aboard, Elise notices Xander and runs into his arms. The two have a big old cute hug, and Xander says, "How's my little Lily doing today?" Elise gets a bit embarrassed that he called her by her nickname in front of the whole army. Corrin and Azura have a little laugh. Corrin remarks that it's been a while since they could all mess around like this. Laszlo and Perry rush over to greet their liege, and Xander's happy to see them well and alive. Xander also catches up with the two, and the conversation shifts when Corrin says they need to speak of something important. Once again, just like Leo, if you killed one or the other retainer, they'll go, "I'm so sorry, Prince Xander, I couldn't save them." And if you killed both of them, this conversation doesn't happen at all. Then they turn to look at Azura and she nods, then says it absolutely needs to stay between them at all cost. Xander is a bit confused, but just by Corrin's tone he understands it's serious and tells everyone involved to follow him somewhere more private and tells his retainers to stay nearby. The next scene begins with Corrin explaining that they all believe there's a traitor amongst them, and Xander agrees, stating that Camilla and him have discussed this prior and both noticed it. Azura then informs the gang they believe they know who it is. She follows up by explaining that Gangleri was cursed with some kind of magic that lures monsters. They believe that Yago purposefully forged a sword for that purpose. They got rid of the sword, but they've been ambushed by Amnestra when taking a night stroll. Camilla laughs and says, "So that's what you two were up to, And Corrin retorts with a, "So you knew?" Leo taps Corrin on their shoulder and reminds them that Camilla has eyes everywhere when it comes to family. Xander's rubbing his chin during this, and after Leo's done speaking, he points out that he's been suspicious of Yago since the day he arrived. He did numerous background checks on him, and nothing ever came up. Leo collaborates this by explaining that even Niles couldn't find anything on the guy. Elise says she never liked the guy anyway, and she wouldn't be upset if they got rid of him. Azura says they have to be smart about it, however, as he's clearly pulling every string he can get to get rid of them. They need concrete proof he's doing this before making a move. Xander agrees and says that them constantly having to deal with various tasks throughout Nor must be intentional then, as he doesn't want any of them to catch on to what he's doing. It's been impossible to monitor him in any capacity whatsoever for years now. Leo suggests that he might even be the one to set up the war with Hoshido, but to what end? Azura suspects he might be doing it in the off chance that they all get killed in the war, or it's just a perfect cover-up story. Galter storms into the room in the midst of this discussion, excuses himself, and in the same breath yells out that they have been compromised with a handful of assassins on board. Xander, outraged, tells everyone to be on high alert and find them as soon as possible. Once they step outside onto the deck, there's an array of Norian soldiers fighting each other. Leo concludes that the assassins must have killed the real guards and taken their uniform before going on board. Xander sighs and suggests that their leader must be roaming around, pretending to be on their side to not raise any suspicions. Corrin tells him they'll be on the lookout, and they'll pass the message around, and everyone gears up information to tackle the shit at hand. Everything battle-wise stays the same. After the battle wraps up, Norians surround Shura, and Xander demands to know who sent him. Shura shrugs and tells him he doesn't give up employers' names for free. Xander says they stole more than enough money for it to not be free. Shura agrees and says he'll only say anything if they'll let him come with them to Hoshido, as he's got a bone to pick with them. Xander consults with the others. This is where the player gets a yes or no choice. It's not Korn's choice per se, more so the entire Norian royalty's choice. At least in Azura vote no, while Xander, Camilla, and Leo vote yes. Your vote is basically just to make whether or not it's a tie or you get to choose. But if you say yes, Shura lives and joins your side. If you say no, you kill him and get some booze. By letting him join you, he reveals that Yago is the man that employed him, and he was hired to kill everyone on board. Stealing was just to line his pockets a little more. But then he admits Yago basically forced him into doing it. The crazy fuck said he'd have him executed for his crimes if he didn't comply, and seeing as Shura would rather live, he complied. Leo raises an eyebrow and asks how come he would know his name, given that it doesn't seem too smart that Yago would give out his real name. Shura laughs and says, "I've got connections." You still get this information if you choose to kill him, except he'll just plead for his life and say, no, please, I'll tell you, it's Yago. And then everyone's like, yeah, but you kinda killed everyone on board. So, bye. If you do not kill him, Elise then expresses that she's a bit uncomfortable with having a criminal like him on board, but Camilla reassures her that his head will be rolling before he even gets a chance to hurt her. Leo then reminds her that they got a bunch of ex-convicts on board anyway right now, and she's alive and well, so they got nothing to worry. Ezra says she is kind of doubtful, as someone like him shouldn't be trusted, but she trusts her siblings' judgment. Chapter 17. Friend or Foe. The Norians arrive at Mokushu. Kaze says he'll take the lead from here. If you recruited Shura, he'll also open the march. But why wouldn't you recruit him? The next scene transitions to the gang standing outside the cave system. Kaze tells them the hard part is here. They'll have to try to infiltrate through here to go undetected and go more inland. Kaze then explains that Kotaro has made relations with Hoshido increasingly more difficult, therefore patrols around this area are more frequent to make sure he's not up to no good. Trying to sneak into Hoshido any other way would alert the Hoshidan much too quickly and they'd be at a massive disadvantage. Azura tells him to lead the way as she trusts him. The others have no objection to this. Once inside, Kaze remarks that it's unusually quiet. He tells everyone to stay on their guard. They walk a little further and bump into Saizo, who's further up ahead, sneaking in as well. Kaze's shocked and wonders what the fuck he's doing here and leads the way. Once they're a bit further in, Kotaro reveals himself and his army of ninjas. The Norians are basically boxed in with no way out. Kotaro laughs, as he never would have guessed that he'd get rid of the twin annoyances and the Norian royals all at once, at the same time, on the same day. Xander asks what his problem is with Nor, and he simply answers, "Oh, I have no issue with Nor. I just want your territory." Saizo launches himself at him, calling him every name in the book. More ninjas come in and incapacitate him, and Kotaro leaves, telling his minions to mop up the place once they're done. The Norians easily kill the ninjas around them, and Kaze asks Saizo what he's doing here once they have a second. Saizo informs his brother that Kotaro has been kidnapping and enslaving Hoshidans to further his small army to take over Hoshido. Kagero went there a few days ago, but she hasn't come back or reported anything, so he came here to see if he could find her. Kaze is astonished to hear he went alone, as Prince Ryoma would never allow that, and Saizo basically tells him no one knows he's here. Azura steps in and asks if they can rely on him to get out of here, and Saizo is kind of forced to agree. He says he won't fight for them and he's only here to get Kagero and liberate the Hoshidans trapped here, but he won't attempt to kill them if they don't attempt to kill him. They come to an agreement. Everything about the map stays the same. Saizo is still a green unit fucking around. There's a battle conversation between Kotaro and Kaze here, because for some reason they don't speak to each other at all in the OG. So in their newly made up convo, Kotaro remarks that Kaze has his father's eyes. He then wonders out loud to Kaze if his eyes will be as filled with as much rage and anger once he deals the landing blow, and Kaze tells him he'll have to wonder even in the afterlife. It's not much, but the ninja subplot isn't super relevant to Conquest after all. After the battle, Xander orders his troops to clean up the mess and to give those poor men an honorable burial. as they died fighting for a cause that was never theirs. Saizo dips while this is happening, and the Norian royals are calculating their losses. Leo remarks that they can't keep getting into fights like this, as they need all the resources they currently have to make good advancements into Hoshido and allow the rest of the Norian troops to march over the border. Xander agrees, but tells him they don't always get to choose the fights they pick. Corin checks up on Elise, who's mildly traumatized. She says that before, they killed barely anyone if they could, but this is the real deal. Camilla hugs her and tells her she can go back home if this is too much for her, but she insists on staying. Azura commends her courage, but tells her it would be ill-advised to push herself again. Corin empathizes with her, expressing that they wish the two nations could be at peace for good. Saizo re-emerges with Kagero and the prisoners. Kaze asks if she's alright, but she stays cold to him. Saizo then walks up to Xander and tells him that they don't have the forces or energy to kill them where they stand, but that Ryoma will know of their arrival as soon as they reach him. Xander says he gets it and commends him for his loyalty to his liege. Saizo turns to Corin and Azura, saying next time they'll meet, he'll make sure they'll pay for their treachery. Kagero remarks Corin was never really Hoshidan to begin with, and only Azura turned her back on them. Before she can say anything, the ninja crew leaves. Leo asks if Azura is alright, and she tells him this is nothing. Azura then apologizes for putting Kaze through this, but he reassures her he would have felt the same pain fighting her. Life is full of difficult choices, milady. One cannot escape it. If Saizo isn't defeated, you still get that short Kaze text box saying he left something for you. If he is defeated, Kaze remarks he wishes he could have helped his brother more instead, even if they're on opposing side now. After the battle, you go back to my castle, this time decorated with neat little Hoshidan designs because we're now in Hoshido. Either Jacob or Felicia joins you depending on which Corin you picked. Lilith tells you someone is here to visit you, and you get either one. Very short joint conversation aside, Felicia/Jacob tell you that they rushed to come join you after they heard that the war was on and they wanted to lend you a hand. Also, very quick side note, if somehow you killed Kaze before this chapter, all of the lines will be allocated to Azura, and, you know, the scenes where Kaze is in them is not present. So please don't kill Kaze or else you're gonna miss some real banger of a scene. Hello, this is Editing Nova, and while editing, I noticed a small continuation problem that really bugged me, so I'm here to clear it up, because I know that if it bothered me, it's gonna bother you. So while I was editing chapter 16, I noticed that in between the scene of them boarding the boat and then speaking to Garen, we don't talk about why they're going to Mokoshu specifically. So, as they kind of just get there and no one ever mentions it ever, so basically once Garen's like, we're going to attack them, just insert this there because I don't feel like going back in my timeline to put it in, but the conversation then moves to him saying that they're going to invade through Mokoshu as he believes it will be much easier that way, and he believes that the neutral, quote-unquote, kingdom's relatively small army, if they do choose to try to fight Nor, will not be able to stand up to Nor's main army that is marching through their territory. And a second thing is why Saizo is at the same place as Kaze in the tunnels, even though he comes from the complete other side as the Norians, because he's already inland. To that, I will simply give the very plot-convenient excuse that Saizo got lost in the tunnels and somehow stumbled onto Kaze. Alright, now returning to our usual program. Chapter 18, For the Glory of Nor. The Norian gang reconsidered their next move as the infiltration through Mokoshu definitely alerted the Hoshidans, and it's only a matter of time before they catch up to them. Azura suggests they could take up shelter in Izumo, a neighboring independent nation. Xander says it's their only real solution for the moment, so they go with Azura's plan and head to Izumo as sneakily as possible. Once they arrive, Corin remarks how beautiful the place is. They've only heard tales of how gorgeous the palace was, but seeing it with their own eyes is mesmerizing. Leo remarks that being free of war and hardship must make it pretty easy to build such an impressive place. Xander excuses himself and heads into the palace to let them know they're here and seek shelter. The other siblings stay outside and just admire the decor until Xander tells everyone to head inside. There, they're greeted by Izuna, the Archduke of Izumo. Leo, Xander, and Camilla are offset by his demeanor, but Elise gets along with him perfectly. Corin whispers to Azura asking if he's always been like this, and she answers she's only heard of him from Ryoma, but so far checks out with everything he's told her. Izuna then invites everyone to stay as long as they wish. Xander assures him they'll only be here for a day or two as they need to keep moving. Izuna asks out of curiosity why they're taking such a strange route in Hoshido, and Xander raises his eyebrow at that question, but somehow bullshits his way out of it. Izuna then invites them to dinner, as he was expecting guests tonight anyway. The Norians reluctantly agree, with Camilla adding that they'll need to repay the Duke's kindness. The next scene opens up with the Norians walking into the dining hall, only to come face to face with the Hoshidan siblings.
Oh no!
Everyone's face turns pale and Ryoma turns to Izuma, angrily asking if this is some kind of joke. Izuna remarks that this is neutral territory and the Norians are allowed here. A small screaming match breaks out, with it getting more and more heated. Izuna eventually calls his guards and demands that everyone settles down. The Norians, not wishing to be homeless for the night, agree and apologize. The Hoshidans simply stare in silence. He then invites everyone to sit down and dine. Things are very awkward and tense, with everyone sitting at the edge of their seat. Elise reaches to grab the last bun, with Sakura reaching her hand out as well. The two pull back and tell the other to grab it, with a little back and forth over who gets the bun. They end up splitting it and sharing it, with Elise commenting she's never had something like this and it's so delicious. Sakura adds that it's a delicacy in Izumo and it's her first time having it as well. The two seem to get along well, even with the current situation at hand. During the dinner, Ryoma takes a shot at hospitality and asks Azura how she's been faring. Very awkward conversation as she just replies, "good," and carries on. Hinoka then asks Corin how they've been doing. Corin stops chewing and swallows their food, hastily replying that things have been okay, and then asks how she's been. But Hinoka just gives a very forced, "things have been fine." More awkward silence goes by, and Takumi gets up saying he's sick of playing pretend and leaves. Hinoka tells him to wait and apologizes for his rudeness on his behalf to Izuna, and runs after him. Corin gets visibly upset and mutters, "if only we could all get along," and Leo pats them on the back. Sakura gets a bit nervous after seeing Takumi flee like that, and she stays quiet for the rest of the dinner. Izuna, now with a bit of liquor in his system, gets up on the table and raises his glass, asking for a toast. Xander and Ryoma are absolutely bewildered at his approach and just sit there in complete shock, but Elise stands up and lifts her glass in support, with Sakura timidly following behind her. Camilla turns to Leo and remarks that it seems Elise just made a new friend, and he retorts that it's very much like her to make friends with just about anyone. After the toast, Ryoma excuses himself and leaves to go look for his siblings. Elise encourages Sakura to go with him, and she agrees and leaves. Leo sighs and asks why she's making friends with the enemy, and Elise says it's best to form ties if it can lead to peace. Corin agrees and tells Leo he's being too harsh on Elise. He clarified he's just worried she'll get hurt by being so chummy with the Hoshidans. Xander tells everyone Elise is old enough to make her own choices about who she chooses to speak with. Camilla remains protective of Elise, but concedes to Xander's point. After the conversation dies down, Corin gets worried they've been away for so long, but Leo retorts that maybe it's best if they leave anyway. Corin disagrees and says they want to go look for them just to make sure they're okay. Azura decides to tag along. Elise follows behind them. Xander, Leo, and Camilla all look at each other and go, "nah, fuck it, let's go too," and follows behind them. Azura suggests they should split up and look around in two groups since this place is so massive. Elise immediately jumps at Xander and exclaims, "I'm with him!" which gets a chuckle out of everyone. Xander then follows up by expressing that it would be best if the two with ties to Hoshidans are in separate teams, and Corin/Azura agree. Corin goes with Xander and Elise, Azura goes with Leo and Camilla. A few scenes of the two teams go by, of them looking around in different parts of the palace, saying, "nope, not here, no sign of them around here," and so on. After a handful of these excerpts, Corin stops to think and expresses that it makes no sense they can't find them anywhere. Xander agrees, but before they can say anything else, their vision goes dark suddenly. Corin hears a few distinct noises, in a panic, screaming at each other. They can't really make out who it is, but they recognize the voices. Once they come to, laying down on the ground and slowly opening their eyes, they can then look around with a hazy view and notice their Hoshidan siblings having an argument with their Norian siblings in some dark, cramped room. Rubbing their eyes, they sit down and ask what's going on. Both sides stop arguing and turn to look at them and exclaim, "Oh, Corin!" You're awake! Elise then explains that they all woke up in here with no memory of how they got here and no one knows what's happening. The Hoshidans blame the Norians and the Norians argue for their innocence. Takumi yells out that they planned all of this because it doesn't make sense for them to be in Hoshido. Leo argues back that it also doesn't make sense for them to knock themselves out and put themselves in here. Noka concedes that Leo has a good point, but then snarkily remarks that this suddenly happens when Nor shows up. Camilla gets a bit heated up and says it's purely a coincidence and they're insane for even considering they had anything to do with it. So then Takumi yells back,
Then what are you doing in Izumo?
and the Norians grow silent. Azura sighs and explains that they only came here to relax and gather their thoughts, that things have been very challenging for everyone. Sakura timidly speaks up and says they're here for the same reason, because while they were invited to Izumo on behalf of the Archduke, inviting them to both negotiate peace offerings or territory business between the war, as well as taking some time to relax in between setting up, a massive invasion. Takumi yells at her to shut up and Ryoma grabs him by the collar, yelling at him, "How dare you speak to your own little sister like that?" And Hinoka tries breaking them up. Korn stands up and asks Xander what he thinks happened here. With Korn speaking up, the Hoshidans mellow out and pay attention to what the opposing royals are discussing. Xander isn't sure, but his leading theory is that someone wants them out of the picture for one reason or another. Ryoma asks if he's suggesting that you want them eradicated, and Xander affirms he doesn't believe Izumo is behind this. Ryoma rubs his chin and says, "Your theory makes sense, Norian. The question remains, who would orchestrate this?" While everyone is pondering, they hear a voice calling out to them from the other side of the wall.
Finally awake, Kirby!
The gang looks at each other confused before the voice follows up with,
Now, I'm sure you have many questions. I have one simple answer for you. Only the survivors will escape. No one gets out of here until either side has won.
Xander and Leo look at each other, and Leo calls out, "Zola, is that you? You bastard!" Very obviously, Zola replies,
Oh, why yes it is, my dear prince.
Leo gets very mad and starts rushing towards the door, yelling out, "You treacherous son of a..." with Camilla and Xander holding him back, trying to calm his ass down. Zola does his signature laugh and tells the gang he'll be leaving them to it and come check on them in a few hours to see if anyone's still alive. Takumi bursts out laughing, yelling that he knew the Norians were behind this, adding that this is an extremely clever trick they put together. Leo, who is very not happy by now, yells back at him that clearly they can't be the ones putting this together if he just called him a traitor. Takumi says,
You have some remarkable acting skills, Norian scum.
Hinoka smacks him upside the head and tells him to be quiet. Ryoma asks Xander to truly be honest about this. Did they know of this plan? Xander says he knows nothing of it, as Zola is a slivery snake leeching off of anyone willing to give him attention, so they don't speak to him ever, and they kinda all hate him. Korn says he clearly wants a bloodbath, but what for? Camilla remarks he might be in league with that special someone, and suddenly it clicks. Leo says, so, he wants us to battle to the death with the Hoshidans to get as many people from both sides out of the picture, huh? Azura expresses that this is the most logical conclusion and asks the Hoshidans if they would be willing to play along with them. Ryoma asks her to elaborate, and she explains that they would temporarily team up to get out of here. Ryoma turns to the others and asks if they're okay with this. Hinoka says they don't have any other choice, Takumi says they should go with Zola's plan and kill them all, and Sakura says she wants as little violence as possible. Ryoma swallows his pride and extends his hand to Xander. The two shake hands for a temporary truce between the two nations just to get out of this pickle. The map is seeing some big changes here. You can choose who you get to deploy, but Korn, Azura, Xander, Leo, Camilla, and Elise are force deployed. You get to choose 7 additional units that all join at the start of turn 2. They come with their usual starting position. They appear on the map a turn later with either Jacob/Felicia introducing the army by saying they need to scrub every square inch of this place to find the royals. You keep your inventory from the last map on your royals, and the Hoshidans come with their own respective weapons. There's still green units, so if you sit idly by, they'll team up to defeat the generals and get the keys to the door. That brings us to the first objective of this map. Defeat the enemy generals to obtain the key and get out. Once you accomplish that, you can roam freely around the map and regain access to the convoy. The second objective then kicks in, defeat Zola. The rest of the map plays out the same way. It usually would, The Hoshidans remain stationary unless an enemy is in Sakura's range. Then they'll move out to defeat them. Otherwise, they only counterattack if attacked. If any of the royals attack Zola, he'll go, "You escaped!" and they'll respond by insulting him. After the map ends, the Norians surround Zola and tell him he can't escape anywhere. He gets on his knees and begs for forgiveness to Xander, pleading for his life. Xander orders to tell him why he did all of this, and Zola sheepishly answers that he's only obeying to Yago's word. Xander then asks him to elaborate, and this is when Zola explains that for a while now, Yago had known the war would have been coming and has been infiltrating different regions of the world, sending him to Izuna about a few weeks prior to when the story takes place to try to arrange for the two royal groups to meet up to kill him, because you're an inconvenience. He then starts to beg for his life more and more and throws Yago more under the bus, revealing more information that, like, oh, Yago is evil. Pleading for his life, saying that it wasn't him, he was forced to do it. And eventually, Xander tells him he's heard enough. He takes out Siegfried and calls out, "By reason of treason against the royalty of the kingdom of Nor, I hereby sentence you to death. Do you have any last words?" Leo puts his arm in front of Xander and steps forward. "I'll handle this, brother." Xander nods and puts away Siegfried. Zola begs some more for his life, and Elise buries her face in Camilla's arms. "May you find solace in your eternal banishment on the other side someday." Leo delivers his sick one-liner and also delivers Zola to death. Xander orders his men to find Izuna and free him as soon as possible. While Nor's army cleans up, Ryoma and his siblings walk up to the Norian siblings. He just says, "Norians," and they turn to look at him. "Be honest. Why did you come to Izuna?" Izura responds and starts retelling her earlier explanation, but Xander cuts her off. He explains the true reason they're here. King Garen gave out the order to invade Hoshido, as a frontline-to-frontline war with Hoshido would certainly result in their loss. Ryoma laughs a bit and says he's not surprised one bit, and he expected this. Still, he was hoping it wouldn't come to this. He then explains that they came here after being invited by who they thought were the Archduke to be able to relax while everything else was set in motion to invade Nor. But he turns around and says that this way they have the advantage and it would probably make things a lot easier for them than just invading Nor outright. Xander says they'll take their chances, as he likes the odds. Ryoma then says, "Next we meet, it will be as enemies, and one of us will die. Still, my family and I want to thank you for your good faith and your ability to respect this land's wishes to remain neutral." Takumi gets pissed and says he wishes they could have ended this right here, right now. Noka puts her hand on his mouth and Camilla sighs. Xander saying, "We don't abide by cowardice like that low-life scum Zola. We, Norians, believe in chivalry and honor." Ryoma nods with a grin and leaves with his gang. Sakura stays behind and walks up to Azura, holding her hand, and simply says, I missed you, Zu. Please,
Maria.
I don't want to fight you." Yuka yells out Sakura's name and she runs back to them, looking behind her one last time with a big pained smile. Azura stands there, holding up her hand with a weak wave, with a tear running down her face. The real Izuna appears escorted by the Norian guards and thanks the Norians for saving him from the Norians, but asks what exactly happened. Xander explains in detail the whole ordeal, and Izuna just responds with, "What a rotten potato!" which gets a little giggle out of Elise. He then thanks the Norians for getting rid of the pest infestation, but asks them to leave in the morning. He needs to tidy up the place and fix himself up and everything. The Norians understand and apologize for causing him so much trouble, but he brushes them off and tells them to go get their beauty sleep. Later at night, Azura turns over in her bed and asks, "Corin, are you awake?" They reply, "Yes." They ask her what's on her mind, and she explains that she feels saddened that things have to be this way, and she wonders if they could have done things any differently. Corin agrees and says they've been thinking about it this entire time. They had hoped that today might have helped with peace negotiations in some way. Corin laments not stepping in to try to come to a mutual understanding and walk towards a peaceful conclusion. But Azura counters that both countries have their minds set. They can't do anything to prevent this. Azura then stays silent for a few seconds and expresses that something's wrong with Takumi. Corin asks what she means by that, as they never really knew him, and she explains that while he's hot-headed, he never behaved like this. It just makes no sense. Something changed drastically with him. Corrin says that a stressful situation like that would change anyone, and she agrees, but follows it up with a still. She then tells Corrin they should just get some sleep and worry about it later, to which Corrin agrees and wishes her a good night. Chapter 19 of Beasts and Men. The first scene opens up with the Norians around a makeshift table with a map of the continent at sunrise, with Xander debating their next move. He seems perplexed by their next move, as the coastline would be the much easier way into Hoshido, but with Ryoma now aware of their presence, the area is no doubt heavily guarded. Leo agrees and ports towards the plains and the forests of Hoshido, but Xander explains that with their mounts it would be hard to push through that area fast enough to be undetected. Azura then says she has a proposition, but it's a risky one. Xander tells her to go on, and she points at the Kitsune clan's lair, within the chain of Hoshido's mountains. They set base at the lowest points of the mountains, thus making it relatively easy to cross through. She then explains that complications come with marching there. She recalls meeting with the leader of the Kitsune clan years ago, but leadership has since changed to his son. While they have amicable relationships with Hoshido, she's unsure how they will treat Norians. Leo follows up, explaining that while their manpower is limited, if they do pull this off, they'll be in the clear for the next few days. Corrin adds that they round up in the inventory this morning before the sun rised, and they believe the army has just enough resources to pull this off. Xander considers it, but asks what their next move would be if this fails or if their supplies are drained. Camilla asks if it would not be possible to ask for reinforcements or supplies to be dropped off, but Xander doesn't think they can rely on that for the moment. Elise gets impatient and says, "Screw it! Go home or go big!" Or however the saying goes. And it gets a laugh out of everyone present. The scene transitions to everyone packing up and Xander with Gunter overseeing the whole thing with a messenger appears. "Sire! Urgent news! King Garen, accompanied by Sir Yago, have departed Nor and will be joining up with the army as soon as possible." Xander and Gunter try holding in their shock, and Xander simply replies, "Understood. Thank you." The next scene starts with the Norians arriving at the clan's lair. Azura is still leading the march, and Elise whines that it's taking forever. Camilla tells her she can hop on her back, and she takes her up on that offer. After climbing for a few more minutes, Elise, with her newly acquired height, notices some kind of village in the mountain's flat top. She points at it excessively to draw everyone's attention, and Xander steps forward to open the march and tells Azura to stand back. He tells Corrin and Leo to come with him, and start heading down towards the village, with Azura, Elise, Camilla behind some rocks further back. Leo remarks that they probably speak some kind of local language, and Xander kinda goes, "Shit, I didn't think about that." Corrin says they know a little old Hoshidan from the things they've read. As they get closer, Corrin tries to greet the clan in the old tongue, and they kinda just all look at them confused. One Kitsune steps forward and asks who they are. They're all pretty surprised to hear he speaks the same language as them, and Xander opens up by introducing himself and his siblings. Kitsune introduces himself as Kaden, the leader of the clan. Xander reaches a hand out to shake hands, but Kaden stays unfazed. He awkwardly puts it away. He then asks what business they have coming through their land, and Leo clears his throat, explaining that they're just taking a little detour to Hoshido's capital. Kaden raises an eyebrow and asks why that is, but before they can answer, he says, "Oh, I get it. Norian invaders. Sorry, no can do. My clan and I have great relations with Hoshido, so you're not allowed through. Besides, your garments are dead giveaways, your royalty. I'm afraid this is as far as your conquest will go." Corrin sighs and asks if there's any way he'll reconsider, and he shakes his head no, and orders his men to mobilize, and orders his men to destroy the Norian threat. The trio pull back and get their forces involved. The battle plays out pretty much the same gameplay-wise. Throughout, the enemy objective remains the same, as the Kitsune are literally storming you and want you dead. So leaving some alive for a reward doesn't make much sense. I'll add a cool little Easter egg between Keaton and Kaden. If Keaton attacks Kaden, he'll be like, "Never thought I'd seen a Kitsune in the flesh. A lot more impressive than in the tales." And Kaden calls his wolf skin kinda dirty and strange before they duke it out. If you bring either Keaton or Valuria to this map, random NPCs will just growl at them because they're wolfskin. After the battle ends, Camilla suggests that they set up camp a little down the road and rest for the rest of the day, as the path up there in the battle has essentially drained everyone. Xander agrees, but asks everyone to help him bury these poor people honorably. Later in the evening, Corin is sitting down looking up at the sky when Leo sits next to them. He asks them if they're weighted down by today's events, and Corin says yes, explaining that they wish they didn't need to kill so many people. Leo sighs and agrees, saying that no one likes it at all. He pulls his sibling closer by locking his arms around their shoulder and tells them to keep a clear conscience. Leo then tells them that they'll have their sibling support throughout all of this. He gets up and tells her to go to bed, as it's far too late to be reconsidering things and going over the what-ifs. He promises Corin that once all of this is over, they'll never have to kill anyone ever again. Chapter 20. Fuga's Test. The Norian gang arrive at the Wind Tribe's village, nested deep within Hoshidan Dunes. As they approach, Azura explains that the rigid terrain and harsh weather make this quite a hard-to-reach remote location, which therefore helped the people of this region solidify their culture and belief. The winds getting stronger and stronger make it harder for the group to advance as their vision becomes more and more limited. Leo asks if this is some kind of sandstorm, and Azura responds that she isn't sure. Elise whines that she has sand in her mouth and boots, and that going here was an awful idea. Kamala remarks that it's still miles better than going through Hoshido's tropical, sweaty-ass forests. Elise then retorts that it's probably just as hot here, but before anyone can say anything else, a loud voice comes through and tells them to halt. The wind dies down, and then they realize they're surrounded. Leo remarks that Elise might have been right after all, and Xander sighs, realizing that the harsh winds was just a distraction. The tribal guards order that they follow them to Fuga's whereabouts. The next scene opens up with the Norians being escorted to Fuga's training courtyard, where he's exercising with some of his men. The guards shout out that they intercepted the intruders as requested, and Fuga comes closer. With a quite direct and hostile tone, he informs them that they're considered active threats to Hoshido and must arrest them and bring them to Ryoma. Xander is confused and points out that the Wind Tribe is supposed to be neutral, and Fuga laughs, explaining that it once was, but since Sumeragi's assassination, he decided to integrate Hoshido. The dunes and shore of this area are all in his possession, in accordance with Hoshido's throne. Corin steps forward and explains that they need to go through here to reach deeper into Hoshidan mainland to bring an end to this senseless conflict. Fuga does agree that it's senseless, but refuses to let you through. Azura mentions that the Wind Tribe are proud people that value strength. Leo has a gotcha moment and proposes a deal. Each side is hell-bent on their decisions, therefore it should be decided with a duel. Whoever defeats the opposing side first wins, and therefore their wishes will be met. Fuga ponders for a moment, considering the proposition. He asks what the conditions are: no lie, trickeries, or half-truths. Xander simply states that they wish to go through his territory to go deeper into the mainland. If they win, they will be allowed through. If they lose, they'll be arrested. Fuga likes the deal and agrees, then points out that even if they make it out of here, they'll just be defeated once in Hoshido proper, and laughs. He tells his men to mobilize for battle and to fight like they've never fought before. Biggest hater of the Wind Tribe map here, and honestly, it's gonna be done better. The wind gusts are only activated by dragon veins. Fuga and his men don't touch them as they don't need them. They don't need to anyway, as their way of magic is so different that they can manipulate the wind. Of course, the build-up has a payoff. This chapter introduces a new type of scroll only present in the Wind Tribe, the Crane Spirit. Almost every scroll is based on some kind of legendary spirit or deity in Chinese folklore, and the crane bird just so happens to not be in the OG game, and also happens to be a pretty important animal in Chinese legends. One enemy will drop it, but it's a reinforcement. The scroll is an A-rank weapon with 10 might, 80% hit, 0% crit, and no debuffs. It gives you +2 speed. The only downside being that you need A-rank, you get it at chapter 20, there's only one, so no forging, and you need a good mage to make good use of it. Also, it's kind of missable because it's a reinforcement. Anywho, you can totally beat the map without using the wind tiles, and Corin doesn't mock Hayato for being young. They literally have child soldiers, dog. They can't judge no one. Both Hayato and Fuga will have conversations with Shura, Mozu, Kaze, and Azura. Just saying, hey, aren't you Hoshidan? What are you doing on their side? And that's basically it. That's like the only conversation Mozu ever has with anyone in the game, and you can pretty easily miss it. But it's like a cool thing to point and go, haha, look, they thought about it. Oh, and if Nyx fights Fuga, this is completely random, and it is just because, I don't know, I like world building, I guess. If Fuga fights Nyx, Fuga will remark, hey, I recognize those marks. You're from the Witch Clan. And Nick says, I was, but not anymore. Let's get this out of the way. I don't want to talk about it. And Fuga's like, very well. I'll honor your people by fighting you the right way, I guess. I don't know, I'm not. After the battle, Fuga commends the army for their strength and shows his appreciation for respecting his people's way. He then asks the gang to follow him as he'll escort them on the path they need to follow to reach the mainland. Before he sets off, he asks only one thing: if they could spare as many lives as possible before they inevitably lose. He also expresses that his opinions of Nor has soured quite a lot since Sumeragi was assassinated, but he holds no ill will against its people. Xander thanks him for his hospitality, and Camilla assures that his people will not see any bloodshed. Before Fuga sends them off, he admits to not being fully honest. Part of the reason why he accepted the deal was to postpone the Norians from reaching the mainland any faster, to give time for Ryoma and the others to prepare some more. Azura speaks up and says they're only innocent bystanders involved in all of this, and they only did what they had to. Therefore, they all completely understand. Fuga asks why they even fight this war if they all seem to be against it, and Xander cryptically replies, as Crown Prince of Nor, I cannot make such decisions. Only a king can do so. And without saying anything, Fuga nods, indicating that he completely understands. He tells them they have a good heart, fighting for a wrong cause, but he hopes that good faith will bring them where they need to be in life. The Norian siblings give their goodbyes, and Elise asks Xander if it was true he had no real say in all this. He simply hits her with a, if I could do things differently, I would have. Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of power, and neither do any of us. Leo reaffirms their best chance at stopping this is to arrest Yago in front of Garen and convince him of his lies and crimes. Camilla tries cheering up the gang by saying that they all have ample proof that Yago is responsible. Azura asks if Garen is truly that much of a former shell of himself that he would be so easily manipulated, and everyone stops dead in their tracks. Xander asks what she means, and she clarifies that while she believes Yago is mostly responsible, there's simply no way he would have convinced him to do something he never wished to do. Camilla looks at Xander and expresses that he has changed a lot since Arady died. Xander looks perplexed, unable to give a definitive answer on the matter. Leo says they can't recall much of Garen before Arady died, but he did remember he was sort of empty inside. Elise collaborates this by saying that her entire childhood, Garen was much too depressed to raise her, and she doesn't really have any memories of him standing strong. Corin pitches in and sides with Elise's version of things, as they came into the picture after Arady died. Azura explains that she remembers a broken man trying to heal with the love of his new wife, only to be crushed further by her death. Gunther intrudes and excuses himself for listening in, but adds that Garen only became like this after Katarina died. It only got worse throughout the years. He also adds that he doubts Garen could be completely persuaded by Yago alone. Corin then asks, so stopping Yago doesn't mean we'll be stopping all of this for good then? Xander clears his throat and adds that even if it doesn't solve anything, it'll solve their biggest problem. Azura starts walking again and simply says that they need to keep going before it gets dark. The others follow without a word being exchanged. Editor's note, I forgot to mention it when I was talking about the map, but like in previous chapters, no one in this map actually dies. They'll have the I've been defeated, but I can't fall here stance, and they just retreat story-wise. You don't kill anyone, you don't get any extra rewards if you don't beat up anyone. This is basically a mock battle, I guess. No one dies. Chapter 21. The Dragon's Flight. I had a hard time de-dumbing this chapter for the simple fact that it's actually just stupid. After much consideration, I decided to keep the script sort of. Just a little bit. The Eternal Stairway is now named the Dragon's Flight. The legend goes that during one of the many fights between the two dragons, the Dawn Dragon would have breathed fire through a mountain. It created a hole in it. Worshippers then spent decades shaping stairs-like structures to make this easily walkable. It's the main entryway into modern mainland Hoshido and holds significant religious value to the Hoshidans. Every Hoshidan, through the course of their life, will go through the structure at least once to pray to the Dawn Dragon. Hoshido's mainland is further up in altitude compared to the rest of the country. As such, it acts as a natural protection. Before Sumeragi's reign as the dynasty's 14th king, the sovereign region of Hoshido consisted of independent territories and opposing kingdoms. A peace treaty was signed when he first came into reign. For them though, the Dragon's Flight was some sort of barrier to significantly limit invasion into the mainland, as it was the easiest and least harsh path into Hoshido, as literally everywhere else was like climbing a mountain, Breath of the Wild style. Invaders could try going around or climbing it, but in recorded history, this literally almost never happened, as it would be just like straight up suicide to attempt something as stupid as that. So this brings us to the main story, current day, you know the bullshit. As they approach the monument, Azura warns them that this place, while it is their best shot at getting further into Hoshido, will be heavily guarded. She then explains the historical significance of this place, as we literally just went over it. Corin mentions they've never heard of or read of a place like this. Leo remarks that even he wasn't aware of the significance behind it. He only ever heard that the Dragon's Flight was a pretty strategically strong point for Hoshido's defense. Xander and Camilla express that they've never even gotten close to this place, and Elise gets excited to see more Hoshidan culture. Leo reminds her that they're not here to be tourists, and they will have to fight their way through this. Azura remarks it's unusually quiet, as this place is always heavily guarded for obvious reasons. Corin asks if they're just on a break or something, but Azura explains that the people committed to protecting this area aren't part of the Hoshidan army. They're followers of the Dawn Dragon and made it their life mission to protect this place. They would never leave it unattended for just a second. Monks are highly valued in Hoshidan culture, as they protect the values and beliefs held by the dynasty and its people. Xander then expresses that he does feel a little bad invading Hoshido by going through such an important monument, as he doesn't wish to ruin the Dragon's Fight out of respect to the dedication Hoshidans have towards that place. The army gets closer to the monument while it remains just as quiet. Azura gets overly nervous and exclaims that something is wrong. They should have encountered someone by now, and yet no one showed. Leo suggests that maybe the monks here pulled back into the mainland to help defend it, but Azura assures them that they wouldn't leave this place even if Ryoma had asked them to. Camilla suggests that maybe something happened to them, and Azura takes a deep breath before agreeing with her. Kaze walks into the conversation and excuses himself for intruding, but proposes to scout ahead, as he bears a shield and crest on his armor still. Xander agrees and tells him to be cautious. If Kaze is dead, I don't know, you're just a piece of shit, I guess. The next scene is maybe an hour later. Kaze comes back and reports to the royals that the Dragon's Flight seems completely empty. Leo rubs his chin and asks if they could be planning a surprise attack, but both Kaze and Azura are convinced that they lack the military expertise or means to even plan such an attack. Out of options, Xander orders that they march on regardless and stay alert to all movement, noise, or sight. Elise grabs Xander's hand and tells him she had a bad feeling about this, and he tells her she'll be okay. Corin then tells her to just stay near them if she's so worried, and she agrees. Once inside, Corin asks Azura just how long it takes to go up these stairs, and she nervously answers she doesn't really know. Kaze then butts in and says it might take them a few hours as the climb is quite harsh and long. Felicia and Flora then recount a story they heard as a child about someone from their village long ago attempting to climb these stairs to speak to the Den King that asks for assistance against Nor. Xander asks the twins how the story ends as he's never heard it before now. Flora answers that there's a lot of debate as to how the tale ends, but most people assume they moved to Hoshido and never came back. Leo blurts out that he can't blame them. Nor's terrain is not for the faint of heart after all. Once they're about halfway there, the scouts ahead come running down in a panic. They yell out that monsters are descending from the top. Xander orders the army to turn back and retreat, but more scouts from down below rush in, exclaiming that there's more monsters climbing up behind them. Camilla looks at Xander with her killer's gaze and exclaims that they're trapped in here. With no other choice, Xander orders everyone to fight their way through this place. Azura informs them that their best chance at getting out with as few casualties as possible would be to go up and face the remaining threats out in the open. Leo sides with her strategy and everyone gets into battle formation. Now, about the map. I'm keeping the same core mechanic, except we're throwing in new kinds of monsters for this one. Stormborns remain the same. We're adding flying types of monsters. Frankenstein-like gargoyles with poisonous claws. There's also 2 at the top of the map from the start. Otherwise, they come in as reinforcements. The guy the boss is paired up with now becomes a golden faceless for boosted EXP. The first 3 waves of reinforcements don't come with Void Curse on all routes, but they're not meant to be farmed as they're stronger than the current enemies on the map. They're supposed to be scary. After the map ends, a short scene plays out of everyone defeating the remaining monsters and climbing up the stairs in a rush. Once they reach the top, everyone's out of breath and exhausted. Elise freaks out and asks why these things are even here and how they even got to them. Leo pulls out a claw from his pocket and shows it off, saying that he managed to collect this during the battle. The others are a little grossed out, but he expresses that he wishes to know what kind of magic created these creatures. Camilla remarks that they do in fact look like they were put together by some sort of sick shit. Xander orders them to set up camp and rest as they cannot continue on in the state they're in. Everyone leaves, but Xander holds back and Leo asks him if he could take some time tonight to figure something out. If Nyx and Odin are still alive, he'll inform Xander he'll get their aid to speed up the process. If either or both of them are dead, he tells Xander he'll do his best. During the night, Xander checks up on Elise and asks her how she's been taking things. She explains that while it's been hard and she's unsure whether or not she'll be able to move past the atrocities she's committed, she would never forgive herself if something happened to one of her siblings while she rests easy at home. Xander chuckles, remarking, "I wonder who you get that from?" And that makes Elise laugh a little bit. Xander then explains that what will come next won't be pleasant or pretty, but Elise insists she wants to stay and help. Xander commends her bravery and tells her to get some warrior's rest for the night. Chapter 22. Assault on Fort Jinya. The chapter opens up on some scouts coming back to Xander and Camilla, informing them that the route to Fort Jinya has been secured. Camilla nods at Xander and tells him she'll rally up the troops and commence their march. The scene cuts to Xander walking in on Leo's tent and asking him about how everything is coming together. Whether Odin or Nyx live to help is a little inconsequential. Leo's summary boils down to whatever magic was applied to these creatures comes from neither Nor or Hoshido. The craftsmanship is far too different to be of the region at all, as none of it matches with any records of any tribes on the continent. He then sighs and apologizes to Xander for not finding out much, but the latter puts his hand on his brother's shoulder and thanks him for trying his best. With bloodshot eyes, Leo looks up at him with a tender smile. Xander is taken aback and asks him how much sleep he got, and Leo brushes him off, simply stating that he didn't sleep at all. If the other two mages lived, Xander will ask about them, and Leo will inform them that he ordered them to sleep hours ago and continued alone. Otherwise, the scene ends with Leo telling Xander he pulled an all-nighter. As a quick side note, back at my castle, if you speak with Leo, he'll just tell you to bring him coffee or something because he's gonna be up for a while. Same with Odin and Nyx. If you talk to them, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, we're helping Prince Leo. We might need some coffee." Next scene has everyone gathering up with Xander giving them a speech about how everything from here is going to be much, much worse. All who wish to return home won't be faulted or branded as defectors. People back home will need you. No soldiers leave, instead they'll cheer for their commander. Xander draws Siegfried and points it towards the distant Fort Jinya, and tells them to march on. Before any of the royal family start walking, two guards walk towards them, escorting a very special guest. Hello again! A familiar voice calls out. One of the Norian guards speaks up. "Sir, Archduke Izana requested to see you." The entire family is shocked and Elise runs towards him, grabs his hand and jumps up and down asking him why he's here in a happy tone. He informs them he simply couldn't let the debt he owed them go unpaid, and after cleaning up Zola's mess, he decided to join the war effort. Korn asks if he's truly comfortable taking a position as a leader of a neutral territory, but Izana nonchalantly replies, "Oh, I momentarily stepped down," followed with a laugh. Xander looks completely dazzled and simply replies with, "We're glad to have you on board." Elise cheers and dances around, happy to have Izana join them. Later in the day, the gang arrives within the territory of Fort Jinya. Azura informs them that they've made it, but to stay vigilant, as she fully expects Ryoma to have guarded this place heavily. Leo asks her more about the stronghold, and Azura shares the little knowledge she has of it, regrettably informing everyone she's only been here once or twice in her life. Izana butts in and explains that the fort is pretty much impenetrable normally, but there's a way to get in. He then informs them that the route they need to take, and Leo devises a plan. The army is split into two factions and attack from both sides to overwhelm Hoshidan forces. Azura asks what Izana has to gain from helping them attack a friendly nation to Izumo, and Izana simply explains that he wants to return the favor. Camilla asks if he understands the implications of walking to battle with them, and Izana temporarily shifts into a more serious persona and simply responds with yes. The scene transitions to a Hoshidan scout running towards Yukimura and informing him that the Norians have infiltrated and have been spotted walking towards the fort. Yukimura sighs and gathers the troops, then informs a scout to find Sakura and tell her to get to the capital with Ryoma and Mikoto. Sakura refuses, standing firmly in her belief that she needs to aid her siblings in defending Hoshido. Yukimura walks in and disappointedly expresses that he expected her to say something like that. He then requests to at least be the last line of defense of the fort, meaning that her life may be spared should the Norians break through successfully. Sakura agrees, but emphasizes she won't run away even if they draw their weapons at her. Pretty much everything, chapter-wise, remains the same. One addition I'm adding is giving Sakura her own holy weapon, Amaterasu. It's a rod with the ability to bless a target. The blessing is basically plus 3 on all stats for 2 turns. The same amount of uses as Elise's weapon apply here. It has a range of 1 to 2, meaning she can only bless targets that run towards her in this map. AI remains the same, however. Sakura has a conversation with Korin, Azura, and Elise. Yukimura, however, has a conversation with Xander, Azura, Kaze, and Shura. The retainers have generic lines for anyone they encounter except for Azura, in which they simply state they're disappointed to see her fight for Nor. Once the battle wraps up, Xander orders the Hoshidans to surrender, lest they be spared. Every remaining soldier drops their weapons and raises their hands, with Yukimura, Sakura, Hana, and Tsubaki following suit. Everyone present then gets their hands tied and gets taken as a war prisoner. Korin, Leo, and Camilla are supervising operations while Elise and Azura are tending to the wounded. Xander personally speaks to Yukimura and Sakura, informing them that everyone present will be detained at the fort under Norian rule and none shall be harmed. He then asks if they have any requests, and Sakura, with tears in her eyes, simply asks, "Please, don't kill any of my siblings." Xander's stoic expression changes, with a more empathetic look in his eyes. He turns around and informs her they'll try. Yukimura protests and asks what kind of a response that is, but they're taken away by the Norians. As people are still being rounded up, Garen arrives with reinforcements. Xander goes to greet him and asks how he arrived so quickly. Yago cuts in and thanks the young prince for making it so easy for them to travel through Hoshido, followed by his signature evil laugh. Xander briefs him on the situation, explaining that he's taken the decision to take them as war prisoners and spare their lives. Garen asks him if that's truly wise, but Xander doubles down and expresses that he refuses to shed any more blood. Yago's kinda mad, so he gathers his personal guards and helps rounding up prisoners. This is when we get introduced to Hans, who's running towards unarmed Hoshidans with restraints in hand. He tackles Hana, with some of the other men near him tackling Sakura and some other shrine maidens. They all scream in a panic as they're being held down and Korin rushes to their aid. Camilla falls behind them and they both intercept. Korin yells out, "What the hell are you doing? They're maidens!" Hans is still holding Hana's face down to the ground and laughs, saying, "But this one isn't." Camilla and Korin push Yago's men off the defenseless maidens, and Camilla draws out her weapon, exclaiming, "I act by Crown Prince Xander's orders. All who defy his instructions will be branded as traitors and held as captives, especially the likes of you. Have I made myself clear?" Hans backs off and says he was only acting under Yago's orders. "Get this done as quickly as possible." Korin whispers out a "coward," and Camilla tells him it's in his best interest to disregard his boss's instructions now that they march with Xander. Hans walks away with a grin on his face and peacefully continues his task. Xander runs towards them and asks if everything is alright. Camilla fills him in and he sighs, explaining that he believes Hans should have stayed behind bars much longer. Korin, surprised, asks how he knows of him. Xander then explains that he was a wanted criminal in Nor. He arrested him a while ago. Camilla ponders why he would even be let out, and Xander continues that if he's working for Yago, it can't be good. Leo is walking towards them while they were speaking and then tells them he'll ask Garen personally to get to the bottom of this. Next scene is later in the evening. Leo walks towards Garen. The king asks how things are moving and Leo informs him that every Hoshidan has been put in the fort's jail and all stations are currently occupied by Norian soldiers. He follows up by saying that Elise was nearly done helping the wounded and should be expected to resurface at any moment. Garen nods along and tells him he can get some rest, as they will march towards the Great Wall of China at sunrise. But Leo asks if he could answer him a question beforehand. Garen tells him to go ahead, and the young prince asks him why Hans is here. Garen sighs and informs Leo that Yago demanded a retrial, believing that the man could be of some use to the war effort. He appealed his sentencing on one of the conditions that Yago personally oversees that he doesn't commit any atrocities against Norians. Leo asks, And what if he does? Karen then informs him that part of the reason why he agreed to such a deal was simply because there's a high chance Hans will die in battle. He gets rid of two problems at once. Leo's taken aback, but seems pleased by his father's plan. He bids him a good night and walks out. Later during the night, every royal except Leo and Elise gather together. Xander apologizes for asking them to meet up so late, and explains that Leo's absent because he didn't sleep the previous night and Elise was exhausted after helping out. Azura asks him why he requested to see them like this, and Xander explains that he feels a bit perplexed as to what he should do with Yago. Now that they have marched into Hoshido and will join them in future battles, Xander is unsure about how he should go about arresting him. Korn expresses boldly that they should put it on the back burner for now and get him once the Hoshidans are no longer a threat. Camilla agrees with Korn's conclusion and believes that if they were to arrest him, he would most likely protest. The resources should be used to end the war as soon as possible. Azura also agrees, pitching in that, for now, he's no threat. Xander nods and thanks his siblings for helping him out with his concerns. Camilla locks her arms around his shoulders and affectionately reminds him that they're all here for each other. Azura clears her throat and looks at her siblings. She opens her mouth but struggles to speak. Korn asks her what's wrong and she looks down. I'm worried. Camilla walks up to her, lifting up her chin, and asks her what makes her so worried. Azura clarifies that she's afraid they might have to kill some of the people she grew up with, and seeing how Hans treated Sakura today made her face that fact. Korn and Xander walk closer to her and tell her that they will do everything in their power to make sure they all live. Azura thanks them and opens up a bit about her feelings. She expresses that since the beginning, she's been brushing off her emotions about the reality of the situation. It only started hitting her more in Izumo. Xander empathizes with her, understanding that it's hard to be faced with this kind of trouble. He tells her that if she wishes to remove herself from this conflict, he would never fool her. Azura shuts down the idea and explains that she needs to be by Korn's side throughout this. Camilla then opens her arms, and everyone has a family hug. The scene ends with Camilla saying, "Whatever happens, we will all be here for you, my dear sister." Notes about Hans and Azura. I know it's rather late to introduce Hans, but the simple and honest truth is that I couldn't really find any other place to fit him in. His function to the story is now more closely related to Yago, who from this point on will be present. Now about Azura. I wanted to explore the fact that she is part of the family. She usually swallows her emotions and only briefly mentions what's on her mind to a select few people like Korn. But she took a big leap and spoke out to Camilla and Xander as well. Her being so disconnected in the OG Conquest always struck me as weird. She grew up with these people. So here she actually gives a shit about fighting her adoptive family. Chapter 23. Ascending the Great Wall of Susanoo. The chapter opens up with the Norian army marching towards the Great Wall of China at dawn, with the sun rising up behind the mountains of Hoshido. Elise remarks that it's beautiful and Korn jumps in, admiring the scenery. Leo jests by adding that Azura sure was lucky to wake up to see something like this every day, but to his surprise, she doesn't react. He clears his throat and adds that they should focus on their surroundings, as they could be ambushed at any moment. Xander adds that last night might be one of the few times they could rest up, as upcoming battles will have little to no intervals between them. The scene transitions to the gang midday traveling in the Hoshidan plains. Korn asks Elise how the wounded were and she tells them they seemed fine when she left. She then adds that she checked on Sakura before they left, and every Hoshidan soldier was taken care of. A smile comes to Korn's face. The next scene then opens up with the sun setting down and the army being right at the Great Wall of China's doorstep. Xander orders every troop to settle down at the main posts. The next scene then opens up with Takumi overlooking the Norians setting in from atop the wall with a deranged grin on his face. Oboro walks up to him to inform him that the Norians have arrived, and Takumi lets out a sinister laugh before stating,
Oh, I'm well aware.
Oboro seems uncomfortable but not taken aback, implying that it's not the first time he's behaved like this. She asks if they should set out and be more on the defensive or retain a defensive approach. Takumi states he prefers if they come running towards them, desperately trying to win this fight. Oboro nods and walks away. The camera then focuses on Takumi, with him blurring out,
Oh, how I've longed for this moment. I'll have their heads. I can't wait to display their corpses for the world to see.
Followed with another deranged laugh while he walks away. Big emphasis on his demeanor. He can barely walk straight and always has some kind of crazed look in his eyes. But what could this mean? The Hoshidans outside the wall take up formation, and that's when Xander gives the word to start fighting. Everything map-wise remains the same except for one small detail. Takumi's portrait is slightly different. His skin is paler, more grey-like. His eyes appear to be more of a bright red than his regular crimson. It's similar to the Redead people, but he looks more alive than they are. He doesn't quite look like someone who died and was resurrected as a puppet. His voice is still his, but his manner of speech is different, more bloodthirsty, less empathetic. If Korn fights him in battle, he greets them with a simple, "Why hello." Okay, I'm not doing this bit anymore. "Why hello, imposter. I know you died 15 years ago. I saw you on the other side. So who are you truly?" "Takumi, I'm not..." Before Korn can finish their sentence, Takumi interrupts them. "It doesn't matter. My bow lusts for your blood, your screams of agony, your demise. You're going to die." Korn doesn't say anything else. The serious face portrait is used with a silent text box. If Takumi fights Azura, the conversation goes as follows. "Well, well, well, if it isn't the traitor." "Takumi, what's the matter with you? This isn't you, talk to me." He also interrupts her. "This is who I am, traitor. I finally am the real me, freed from any guilt or remorse. I can finally focus on what I've yearned for all these years. Revenge.
I'm going to kill you.
I want you dead, and I'm going to enjoy
And
every
then
second."
kill you again.
"Takumi, what happened to you?" Oboro and Hinata only have a special line with Azura and Kaze, as they're both from Hoshido, but it's the same line for both of them. The pair basically say, "It's a shame we have to fight, but I can't let you in now that you've sided with Nor." In their own words, because neither of those bums speak like that. They also don't die here because it never made much sense that Hana and Tsubaki live, but not them. I guess the idea was that Takumi also died, so his retainers should die, but I mean, we all played Conquest, we know how that ends. After the battle ends, Korn and the crew surround Takumi atop of the Great Wall of China. Azura tells him to give up and surrender, that any more fighting is useless. Korn backs her up and tells him that all of his remaining soldiers have been spared and taken into custody. Takumi laughs and says he doesn't care if they live or die, so long as he gets to kill every Norian present. Leo steps forward and opens up Brynhilde, preparing to land a killing blow on Takumi. Azura jumps at his arm and begs him to let her reason with him. Upon seeing the chagrin in his sister's face, Leo steps down and tells her she gets one chance. Takumi laughs and says he'll never surrender to the likes of them. Azura starts walking towards him with her arms open and asks him to just please listen to her. He draws Fujin at her and aims right at her chest. But before he can land an arrow, Xander laser beams the bow out of his hands with Siegfried, now with every Norian sibling ready to bounce him if he pulls anything else. Takumi backs up against the wall, laughing maniacally. Azura tries retelling him a story from their childhood, when she fell and scraped her knee. Takumi came to her aid and helped her patch it up. Takumi's maniacal laugh fades out as he grabs onto his head and presses himself against the wall's rail thingy. She starts retelling another story of when they climbed up a tree with Hinoka, and he yells out at her to stop. He's holding his head with both of his hands, screaming out at her to stop. Tears are running down his face as he lets out a faint, "Help me." Azura's eyes light up and she starts singing her gay-ass song. Takumi screams out in agony and gets up on the rail. Azura stops abruptly and runs towards him, yelling out for him to stop. He steps off the ledge and simply states, "He's not here anymore," and laughs while falling off the wall. Azura falls to her knees, incapable of uttering one word. Korn rushes to the wall and looks down in horror as Takumi splashes on the ground. For obvious reasons, all we see is Korn's horrified face as Takumi falls. Kamala rushes to Azura and holds her in her arms, consoling her. Elise stands there in complete shock and asks what just happened. Leo's gaze darts around in disbelief and grabs her and hides her face in his armor and walks away with her to spare her the aftermath. Korn walks backwards from the wall as their vision starts blacking out. Xander catches them before they can fall. They regain consciousness a few moments after collapsing, with Xander's mortified expression looking at them. No one utters a word. No one is even able to speak up. Korn stays in Xander's arms minutes on end, paralyzed by the image of what just happened. After a few minutes, Azura cries and screams, breaking the silence as she weeps into Camilla's shoulders. Camilla tightens her hold around her sister and tells her to let it all out. Azura's sounds of agony break Corns out of their trance as they stand up and run away. Xander asks them what they're doing and Corn turns around and says, "I saw him stand up after his fall. He fell. I saw it. He hit the ground. I saw the blood, but he just stood up. I have to go see if he's there." Xander's face changes as he runs after Corin and tells them to wait. The scene transitions to Corin running toward the puddle of Takumi's blood, with bloodied footprints going on for a few steps and mysteriously disappearing. They fall on their knees in complete disbelief, and a quiet but "how?" leaves their lips. Xander follows behind them and has the same shocked expression, stopping right behind them. The next scene is at night. Leo, Xander, Camilla, and Corin are all together inside the wall, taking up shelter. Camilla informs the gang Azura is being watched right now by guards to monitor her condition. Leo follows up by telling everyone Elise is resting at the moment, as today's events left her too troubled to tend to the wounded. Xander informs everyone he sent out numerous scouts to see if they could find any traces of Takumi, but nothing came up so far. Corin says they just came back from the holding cells, and every Hoshidan has refused to eat anything since they learned of Takumi's passing. Xander is yet again at a loss, as the troops' morale is nowhere near good to even keep marching on at the moment. But this is the best time to continue their assault. Breaking away from the evasion talk for a second, he asks his siblings if they're alright. Leo answers that he's fine, but despite seeing many dead bodies killing many people and seeing truly wicked shit, kind of gets to him. Camilla agrees and adds that seeing a commander have so little regard for his soldiers and just taking himself out like that was pretty disturbing. Corin states that they're just simply in shock over the events and worried for Azura. Garen painfully walks in, using a cane to get closer to his children, with Yago following behind. Camilla, concerned, asks if it's wise for him to be out of bed after spending so much energy traveling today. Garen simply states that he's had a father's intuition that his children needed his guidance, and so offers his opinion on the matter he overheard. He explains that he believes that with the two biggest strongholds in their positions, Hoshido barely has a leg to stand on and any remaining troops will be at the capital. He then states that they can afford to take a few days to recuperate from the battle. Yago then jumps in and says that they're so close to victory, they should seize the chance now. Xander shuts him down. "Do you defy my father's, the king's, orders?" Yago snarkily remarks that he's his main advisor and it's part of his task to give him insight. Garen's a bit amused by this and walks away, telling his children to get some rest. They need it. Corin walks into the room where Azura is resting, as they share the place with her and Camilla for the night. Azura's laying down, looking up at the ceiling, eyes wide open. Corin walks towards her, but before they can say anything, she just asks, "How are we going to tell Sakura? What about Hinoka?" Corin sits down on the bed next to her and takes a few moments to gather their thoughts. They open their mouths several times to speak, but nothing comes out. Camilla eventually walks in and looks at Corin with a concerned look, and they nod no. Camilla sighs and walks towards Azura, getting down on one knee and caressing her scalp tenderly. Azura takes Camilla's hand and turns her head towards her, with tears in her eyes. Corin takes a deep breath and says, "Well, tell them when the right time comes. I promise. I'll be here with you." Azura wipes the tears out of her eyes and smiles, thanking them in a soft voice. Also, as a side note, at my castle after this battle, every unit will have something to say about Takumi, committing suicide essentially. Varying ranges of, "Man, that was fucked up," and "Wow, what a coward." Because in Norian culture, taking yourself out is not well seen. But the Hoshido aligned characters will go, "Man, he went out like a true Hoshidan warrior." Chapter 24, Hoshido's Last Stand. The Norian army rests at the Great Wall of China for a handful of days, giving everyone ample time to get their shit together on the morning of their departure and break down the plan of their next few actions. Leo explains that they fully expect to be traveling for at least 2 to 3 days before arriving at the capital. Xander asks if anyone would like to stay here and keep guard instead of proceeding, but all agree they wish to continue their conquest. Attention turns to Azura, who clarifies that she's okay now after taking some time to process things over. The others trust her words and hash out the plan for the next few days. After debriefing, Leo mentions he's made further discoveries about the Faceless. He then explains that he requested old manuscripts of historical magic and they had some within the Great Wall of China, and made an interesting connection. While the magic employed for the Frankensteinization of the monsters is far more evolved, he discovered that it can be faintly traced back to ancient Norian and Hoshidan magic. Korn reflects and expresses that they've never heard of any nations practicing any kind of ancient magic, and Leo collaborates this. He points out that they might be at a dead end when it comes to leads about this, but the discovery was worth mentioning. Camilla mentions that maybe Nyx would, or would have if you killed her, know something about this. Leo informs her that unfortunately, the witch clan has some roots in old Norian sorcery, but the techniques they use are far more modernized and the spellcasting are different entirely. Xander thanks Leo for his efforts once again, and everyone departs for the capital of Hoshido. After a few days of walking as planned with little to no Hoshidan interception, Camilla remarks that Garen had a point. The Hoshidans are keeping all the forces at the castle to prevent them from making it any further. Leo adds that it's a sound strategy, but he believes they have the advantage regardless. As they near the capital, the outside walls are decorated with Hoshidan soldiers. As they get closer, a dozen of soldiers intercept them and tell them to surrender now and give up their fruitless efforts. The Norians refuse, and a familiar voice can be heard behind them. "I figured you Norian dogs would refuse." The soldiers move out of the way to reveal Hinoka, walking towards the army. "I'll put it plainly. I'm giving you one last chance to turn around and resolve this peacefully. No one needs to die. I'm afraid we can't do that. Who's to say that once we turn around and return, you won't invade us once more?" Xander refutes. "You have a good point. I'm not acting under Ryoma's orders by telling you to leave. Therefore, I can't say what he will do once you return home." Leo gives his signature snark laugh and points out, "This entire conflict was started by Hoshido. Numerous times, you stirred trouble where you weren't supposed to be. Now you tell us to take all of this bowing down like cowards? Have you no shame?" Hinoka is startled by his words and holds her head down, only saying, "Very well." As she walks away, she calls out, "If I were you, I'd make my prayers now. I swore on my life to Ryoma no one would get through." Azura then speaks up and tells everyone that the gates to the capital are mostly plains without much terrain. It should be easy to walk up to the gate, but to stay on their guard. Hinoka can use dragon veins, and she senses the presence of some in this area. The battle is the same with one exception, that Hinoka has her weapon that I mentioned back in the Rainbow Sage chapter. The helicopter cutscene only plays once you get within a 10-tile range of Hinoka. I'm keeping it because the fandom loves it. There are changes to her design, but it's not really worth mentioning in the Conquest route other than the pre-rendered cutscenes use her promoted look instead of her regular class design. She also has a conversation with Azura that I'm adding. She asks what happened to Sakura and Takumi. Azura bluntly responds that Sakura is being held as a prisoner at the fort and Takumi went missing. Hinoka laments that she has to lose 2 siblings today, and learning what has become of Takumi only adds to that pain. I'm changing her conversation with Korn as well. She asks them plainly what even motivated them to come all the way here just to kill people of their homeland. Korn says it's not that simple. Hinoka reflects that maybe she'll never understand, but she also never wishes to understand. Korn apologizes, but says that they stand with Nor and their family lies within the Norians. Hinoka is hurt. Tears come to her eyes as she just says, "I feared you would say that." Hinoka and her retainers also have the "I've been defeated, but I can't fall here" pose after you defeat them. Once the battle ends, Hinoka panics over her loss as in disbelief that they were beaten. Xander orders them to surrender now and their lives will be spared. Hinoka looks around, seeing all of her wounded soldiers. The green plains are now painted in red. The calm that used to reign this place is now replaced by screams and cries of agony resonating through her head. Her gaze starts twitching as she witnesses the absolute horror of this battle. She closes her eyes and bites her lip and drops her weapon while raising her hands. "We surrender. Please, spare my men." Azura turns to Xander and asks if it was possible to send Hinoka and her men to Fort Yingya with Sakura. He agrees, seeing as it doesn't make much of a difference. Hinoka, who's being handled by Norian soldiers to be detained, looks over at Azura in shock. Azura smiles faintly at her. Before she's taken away, she looks at the Norian siblings and simply says, "Please, spare Ryoma." After she's taken away, Yago walks in with Gunter, Hans, and Garen. He makes his entry by clapping in a somewhat sarcastic way and shouts out, "Bravo!" Garen congratulates his children on seizing control of the gate leading to the capital and therefore the castle. They share a very small banter with Gunter helping him move forward away from the gang. Yago and Hans, however, stick around. Yago looks at them with disgust and asks why they keep sparing all these Hoshidans. Elise stands up for them and states, "More blood doesn't need to be spilled." Yago laughs and remarks that war is about spilling blood. Hans then questions why they would even allow Hinoka to walk away and fight the enemy head-on. Leo defends their actions by explaining that they're not cowards who would attack an unprepared enemy, war or not. He then further elaborates by stating that even if they were to jump her, they would most likely have been rushed by every single soldier around there. Both of them are rather annoyed by now, and Yago reminds them that Takumi is still unaccounted for, staring at Azura while saying so. Camilla steps forward and tells him, "Why? Isn't that a shame? You have time to waste your breath, but no time to look for him. Get out of our sights." Yago looks at her up and down with a look of utter hatred and walks away without saying much more. Xander waits for them to be gone and says he can't wait to arrest that annoying jackass. After this interaction, a Norian soldier comes running towards the royals and shouts out,
My lords, my ladies, Princess Hinoka has requested a word with Princess Azura and Corrin.
The two look at each other and nod in agreement. This scene is rather short but very important, so open your fucking ears. Just giving out the plain conversation would be more useful and straight to the point than vaguely describing it, so here we go. You wanted to see us? Yes, thank you for agreeing. I'll make this quick. Mother has woken up yesterday. Corrin and Azura are shocked. Cue the shocked model reactions. Gee, what? Is this true? It is. Ryoma has had the displeasure of catching her up on recent events. No one except us two know of this. I've been debating whether or not I should tell you, but I believe it's the right thing to do. Corrin looks down at the ground and stays silent. Then I suppose we should expect to face her once we enter the castle. Hinoka nods. I'm afraid so. I know I've already made far too many requests by now, but we understand, Hinoka. I can't promise you anything, but we don't wish to spill any more blood than necessary. Corrin breaks their silence. Thank you. Please, watch over Sakura. She needs it. Hinoka is taken away by the guards that detained her, off to be with Sakura and the others. Chapter 25. A Samurai's Duty. The Norian soldiers march through the castle town, being hurled insults at. The crowd goes silent once they see the royals, Garen included, to be part of the march towards the castle. A few ninjas in the background can be seen running towards the castle on rooftops. Yago requests permission to zap him before they can reach their boss, but Garen declines, saying they need all their resources to defeat Ryoma. As you wish, my liege. Yago replies, like the annoying snake he is. Several soldiers are standing guard in front of the door of the castle, all of which are easily cut down by one swing of Garen's axe. The army waltz in and walks through the corridors, being attacked by one soldier after another. Leo remarks that they seem rather weak for castle guards, and Azura agrees, believing that they're merely recruits here to buy Ryoma time. Xander's a bit disturbed at the idea of Ryoma sacking a bunch of newbies at them, but Azura clarifies that recruits never see battle. They chose to stall us. Camilla expresses that it's such a shame loyal soldiers are throwing their lives away, and Corrin states that they probably know Ryoma is their best last chance at winning this. Once they are near the throne room, Yago suggests that Garen sits out of this battle, as they cannot risk losing their king. The old man literally has a hard time walking around after all. Garen agrees to this and will guard the rear end along with his personal soldiers to assure Xander and the others can secure the victory. The army marches on inside the end of the corridor just before the throne room to be greeted with Ryoma. Cue the rat-ass cutscene of him lightning bending the fire torches in the room. He asks, "Answer me this, Norian prince. What has become of my siblings?" Xander then explains that Sakura and Hinoka are being held as war prisoners and that Takumi has disappeared. Ryoma's gaze becomes more piercing as he says, "Good. Then that means I don't have to hold anything back. I only ask one thing, an honorable duel." Camilla asks why, and Ryoma explains that if this is truly the path they wish to walk down, then they'll have to kill him. Korin panics and says they won't kill him, but Ryoma calls them a coward, unfit to be an important figurehead in an army. Azura puts her hand on Korin's shoulder and says, "There's no greater honor in Hoshidan culture than to duel with its greatest warrior." Korin's eyes widen, as the reality of Ryoma's words seem to have sunken in. They turn to face him and accept the duel. He then asks his men to leave him and Korin to duke this one out, and to take care of the rest of the Norian army. The map plays out the exact same way. Ryoma won't attack for the first 20 to 25 turns. Since the context of this conversation is changed, I'll go for the trouble of also changing their fighting dialogue. "I thank you for having mercy for Sakura and Hinoka. However, I question if you have the stomach to cut me down. I'm unsure if I do, but I believe I understand what this duel is about. It's a great honor to fight you, Ryoma. Heh. At least I could teach you a few things about being Hoshidan. Steady your blade, Korin. This is the end. On my honor as Crown Prince, I cannot forgive the sins you've committed against my people." The battle ends and Ryoma is bent down on one knee to the ground. "No, my kingdom, my honor, all is lost. I have failed." Xander points Siegfried at Ryoma and demands him to surrender, as Hoshido doesn't need to lose its crown prince. Ryoma laughs and calls Xander a foolish Nori. He explains that there is no greater dishonor than watching your kingdom fall and living to see it unfold. Azura looks down while biting her lip, unable to find it in herself to say anything. Xander insists on him surrendering, but Ryoma refuses again. "I've been defeated by a Norian. I cannot call myself a warrior and carry such a burden on my name." Korin looks down as well, as they understood right. The duel was to prove whether or not Korin was truly loyal to Nor. "Tell me, Norians, what do you hope to achieve?" Korin steps forward. "Peace. A world where this kind of war will no longer be necessary." Ryoma nods slowly and takes a look around him one last time, his soldiers looking at him with utter respect, holding their heads down as they knew what came next. You, the viewer, also know what happens next. The Sudoku scene then plays. Korin stands over Ryoma's body, speechless, as Red turns to look away, unable to bring herself to face his corpse. Xander holds her in his arms and holds his head down, closing his eyes. Every soldier behind him follows suit, all sharing a moment of silence in honor of Ryoma's sacrifice. After a few minutes, Azura faintly cries out, "He's counting on us to help Hoshido in his stead." Xander rubs her hair and assures her they will. He then requests that his body be taken somewhere safe, so that they may bury him once they have time. Hyago and Garen then walk in. Hyago is laughing hysterically over seeing Ryoma's dead body on the ground and cheers on the royals for killing him. Garen congratulates his children on securing the castle and the kingdom. Xander shares a few words with him about how this war is now finally over and the sacrifices can finally end. Garen agrees and thanks his children for all they've done for him. They nod in agreement and tell him to go ahead and claim what's his. Sir Garen does, as he heads towards the throne room, really ready to hone in on the "We won! Your kingdom is ours!" Hyago stays behind to tell Xander they should execute every royal they have captive and take Hoshido as theirs permanently. Leo says, "We have different plans, ones that don't involve absolute conquest." Hyago, shocked, asks them how they could ever want anything else with the people who have been causing them nothing but problems. Korin explains that, hypothetically speaking, complete dominance over a nation only leads to rebellions and quarrels. It's much better to sign a peace treaty between nations. Hyago laughs and asks how they believe Garen will even accept something like this, and the gang looks at each other with a "oh, he don't know" look. Chapter 26. Rooting out evil. Literally no time has gone between the last chapter and this one. Xander gives out the order to rally up the remaining Hoshidan troops and seize them, tending to the wounded as needed. Hyago snarks, telling him that they should just leave them to die. The royals all look at each other and nod. Xander takes out Siegfried and holds the tip at Hyago's neck. Hyago, shocked, asks what the meaning of this is. We get a cool line from Xander. "By reason of treason against the crown, treason against your kingdom, we hereby arrest you for your crimes against Nor." Hyago plays dumb and says he's done nothing wrong, but every other royal takes out their weapon and points them at him. Korin affirms that they have proof of him plotting to have them killed. From falsifying documents to Hoshido, leading the Norians into a death trap, to hiring Norian soldiers and mercenaries to kill them. If Cher was spared and is still alive, he'll walk forward and confirm their story. Whether Gunther is alive or not, he is part of the story, so it doesn't matter, but regardless, he steps forward and sides with the royals and confirms that he's caught Iago acting suspiciously for many months, sending out strange letters with no return address, leaving the country randomly and coming back at strange moments. And suspiciously, strange actions happen right after. Iago starts laughing like an absolute anime villain, and Han sneaks up behind him and takes a swing at Corrin, which Azura blocks just in time. This distracts the royals, and Iago escapes the death circle.
I fear you're forgetting a few things. I also sent out those creatures to tear you limb from limb. I was the one that summoned those fallen soldiers to attack you during your sleep. What a shame that Lady Lilith had to die. Simply more crimes to add to the never-ending list of atrocities you've committed against the Norian people. Your plot of overthrowing the crown ends here and now, Iago. Iago's loyal soldiers rally behind him, as do Xander's. To attack the royalty of the kingdom which you pledged allegiance to is a great offense, Iago, says the big man himself. Leo lets out a, "Oh, I have waited for this day," and Iago follows up by laughing and saying that they're making his life a hell of a lot easier by just fighting him head on. And then trolls a little bit by explaining that he's taken the liberty of taking some of Hinoka's men and experimenting on them, turning them into faceless just in case he needed an additional arsenal. Azura calls him a monster and he laughs some more, then says, "Don't worry, you'll join them in the burning pits of hell." And the map formation shows up. Before the battle begins, we get a quick scene of Xander with his retainers over the map just through portraits talking, with Laszlo opening by saying, "Phew, I'm glad her hunch wasn't wrong." And Xander then thanks them for investigating the Hoshidan connection with Iago. Laszlo then follows up by saying that Perry was very convincing, and she laughs by saying she has her ways. All of this shows up after you begin the battle. Now I know if you kill either Perry or Laszlo and the scene doesn't happen, but like, please don't kill them so you can get all the cool scenes in this theoretical rewriting of Conquest. Please. Everything about the battle plays out much the same. Elise's staff can reflect the hexoclock effects onto Iago, for the exception of the hexing rod, because that would be kind of cheating. But freeze, silence, and enfeeble all wear off, so unless you're right up to him, it won't really matter. The game should remain balanced, my dear purists. I'm changing one thing about this loadout, however. In Birthright, he has his signature unpronounceable tome, but not in Conquest or Revelations. So goodbye, Excalibur, and hello, I think that's it. This will be elaborated on further in Revelations, but the tome is instead changed to an amulet. Everything else works exactly the same, it just has a different appearance for lore reasons. Besides that, Iago has a conversation with every royal as well as Gunther and the Awakening trio. With Xander, he expresses his disappointment that the Crown Prince himself doesn't share his view of the world, and Xander kinda laughs at him and asks, "What ideals? You stand for nothing besides your own leisure." Iago gets annoyed at the remark and lets him know he stands for something far beyond Xander's understanding. Xander argues that even if he could understand, he would never dream of it. With Camilla, she says she never liked him from the day they met, and Iago says the feeling is quite mutual, then mocks her for being an illegitimate child and the daughter of a whore. Camilla ends the discussion with a dry and simple, "You forget one thing. I have my father's mercilessness as well." For Leo, he mocks him by stating that his magic proficiency is shameful at best. Leo asks him what kind of magic he practices, as it roots all the way back to ancient Norian times. Iago says he's quite clever to have figured that one out, but it's too late now as he's about to get a real taste of it. As for Elise, he calls her a brat and says she's a stain on Nora's honor. Elise stands up for herself and tells him there's no bigger disgrace than attempting to kill royalty for his own gain. Iago says, "I'm doing the kingdom a service." And Elise retorts, "Then let me do my kingdom right." Iago laughs and calls her fruitless efforts adorable. For Corrin, he laments that they escaped all those years ago and managed to survive. Corrin asks what the fuck he's talking about, and Iago laughs, calling him clueless. Corrin brushes him off and says his nonsensical ramblings won't distract them from doing what needs to be done. And with Azura, she says, "I believe I finally truly understand who you are now." Iago laughs and says, So the witch's daughter has figured it out. It's a shame you'll die before you ever get the chance to tell anyone. Azura's gaze sharpens, blooming with confidence as she says, "My time hasn't come yet." Gunter and Iago's is pretty simple. They have a short back and forth of, "I never liked you." As for the Awakening trio, Iago taunts them by calling them by their real names. Selena says, "Huh? How did you..." Pfft, whatever. It won't matter after I cut that tongue out of your mouth. Laszlo, on the other hand, says, "How do you know that name?" "Oh, I see. It all makes sense now." And lastly, Odin momentarily breaks character. "How did you..." "It seems you're mistaken, as I am the one and only Odin Dark, here to send you to the deepest pits of hell." Only Xander has a conversation with Hans. It's basically just Xander expressing that he should have pushed further for him to get the death penalty when he arrested him. Hans says he can lament his regrets in death. After the battle ends, Iago, Hans, and a few other generic soldiers are standing backed up against the wall of Iago's little room. The evil wizard himself starts laughing hysterically. Hans kneels and sticks his head out, simply saying, "Get it over with." All the other generics follow suit, and Iago's laugh starts to fade out as he panics. Crouched over, Iago begs for mercy. He tries to worm his way out of it by saying that he was demanded to kill the royal family by his master. Azura asks who that could be, and he goes quiet. Xander repeats Azura's question, and Iago laughs. Then yells out that she knows what saying his name does. Leo steps forward and says, "Well then, he's truly lost his mind," claiming to be working for someone, yet cannot retell who they are. He opens up Brynhilda and has the honor of executing Iago and his lackeys. After it's done, Elise walks closer to his corpse and gives it a mocking grimace as a little fuck you. Xander orders his men to dispose of the mess done here, and they quickly start getting to work. Corn sighs out of relief, expressing that they're glad this ordeal is finally over. With Iago out of the picture, Garen's judgment can no longer be manipulated and exploited, and it should make peace negotiations with Hoshido a hell of a lot easier. Xander says he'll take on the charge of explaining everything to Garen, as everyone else has helped quite a lot. The family share a very wholesome hug, after which Camilla says they should go check up on the old man. Chapter 27. The Sorrowful Truth. Following the same trend as the OG Conquest, 27 and 28 are back-to-back with no chance to back out of the fight. Mechanic-wise, this remains the same in all aspects. With that cleared out of the way, let's get to the drastically changed story. The chapter opens up with a cutscene. Corn opens the doors to the front room, only to have an arrow nearly scraped by their head. Everyone's attention darts forward to witness Garen, crouched over, holding himself with his axe. A bunch of his personal guards are laying on the ground, either dead or dying. In front of him, there's Hoshidan soldiers as well as Queen Mikoto herself. The scene presented here is basically while Corn and Co were busy beating up Iago, Garen has been box fighting with Hoshido's finest. Immediately, the siblings rush to Garen's side. Leo, Camilla, and Azura are defending Corn, Xander and Elise as they stay by the wounded king's side. Garen collapses. Corn and Xander catch him and hold him together. The fella is quite heavy. Garen coughs up blood as he takes a few arrows out of his chest. He turns his attention to Xander and tells him he leaves Nor in his capable hands. He then says he couldn't be any prouder of his children and apologizes for leaving them behind. Elise brawls her eyes out and begs him to stay with them. Garen holds his fist to his heart, near reverence to Nor as he fades away. Elise's cries get the attention of Leo and Camilla, who turn around to witness Garen lying lifeless and Xander in Corn's arms. The two's faces drop as they witness the sights in front of them. Camilla covers her mouth and her eyes water up. Leo stands there in complete shock. The oldest sister rushes to Garen's side and holds his hand while holding her head down. One tear rolls down Xander's face dramatically, and after it hits Garen's armor, he stands up and draws out Siegfried, ready to make his last stance. Corn follows behind him, wiping her tears, and Elise takes out her staff, sniffing. Leo swallows down his emotions and turns back to face the Hoshidans. Camilla flags down a few guards and asks them to take away his body. She then stands up and joins the others. Cue the cool lineup of all the royals holding up their weapons. Mikoto speaks up and tells them to leave, as she has no other choice but to execute them where they stand. Xander refuses, saying that they cannot walk away after coming all this way. He reaches out, telling her that the war is over and Hoshido has fallen. The prince tells her to stand down and surrender, as any further fighting is unnecessary. She refuses, exclaiming that she will not allow Nor to terrorize them any further. Xander explains that they wish for peace between the nations, but she's quick to retort that Nor's peace never comes for free. Xander asks her to give them a chance to explain, but she refuses yet again, saying, "We've come at an impasse." Very well then, let up. She stops dead in her tracks, then her eyes widen as she notices Corin standing amongst the Norians. She calls out faintly, "Corin?" They take a step forward and say, "It's me, mother." Her demeanor shifts, completely shocked to see her child stand in front of her as an enemy. In a defeated tone, she expresses that she's not surprised to see Corin stand with Nor, as Riona warned her, but it still stings all the same. Mikoto then asks Corin to stand down and leave, as she cannot bring herself to fight her own child. Corin refuses, saying that their loyalty lies with Nor, and they made up their minds long ago. She sighs and tells her men to spare her child, but they have no mercy for the others. The queen then gives a little, "We are Hoshido's final line of defense. Let us defend our kingdom with our lives." And the battle begins. Now I know what you might be thinking. Garen dies? He's not the semi-final boss? Mikoto is here? What? Fear not, my dear viewer. I will explain everything. When I was rewriting the story, I needed to work around Garen not being batshit evil. I still needed someone to be leading the bad guys, and hence Yago came up. He is the mastermind behind a lot of things, which then leaves Garen as a neural, the broken shell of a king. It's kind of like that in the original. It's hinted that it's that way with Garen not being Garen anymore. I wanted it to be clear that Yago is manipulating everything that's going on, and Garen is simply too broken of a man to do anything about it. The decision to keep Mikoto alive was one I made fairly early on for this reason alone. Conquest overarching arc is different, but still rather similar. The heroes need to get rid of the corruption within the kingdom to achieve a better future. However, Garen's peak has long since passed. Having him live would be beneficial for the betterment of Nor, so Daddy the heroes had to get sacked. Mikoto, as you can imagine, isn't very fucking happy that Nor's inside of her castle, basically forcing her to agree to their terms. It's not Xander's intentions, as we know, but she's been awake for like 2 days and can understandably assume that Nor isn't here to make things right. Besides, them being there means Ryoma and the others are probably dead. I don't think that would put most people in a negotiating mood. And again, Mikoto has watched her husband die at a previous peace negotiation, and was privy to many failed attempts at peace between the nations, so she's not necessarily very hopeful that Garen's children will be able to attain the peace that has been promised to her for many years now. The map layout remains the same. The soldiers aren't Violite, but regular buffed up Hoshidan troops. Let's all give them Asian names just to make them a little more unique here, but they are generic units. Also, all non-Hoshidan classes will be changed to their Hoshidan counterparts. Same weapons and same skills. The biggest difference now is that there's 4 units around Mikoto that can only move if you're within her range. The weapons are on par with everything else the enemies are loaded out with. No random bullshit. It's just more enemies to better guard Mikoto. Now, about Mikoto. She keeps the same skills as Garen, except for rename Dragon Skin to Dragon's Blessing to better fit Mikoto. Just as a little troll, I'm throwing in Miracle for Heart/Lunatic as well. Still with her Queen class, she has in her loadout this time the Tengliu, a legendary weapon given to her by the Rainbow Sage ages ago. It's a frost scroll summoning the power of ice, snow, and utter cold. She's only used it 3 times in her life, this being the 3rd. She also has a wine festal and a silver hankyu. She has a conversation with Corin, Azura, and Kaze. I'll save Corin's for last. Her conversation with Azura has her lamenting that she has to face her as enemies. She says she's proud of the strong young women she's become, and above all else, she's glad she could have Azura in her life. Azura starts crying and apologizes, thanking her for everything, and then ends off with, "I hope you will find peace in your heart to forgive me, Aunt." For Kaze, she's both saddened to see him with Nor. He apologizes and explains that he meant it when he swore his life to Azura, and nothing will get in his way to fulfill that oath. Mikoto is at a loss for words upon hearing this and only lets out a faint and weak "thank you." Now for Corin. I wrote it out because I feel like it's important enough. Mother. Oh, my dear Corin. Words cannot explain the pain I feel, facing my own child in combat. I suppose this is the world's way of punishing me for my past mistakes. Mother, Azura told me about you. She talked at length about how wonderful of a woman you are. It saddens me that I never had the chance to get to know you. I hope we can change that. I wish things were different. Corin, perhaps in another life, we could have had all the time in the world. My biggest regret in life was not being the mother you deserved. Still, I refused to hurt my own child. I may be Hoshido's queen, but I could never forgive myself for such a crime. You have nothing to regret. I know in my heart that you love me. One detail that I will add. Mikoto will refuse to attack both Corin and Azura, kinda like Rudolph in Shadows of Valentia. If you attack her with them, she won't retaliate. She still attacks Kazuto. Sorry dude. After the battle ends, Azura and Corin are crouched by the wounded Mikoto. Azura caresses her face and cries. Corin's just looking down at her with a look of sorrow. They're not crying, but they feel guilt and sadness over what happened. Mikoto is still alive, but quite weak at this point. She asks Azura to sing her song and she obliges, tearfully rehearsing the first few words of the song. The throne room door opens and in walks a familiar figure. Their movements are disleveled, inhumane, and disturbing. The figure is mumbling something incoherent, stumbling their way closer to the Morian army. Xander and the others turn to face him and ask them to declare who they are. The figure draws out a bow and shoots an arrow in Xander's general direction, and laughs in the most ungodly way. The gang take out their weapons and get ready to fight. The whole situation gets Corin and Azura's attention, who turn around to look at whoever just walked in. Azura's jaw drops, with a weak and muted "Takumi," leaving her lips before the screen cuts to black. Chapter 28. Night breaks through. No time has gone between the two scenes. Azura immediately gets up and pushes past her Norian siblings, running towards Takumi with tears in her eyes. His eyes dart towards her as he starts erratically mumbling,
Betrayal, betrayal, betrayal.
louder and louder. Corin gets up and starts running after Azura, and they catch up to her. And as they catch up to her, Takumi draws out his bow and aims it straight at Azura's head. Azura stops dead in her tracks and asks him, "Takumi? What are you doing? It's me, Azura, your sister." Corin lunges at her and tackles her to the ground, merely escaping the arrow coming her way. Startled, she asks what's wrong at Takumi, which leads him to simply laugh maniacally and stumble around. Corin helps Azura get back up, and the painful reality hits her. That's not Takumi. She shouts out, asking the person in front of her who they really are. They laugh some more and say,
"He made a deal with the devil and paid the ultimate price for it."
The imposter then takes out a pendant similar to Azura, with a teal crystal instead, and laughs some more because they're just that evil. Azura asks how they got something like that, and they aim another shot towards her. Corin jumps in front of it and takes the hit for her. It's at this point that Xander and the others charge forward and all come to the pair's side. Azura calls out that they need to get that pendant back. She turns around to see Mikoto slowly picking herself up. She asks Corin to help her, and they both run back to Mikoto, helping her get up. Azura, in a panicked tone, explains that Takumi has been possessed and holds her pendant. Mikoto painfully chuckles and says, "So that's where it's been." Corin follows up by explaining that he said something about making a deal with the devil. Mikoto looks down and says, "I see." She turns to Azura and asks her if she ever told Corin of their origins, and she nods yes. She takes a deep breath before speaking. "My time is almost out. I suppose now is any good of a time to explain this. There's an old rite, sacred to our people. One offers their mind, body, and soul in exchange for power. However, they pay the ultimate price. Their souls are fed to Anankos, the silent dragon. Their bodies are taken over by his will, his magic. I'm afraid Takumi is long gone. The cursed devil is using him as his pawn. My poor Takumi. You must have found my old research about Valite magic." She weakly raises her hand and points towards Takumi's shell of a body. "If you get me my pendant, I can banish the magic cursing through his corpse back to where it came from." Azura and Corin look at each other and nod. While they're having this conversation, Xander and Cole busy fighting him off as he summons fallen soldiers to join his cause. Corin and Azura join back with them, and Corin speaks up. "Listen up, everyone. Whoever is in front of us isn't Hoshido's prince. His body's being used by wicked magic. We need to free him. We need to free Hoshido and Nor of this curse. It's a selfish request, but please, I need your help one last time in this war." They raise up the legendary sword, Oasis, and everyone raises their weapons afterwards, cheering with a war cry. The sword begins to shine, and a glowing light engulfs it, powering up the blade. Corrin's shocked and says, "What is this? It's changing. It's filled with energy, with our hopes and dreams. It's embodying Nor's will to fight on and change things." Puppet Takumi laughs and calls it a cheap trick and says their efforts are fruitless. Corrin challenges that belief and says that as long as they have hope, there's still a chance. The battle prep screen comes about. I'm not a fan of this map, so I'm making one change. Reinforcements have a limit. They end on turn 12 in all difficulties. Only thing that changes is the amount of enemies and the skills they come loaded out with. Corrin's evolved sword is obviously the Shadow Yato, now Dusk Oasis. Same stat-wise, same gameplay-wise, just different names. At the start of the battle, every character you fielded will have a line of "We stand with you, Corrin." Azura's start of battle words are instead kept for when she faces off against Takumi. He says absolutely nothing to all this except mumbling betrayal. With Corrin, they apologize to him for the state he's in and wish they could have helped him in any way. Puppet Takumi simply laughs and says,
There is no hope.
and Corrin swears to free his body. Oh, before I forget, I also changed Takumi's design to better fit the theme I'm going for. The loosened hair, torn up clothes, pale skin, crimson eyes, ripped cloak, bloodied and dirt-filled, as well as the dark aura around him were added to really sell that the idea that this is just fucked up Takumi and not normal Takumi. I also took the liberty of using his promoted look instead of his normal design, as in every pre-rendered cutscene, just for consistency's sake. On this topic of consistency, I need to mention this. Even if Azura isn't singing to weaken Takumi here, the same song still plays. It never made much sense that she could sing to refresh units while singing in the background. It also doesn't make much sense beyond, I like the final boss theme. It also doesn't make much sense here beyond, I like the final boss theme, therefore we're keeping it. But you're going to ignore all of that and run with it. After the battle ends, Corrin grabs the pendant from Takumi and throws it to Azura, who runs back towards Mikoto with Xander, Camilla, Leo, and Elise defending her and carving out a path for her. Cool scene of the entire Norian army defending her as she runs towards Mikoto. Corrin holds off Takumi while this is happening. Azura hands the weak Mikoto the pendant and she puts it around her neck and starts singing a new song. One about cleansing and forgiveness. I'm not good at music writing, so just use your imagination here. Mikoto's voice resonates through the halls of the throne room, reaching Puppet Takumi. He falls to his knees and holds his head, screaming and groaning with increasing discomfort. As Mikoto begins to fade from activating the curse, as well as draining herself from undoing Takumi's curse, so does the malefic presence within Takumi's body. She ends the song and evaporates, with a singular tear falling onto the ground as she does. Takumi's body falls to the ground, lifeless. Corrin crouches by his side to check if he's finally free to rest at last. A few tears come to their eyes with the world's biggest dumb smile. "You did it, mother. Thank you." Azura stands there in shock at the situation. Elise jumps in her arms and hugs her. The others soon follow suit. Corrin picks up Takumi's body and walks over to the others and lays him down next to a column to embrace Azura. They then walk over to where Mikoto passed and pick up her pendant, then hand it to Azura. She smiles and tells Corrin to keep it. She then looks up at the sky and says, "So I suppose everything is over now." Xander reassures her that the war has ended and none of them will ever need to draw a weapon ever again under his reign. Camilla sighs of relief, expressing that she's glad everyone will be out of harm's way from now on. Leo excuses himself and leaves to inform every guard station that the war has ended. They need to pack their shit and go home. Epilogue. Hope for the future. About a few days go by. Ryoma and Takumi's funeral has happened by now. The epilogue opens up with Garen's funeral, with everyone from the Norian army being present. Gunter gives a speech about Garen, as well as every fallen soldier. If any of your units died, he will have a brief passage of their passing. Elise, Camilla, Alexander, and Corrin are all holding each other's hands in support of each other. Leo and Azura are a bit emotionally constipated, and Azura cried enough to last her a lifetime during the last few weeks. The ceremony goes by with people paying their respects. After which, Corrin removes themselves from the crowd and walks over to a more secluded area of the room. Azura approaches them, asking if they're okay. Corrin says, "I don't know. I've been wondering ever since the war ended. Why did they all have to die, but I lived? My hands are tainted, bloodied. I've killed so many. robbed them of their lives, yet I'm still here. Sometimes I wonder if I'm worth that honor. Corrin looks down at their hands and goes silent. Azura takes a few moments and takes a step forward, grabbing their hands into hers. War is an ugly thing. There's no real justice that comes from it. But we can't be plagued by our guilt. We have to move forward. A good friend of mine taught me that. Corrin looks up at her, eyes glowing with appreciation. You're right, Azura. I suppose the self-doubt made me forget what was really important. Working towards a bright future. Their sacrifices can't be in vain. Not fathers, not Liliths, not our brothers, none of our men. It's our duty to make them proud. Corrin looks up to the sky while giving their speech. Azura nods and tells them they should go back to their siblings before they start looking for them. The next scene is Xander's inauguration as king. An undetermined amount of time after the funeral, but not too long after, as, well, you know, they wouldn't make him king 12 years later. Same design as his hero's alt, just because it's good. Yes, we're having an entire model of that, just for this scene. Since Azura didn't run off, everyone's happy about Xander being crowned before he gives his speech. The speech itself remains the same one from the OG game because I quite liked it and I think it works well for everything every word. After the speech is over, we're introduced to the reason why this chapter is called Epilogue, and isn't just a continuation of chapter 28. You control Corrin on a map with infinite movement. No weapons or anything. You simply go around interacting with different characters and scenes to end off the story. Think of Tearing Saga's map where you can recruit a foreign soldier for those who played that. Let's go through all those scenes. The first person you bump into is Elise. She talks about how emotional the last few weeks have been, but she believes the future will be much brighter. She says that she wants to get back into playing instruments after all of this, and enjoy a more relaxed life. Corrin tells her they're proud of the strength she showed, and says they'd love to hear her play. Next up is a minor one, but a fun one. Charlotte is gloating to Benny that they finally got an upgrade, and this war is just what they needed. Benny tells her to calm down and mind her temper, as they could lose it again. Charlotte laughs and says, well, that's why you're here. The next available scene is between Xander, Leo, Camilla, Laszlo, Odin, and Selena. The royals ask the trio why they asked to see them. They reveal that they'll be leaving Nor and returning back home. Leo, taken aback, asks what brought this about. The trio look at each other and nod, with Laszlo speaking up. Truth is, Your Highness, we haven't been honest about who we really are. We believe we owe you that honesty, after everything that's happened. We hail from a different realm. We were summoned here, in hopes that we could aid Nor. The royal pair is taken aback and look at each other in both utter confusion and sadness. Xander nods and says he understands. Camilla jumps in and says that they never owed them their personal information, but Selena counters they couldn't live with themselves if they returned home, knowing they lied to so many. Camilla laughs, saying she'll miss her bluntness. Leo asks if it would be alright to at least share their real names, to have something to remember them by, and the trio agree. My name is Nico. Severa. Odin Dark is actually Wayne. Royals then say it's a pleasure to meet each one of their respective ex-retainers and shake their hands. Xander tells them they're free to return to Nor whenever they please, and the trio thanks them, walking away. If one or two of them dies, this scene takes into consideration the unit's death. If they're all dead, this doesn't happen and the royals simply mourn their lost retainers. Oh, since we're about dead retainers, if you kill any of the units who have a joint conversation, they will instead be saddened that they lost their friend. Or if you kill all of them, this never happens. After that, we have a scene between Flora and Felicia. Flora tells her sister she's returning home to take up responsibilities as the next leader of the Ice Tribe. If Felicia isn't your retainer, she tells Flora she'll join her and aid her. If she is your retainer, she'll instead wish her sister the best of luck, as she'll visit her as often as she can. Next up, we have Azura, who tells Corrin she has to leave. Corrin asks why, and Azura clarifies she needs to do this for herself. She explains that she needs answers to uncertain questions, and the war ending means it's the perfect time to do this. Corrin understands, and asks if they'll ever see her again, and Azura assures them she'll come back once she's done. Corrin wishes her the best of luck, and they share a nice little parting moment. Next up are Corrin's retainers. Corrin dismisses both of them and says that with peace on the horizon, they should be free to follow whatever ventures they wish to partake in. Silas and the servant refuse, stating that they pledge allegiance to Corrin. Corrin sighs and explains that they wish to move to Hoshido to help rebuild the kingdom, as well as relations between the nations. They don't wish to force that duty onto their retainers, but their pair insist that they wish to join them. Corrin can't really say no, so they all agree to work together. After this, we have all of the royals' remaining retainers. They all discuss the Awakening Trio's departure. All of them agree to work hand in hand together to aid their respective lords in their quest to restore Nor, with Niles, Perry, Baruka, and Arthur burying the hatchet. Effie proposes a feast to celebrate this, and they all leave to eat. Next up, we have a short interaction between Nyx, Keaton, Shura, and with Corrin. They all say bye to their lord as they wish to return home and help rebuild their homelands. Corrin wishes them well, saying that if they ever need any help, they know who to come to. The gang thanks Corrin for their generosity and takes their leave. We have the same deal with Izana, Kaze, and Mozu right after this. With Azura leaving, insisting that Kaze doesn't follow her, he goes back to Mokushu to help his brother Saizo with restoration, if you didn't kill him in Ryoma's chapter. Izana gets to do the bureaucracy of getting his title back out of the way, and Mozu's got a fucking town to rebuild. Second to last scene with Gunter alone. He says he'll finally be able to enjoy his retirement with Xander as king and tells Corrin it's been an honor to serve the family all these years. Corrin wishes him well, thanking him for everything he's done for them. And now the final scene. Once you interact with everyone or just choose to skip everything, you'll have the throne room's door at the end of the map. Once you interact with it, you get a scene between Corrin, Hinoka, and Sakura. Hinoka's dripped out with her queen look as she's been crowned. Someone as your hero's alt because I actually really love the way it looks. She asks if Corrin is ready to leave, and they say yes. They turn around and say goodbye to everyone, leaving with the Hushidan royals. As they walk away from the door and into the sunlight, the credits appear with us ending the story. We also get a cool still of Corrin saying goodbye with dripped out Hinoka and Sakura. And with that concludes the reworking of the main plot of Conquest. It was kind of hard to work with, as so many things were either fucking stupid or entirely unexplored. As this is Conquest, I wanted to emphasize that Corrin had a pre-established relationship. Thus, they knew how to work together to make things work. Shura is easily adaptable due to how much everything changed all the time when she was a child, so she had no trouble fitting in. I know she seemed far more emotional than in the OG telling of the story, and also my description had her being cold and uncaring. But the simple fact is that she has almost 2-decade-long relationships with the people of Hoshido, and it makes sense for her to be hurt when they die. Corrin obviously cares as well, but they're basically strangers at the end of the day. They're just an empath. And then mourn what could have been, knowing their siblings. The ending is something that I sort of liked about the original, but I wanted to add my twist to it. Corrin moves to Hoshido for a few years to help rebuild, as well as form connections with the remaining siblings. The ending cards with paired endings are still present, but they're adapted to the changes I made. Azura does eventually return to Nor years down the line. If the spouses of each other can follow their spouse, they do. If they don't because they have somewhere else to be, they both work on their own thing and come back together once they're done. With the exception of the Awakening Trio. They don't come back. I also wanted to add that in my character descriptions, I've mentioned things like Charlotte and Benny being key points into things like the border. And while that is true, I find that it wasn't super applicable in Conquest. But again, it would be in Revelations, where I kept it anyway just to set up the precedent. I've mentioned here and there that in my castle, you will have conversations with units. And again, since it's hard to fit permadeath into a story, because obviously when a character dies, you can't get their opinion on a matter. A lot of the scenes with characters speaking on what's happening in the story happens in my castle. Now I know that it's not as involved and easily missable as, being in the main story, but again, working around permadeath is quite hard because juggling 20 or so characters who might die, who could die, fitting them in, having their own little story is hard. And I find that as the story moves towards a more serious subject, once you move out of Nor, once you go into Hoshido, the retainers and lackeys they recruit kind of lose their importance. They're just there following their lord, and maybe it's a cope. Maybe it's just a cope, but I think that's a good reason to push them out a bit of the spotlight for, again, 2 reasons. Permadeath, and the story is growing further than just our Nord crew. I hope I have not suffered from under-explaining or over-explaining too many things, because you know how it is. You write down something and it's clear in your head, but it's not as clear to other people around you. Of course, I've had some friends, you heard one of them in the video, go over my script and help me with everything, and a huge thank you to them, but more about that at the end. But, yeah, it's difficult viewing your story as a third person, so if you have any questions about things I might not have cleared up properly, go ahead in the description. I'll be more than happy to answer anything that troubled you with my rewriting. Now, you might ask, aren't we missing a few things? And this is the part where I revealed what the rest of the main story covers. You might have noticed that the invasions, paralogs, and DLC were all absent from my retelling of the main story. It is all very intentional. Another major change I'm making to the story revolves around 3 elements. The invasions actually have a story importance, so let's begin with them. They need to be completed in between a certain bracket of time within the story. Invasion 1 needs to be completed before chapter 12. You know, it's obviously available after chapter 7. Invasion 2 needs to be completed before chapter 19, and Invasion 3 needs to be completed before chapter 26. Invasion 1's story premise is quite simple. At night, Felicia/Jacob wakes everyone up in a panic and proclaims that there is a Hoshidan invasion. Everyone gets up and gears up for battle. Once they're outside, Hoshidan soldiers can be faintly spotted across the area. Beyond the castle walls, we hear a conversation between a Hoshidan general and a regular soldier. The lackey asks what his orders are, and the general responds by telling him they're launching a surprise attack. If their tip is correct, some of Nor's most important figureheads are sound asleep here. The chapter is Fog of War, with predetermined castle layout. Once you click start, Azura states that she remembers torches being laid out around the base. The enemies consist of 4 Myrmidons, 3 spear fighters, and 4 Oni savages. If any of the royals fight the boss, he'll shout out at his troops that he found the royals. This doesn't do anything story-wise though. After the battle wraps up, Corrin orders the surviving assailants to be captured and detained for questioning. Silas remarks that it's strange they were found like this in the middle of the night, and Corrin agrees, adding that something isn't sitting right with them. Azura tells the gang they need to get some sleep, and that they'll take care of getting answers in the morning. Invasion 2 opens up with a soldier running towards Corrin and the other royals, out of breath, exclaiming that a small army marches on their base. Camilla, surprised, commands everyone to take up their posts and eliminate any threat. If you do this invasion with Xander in your party, he speaks up instead. The enemy rollout remains the same here, with the exception that their stats are a little lower by a few points to be at least a little merciful. The boss is now a strategist, named Eleonore. Now, viewer, I can see you scratching your head wondering where you heard that name. That's right, Leo's mother is back with her revenge. At the turn of Start 2, Flora arrives as a grain unit with the line, I hope I made it in time. Must find Lord Corrin. You can talk to her with Corrin, Leo, Felicia, or Jacob, and she will join your party. The recruiting convo varies slightly, but basically Flora informs you she rushed to your side to help you during the war effort, putting aside her duties for now. Eleonore has a dialogue with Xander, Leo, Camilla, Azura, and Gunter. If you do this after chapter 15, they go as follows. My, if it isn't the Crown Prince himself. You've grown to be quite the man. I think such a pathetic thing could ever become so handsome and strong. Tell me, what brings you here now? You even sound like her. I simply have unfinished business I must attend to. Hello, mother. Do not call me that, you filthy rat. What's the matter, mother? Can't stand looking at me? I do look so much like you, after all. I will rip that nasty tongue out of your mouth if you do not stop talking. What a sad woman. Ugh, just looking at you disgusts me. You look every bit the same as her. Then allow me to cut your sorrow short. You will not get near Leo. Not this time. Why come back now? Oh, what a surprise. The witch's spawn. I care not for your cheap jabs. I only care that you leave this place, dead or alive. Her same hypnotizing gaze. If I couldn't get rid of the mother, her child will suffice. Really, Eleanor? After all this time, you still haven't moved on from this? No, I'm not the kind of woman to leave things unfinished. You out of all people should know this, Gunter. What a pitiful existence. To waste such a life on petty revenge. I will put you out of your misery, once and for all. Once you finish the map and defeat Mom of the Year, you get the CG cutscene of Eleanor set up next to a wall, bruised, clothes torn, and hair disheveled, with a nasty look on her face. Her face is full of anger, directly looking at Leo. He asks simply and plainly, "Any last words?" She looks at him and simply laughs, coughing up blood and choking on it every other moment. Leo sighs and steps forward. "May you rot in the deepest pits of hell, mother," and deals the finishing blow. Oh shit, I just realized I never presented her design. Well, here it is, Eleanor in all her glory. She's a strategist who wears pink. She has gray hair because she's old. She looks like Leo. Moving on. A few seconds of silence go by and Leo walks away. Elise is looking at the ground, twiddling her thumbs. Xander clears his throat and orders his men to bury the corpses in the woods behind the fort, and then he walks away. Corin looks to Camilla and she gives them a faint smile. Ezra and Elise then walk away as Camilla puts her hand on Corin's shoulder and says, "It was better this way." After the scene, you get another one, with Flora, Felicia, Jacob, and Corin. Flora explains in more detail why she came and says she rushed in fear of missing them. Felicia is glad her sister is with them, but Jacob cuts in and asks if she knew about the incoming invasion. Flora nods no and explains she couldn't tell if it was an invasion until she reached the fortress, as they were wearing royal uniforms. Corin ponders for a second, wondering why on earth Leo's exiled mother would attack them using Nor's symbol, and Jacob proposes that she most likely intended to infiltrate the fortress and assassinate Leo instead of having this big battle. While Jacob is lost in thought, Corin thanks Flora for her assistance and welcomes her back to the army. Invasion 3 opens up with Corin rallying up everyone they can as soldiers seemingly spawn into their base. Panic ensues as everyone rushes to grab their weapons, barely prepared to take on the new threat. Xander runs to Corin and informs them that he's mobilized the main force and they're ready to set out. This is the only invasion with valid people, otherworldly, zombie-like people. The boss of this map is Katerina, Xander's mom. She's also a fucked up zombie person, you know the drill. Enemy stats are slightly lowered to have mercy on the poor player here. One thing I've neglected to mention until now. Lilith is present on the map, but not in her dragon form. Keeping her birthright/conquest differences, she attacks with siege tomes from her quarters. Other notable enemies are Xander's old retainers who both perished in battle. They get a fucked up zombie version of the concept I made up to better suit the situation. Oh! Once again, I'm forgetting. Here's Katerina. She's a Wyvern Lord. She looks like Xander. Parthenon, of course. Here's William, one of Xander's retainers. He's a fighter. He is not promoted in this map because he died. He didn't get to promote. And here's Amelia, his second retainer, who is a strategist, who is also not promoted because she died before she could get it. Okay, this bit's not fun. Going back to the story. Only Xander, Ezra, and Lilith will have a conversation here. Xander, upon fighting either of his retainers, says this: "That armor, I'd recognize it anywhere. I'm sorry, old friend. I failed you. If you've come for revenge, I'm afraid I can't allow it. Please, let me put your soul to rest." William acted. "No, it can't be. Fate has a twisted sense of humor indeed. I allowed you to perish in my stead. It was a foolish mistake. I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I hope you will find peace, Amelia." None of them answer to anything. They don't have a reaction to seeing Xander either. They just go dot 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 because they're zombies, they're dead. Things get spun around a bit if he fights his mother. Mother? But that's impossible. What kind of trickery is this? Is it truly you? Dot 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 dot. No, it cannot be. You've died so many years ago. Whatever foul mockery this is, it cannot distract me any further. In order as follows, Azura and Lilith. This isn't right. You had nothing to do with any of this, yet you're being treated like a mere puppet to intercept us. What a cruel man. Allow me to put an end to your torment. I knew by the look of these soldiers he was behind all of this, and now you... I have to put an end to this. After the battle, the mysterious soldiers keep popping in and are closing in on our heroes. The gang fends them off to their best abilities, but to no avail. Just as things are starting to look grim, Lilith jumps in and transforms into her dragon form. She roars and a shockwave pushes back the invaders. Xander takes the opening and orders everyone to finish off the stragglers. Lilith shields them and attacks the invaders. Just as things are starting to turn into our heroes' favors, an enemy sneaks up behind Corrin and Lilith jumps in front of them to protect them. She gets gravely wounded and untransforms, no longer having enough energy to maintain her dragon form. Corrin panics and runs towards them, but Lilith, holding her abdomen, blasts magic at the enemy to allow them to finish off the enemies. Camilla and Leo try to aid Corrin and Lilith, but more invaders are creeping up on them, keeping their attention away. Lilith does her best to stand her ground, but gets hit a few more times. In a last-ditch effort, she takes her dragonstone and shatters it. The violent magic effect surrounds her wounded body as she transforms into a half-human, half-dragon thing. Like Corrin's Dragon Fang attack, basically. Using the last of her remaining powers to blast through the remaining enemies, significantly weakening them. She collapses after this, all magic shit leaving her body. The rest of the Nor gang finish off the remaining weirdos, and Corrin rushes to Lilith's side. They hold up her fleeting body and beg her to hang on a little longer. Lise comes running, trying the best to heal Lilith, but to no avail. Leo, Camilla, and Xander stand next to Corrin in support, and Azura sits down next to Corrin. Lady Azura, please, look after Corrin for me. Lilith, I believe I now understand who you really are. Rest easy. I will be by your side until our purposes are fulfilled. Thank you. Lilith's gaze looks back at Corrin with a pained smile. Corrin at this point is crying, almost screaming, begging Lilith to hang on. Elise holds them in her arms, burying her face in their shoulders. Camilla speaks up and thanks Lilith for her sacrifice and promises she will cherish the chance she gave them forever. Xander seconds this and vows to honor her memory, and Leo simply asks her to rest easy. Corrin cries even harder, pleading with Lilith to hang on. With her last remaining strength, she says, "Please, Lord Corrin, dry your tears. This isn't goodbye. We'll see each other again. I couldn't have asked for better lords to serve. Thank you. I'll love you." And with this, Lilith passes away with a smile on her face. Corrin, in shock, doesn't say anything. Their cries have stopped as they simply look down. We can hear Elise's muffled cries and sniffles. The other royals look down and hold a moment of silence. The camera pans out to show the rest of the army that you totally didn't kill off, because why would you do that? Also partaking in the moment. The camera then pans back to Corrin, who rubs their eyes and says, "I'll take care of finding the best place to let her rest." Xander nods and tasks everyone with various jobs of cleaning up, tended to the wounded, the usual. The next scene is later, with Corrin sitting at Lilith's fresh grave. Azura comes by and tells them they should go get some rest. Corrin doesn't answer this request and instead asks if Lilith was like them from that other place. Azura nods and says she believes so, and Corrin then says, "I suppose it was fate for us to meet then, and fate for her to give her life for ours. I shouldn't dishonor that." Azura lets out a faint giggle and tells them that she's proud of them for being so strong. Corrin turns to her and thanks her for always being there for them. I put Lilith's death as well as Flora's recruitment in here for two reasons. I hated Lilith's death in the OG. It was dumb and poorly executed, and you didn't really have any lasting impact. She also had no implication whatsoever into the main story, so she just appeared out of nowhere. Meanwhile here, it's established that Lilith stays at my castle to guard my castle. So it makes sense for her to die at my castle. So now instead of going to her quarters because my castle moves, you can buy flowers at the item shop for 100 gold and give and go to her memoir and put them there, which gives Corrin +2 luck for the next battle. Otherwise, they have no other mechanic. You only need to buy flowers to... Otherwise, if you've killed units for some reason, you can also put flowers at their memoir and get something random. Not anything game-breaking, it's kind of just... Maybe you'll get +1 strength, maybe you'll get an umbrella. Just random shit. As for Flora, I hate the upgrade this and gain a unit recruitment shit. That's basically it. That's also why you get Izuna before a chapter instead of he just shows up one day. I don't like that you have to upgrade stuff to get new units, so do there. You get her earlier to have a chance at unlocking her supports and using her a bit. Because in the OG you can, like, I think the earliest you can get her is like second chapter 18. Like, that's insane.
Now, about the children. I rubbed my chin for many hours thinking about this. What to do with them. How they fit, and I came to the staggering realization that it doesn't fucking make sense. The sped up town realms make no sense. The idea of parents putting their kids in a random world doesn't make sense. None of it does. So we're taking a different approach for this one. It's far from the most original, and there's probably better ways to go about it, but it's what I went with, and it's my video, so. 20 years into the future, the war between Nor and Hoshido has been ongoing since the events of our story. Many of the Fate's children lost their parents to the Hoshidan army's assault, an invasion on Nor, and with Hoshido on the brink of vanquishing Nor, they go back in time to join the Norians' army in hopes of preventing the war from waging on for decades. To unlock these paralogs, however, there's 2 requirements. You must complete the Heirs of Fate DLC, which is free, and marry the parents required. Let's first cover Heirs of Fate, Conquest Edition. It's a singular map. You have every child in their base class. We're reusing Chapter 25's map from Birthright here. You start at the top and your objective is to make it at the bottom of the map and escape with every unit. You need to keep every child alive throughout the map. Any death results in an immediate game over. Every child comes equipped with a Dusk Shard. That'll be relevant later. They're also level 20 in the respective classes with their average stats for that level. Let's go with every unit first. Siegbert is this army's leader. He comes equipped with Siegfried. He's a cavalier. No major changes to his character. He's fine on his own. Next up is Forrest. She's the second in command of the army, following closely behind her cousin. She's a troubadour and comes equipped with Mend and Frere. The decision to have her wield Elise's weapon will become quite clear in like 10 seconds. But let's keep talking about Leo's favorite daughter. You heard that right. Daughter. I am not a fan of the whole, oh, but they're femboy, but it's actually secretly a boy. Weird trope that's been going around in anime media. So it's not here. She's trans. I did it. I hate the weird pussyfooting shit that Intelligent System does with their whole like, oh, it looks like a girl, but it's a boy, haha, I get it, it's funny. So as the leader of the Fanboy Haters Associated, or FHA for short, I declare no more bullshit in my Fire Emblem, and it will remain that way. Anyway, moving on from my biased rant, next up is a new addition. I've always felt it was weird that neither Camilla nor Elise got any child of their own. So I'm rectifying that. First up is Camilla's daughter, Victoria. She's a fighter that comes equipped with Heimdall. Very quick overview of her character. She grew up spoiled and showered in love by her mother, making her a bit of a brat. She adores all things fashion, in high class, speaks with eloquence, and carries herself in a prestigious way. All her pompous upbringing aside, Camilla did teach her how to defend herself, in case that one day she wouldn't be able to do it herself. She's a pure and gentle soul with a fire way of fighting. Following up on the new additions, here's Elise's son, Gabriel. He's a dark mage and comes with Brynhildr, as well as a fire dog. He inherits a lot of his mother's mannerisms, acting out a little dramatically at times. Even still, he's extremely competitive with his cousins and siblings and strives to outdo everyone in his family. For Corrin's child, Kalna, they come as a Nora prince/princess with only Oasis equipped.
They've been aged up a little more to fit in, so just edge up the weird baby talk, and that's the biggest change to their personality. Aside from that, I gave them a little redesign. Shoes, just like their parents, and an older look. That's pretty much it. Shigure is a Pegasus Knight as usual, but he can do something special here unlike proper Fates. He has the unique skill Dance, which allows him to do just that. This is only for the DLC map, however. He comes with a Blessed Lance and a Silver Lance. Following the trend of neutral characters, here's Midori. Updated look. I tried to make her look a little older. I didn't dislike the red in her original design, I just wanted to go for a more reduced color scheme. She's an apothecary, same as her original, and comes with a steel bow and a short bow as well as a concoction. She is, still, in fact, a certified weed dealer. Last in the line of neutrals is Sophie. I gave her a bit of a redesign, giving her pants and some freckles because why not? She's a cav, equipped with a javelin and a steel lance. On to the Retainer's children now. First up, Soleil, Merc with an iron sword and a killing edge. Vulnerary in the package as well. Her design, personality, and otherwise remains the same. After that, we have Nina. She's an outlaw, coming with a magic bow and a silver bow. Bit of a personality change though. She's obsessed with counts and old tales, especially stories involving romance and adventure. Her father, being so absent in her life, leads her to fantasize about older men taking care of her, which makes her one of the only children who's not too upset about daddy kicking the bucket. Kinda fucked up, but at least it's not white woman obsesses over gay men anymore. On a less serious note, here's Ophelia. Dark Mage, comes with Mistletoe and Fimbulverte. Personality remains the same, and her design saw quite the makeover. Not a big fan of the overly sexualized design Fates sometimes offers, if you couldn't tell, so I changed it up a bit to better fit my perfect taste. To conclude our retainer lineup, here's Percy. I did redesign him slightly, although it's mostly just making him look older than he was. That's his only major change. Asset-wise, he remains a Wyvern Knight and comes with a Steel Axe, a Hand Axe, and a Vulnerary. Second to the last lineup is Ignatius. No changes to him in any aspect. He's fine. I do think that's only because IS snoozed on him hard. That aside, he's an armor knight, as always, but he brings an iron lance and a spear. Last but not least, Viloria. Once again, no major changes for her. She comes with 2 variants of the Beast Stones, and a concoction for good measure, and that about wraps it up, so let's move on to the other stuff.
Why hello, it is Nova of the future once again. So I mentioned a little while earlier that Gunter has access to the soldier class, and then I said, oh, another unit in the 2nd generation might have access to this. Well, I did not lie. So, I'm adding it here. But since he's 2nd gen, and you can completely ignore him, I think it's okay. And I also don't care what you think, but that's besides the point. Anyway, so I'm adding Gunter's son to the addition. For the sake of giving him a name, so we don't just refer to him as Gunter's son, he will be named Klaus. So Klaus acts like the Jagan of the 2nd generation. He's older than the other kids by at least like 15 years, give or take. Obviously Gunter has long since passed, so he takes up his role in guiding the 2nd generation. He's just there being like, oh, Lord Seekbird. We should get the fuck out of here. Since I'm not focusing much on the 2nd generation because I don't really give a fuck, we'll just make him support with whoever you feel like he'll talk to, because who cares anyway, right? So much like the other kids, he comes at level 20 with the average stats that he would have for a dad. He comes with a javelin and a steel lance.
The map is an escape map, as I've mentioned. You have to escape with everyone, no exceptions. You start with all the Norian kids, non-neutrals. At the start of turn 2, Midori, Shigure, Sophie, and Dwyer come in as reinforcements. Oh shit, I didn't talk about Dwyer. He's the same. He comes with a physic and a heal. You will encounter Hoshido's child units in this map as mini-bosses, with Shiro being the boss. Routing the map doesn't end it, but if you want to do it, be my guest. So with the basics, onto the story. The Norians rush through the door of the castle. Siegbert opens up the scene by exclaiming that the Hoshidans are closely behind them and they have no time to waste to plan an escape. Forrest then butts in and asks if everyone has their shards, and they all say yes. Victoria remarks that if they can get out of the castle, their best shot at survival will be running into the forest, the sewers, or the town outside of Krakenburg. Ophelia speaks up and says that the shard's effect will be significantly weakened if everyone is separated, and it would be best to use them together. Gabrielle agrees, but states that if they have no other choice, they must use them. Nora needs all of them to carry on. Everyone nods along, and Valeria remarks to Siegbert that she can hear footsteps rapidly approaching their position. Siegbert then orders everyone to take up position as the Hoshidans pop up from staircases and the battle starts. Everyone gets a little line if they first engage a Hoshidan, along the lines of, "Man, get the fuck out of here." At the end of the battle, the Norians get pushed into a corner and try to fend off the Hoshidans, but to no avail. Ophelia asks Forrest if they should use them now, and Forrest says it's their only solution left. Siegbert then gives a short speech. "We may not arrive to get her back before the war started. Let's find each other once we're over there. I order all of you to stay alive until then." The children all say a very quick goodbye together and get sent back to the past, which then brings us into the paralogs for the children. Instead of the outer magical realms, they instead appear on the map of the world, kind of like Awakening kids. The party doesn't go, "Oh, let's go see my child that I've been neglecting." They instead basically say that they've heard reports of a suspicious person acting around here with variants for each character. Like, for the royals, they will report, "They look just like Prince X or Princess X." I'm not spending much time on this because it's like side unimportant plot to the grand scheme of things, and making it any more complicated would be dumb. If the interest is there, I could eventually go more into detail in a separate video for Heirs of Fate and everything that it tells. And with that, we've reached the end of this video. While I'm sure plenty of people have had great ideas and managed to find other ways to fix up the story, ultimately, my version is the best. All jokes aside, I want to thank all of you for taking the time out of your day and watching this video. This has been in the works for a long time. I had this idea in the back of my mind for years now. I remember watching so many videos back when Fates came out, just like shitting on the story, and I sat there to myself thinking, man, I could fix this thing. And I've just been sitting on it for nearly a decade now, and I'm doing it. So I hope you enjoyed. I couldn't have done it with the many people who helped me throughout the process. So I want to thank all of them for their help in making this come to life. Especially my good friend Shaq, who voiced many of the characters in this video. I didn't give him any directions. At the time of recording, I have not heard any lines whatsoever. We will be just a surprise together. Fates was always a hot topic when it came to its story because it was just so bad, so digging my little hands into it and giving it my outlook has always been something I've wanted to do. I don't plan on making a follow-up video to this, but feel free to comment your ideas on what you would change, what you like, what you didn't like, and what you would have liked to see down in the comments regardless. I don't have the numbers to ignore you anyway, so have fun. I've mentioned it throughout this video, but Fire Emblem Fates Birthright is next on my chopping board. So if you like what you watched today, feel free to subscribe for more in the foreseeable future, and if you didn't like it, go fuck yourself. Okay, bye!
If you'll excuse me.